Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the East Rand. Benoni hosts us at Willowmoore Park for the final game of what has been a 3-week tour, starting with the white ball stuff, where Sri Lanka won 2-1. And now we are on the final game of the tour after Sri Lanka won the first game, digging for diamonds in Kimberley and coming out with the prize. As we close off what has been a wonderful tour, we wait to see how it is all going to close off. Sri Lanka winning the toss here this morning and electing to bowl first will take on the field alongside our umpires, Haluadin Palaka, who is the CSA Umpire of the Year, and umpire Arnu Jacobs. This production is brought to you by Pitch Vision alongside Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. We will be bringing you ball-by-ball action. Alongside me is Werner Erasmus in commentary. I am Bendulo Makubane. Gordon Matheson will be joining us earlier, and what a beautiful day it is.
Morning, Bendulo. It is a lovely day here at Willowmoore Park. The wind is quite strong this morning, but it will be a hot day, so the players will be out in the sun all day. Don't expect any unpleasant weather today. And we'll run you quickly through the teams. It is Chapang Ditole and Captain Neil Brunt opening the batting for the ACA. In is John du Plessis at number 3. He comes in for Matthew Breedske in this match. Number 4 is Marcus Ackerman. Number 5, Devot Brevis. He's coming in, and he's in for... I'll just remember who he's in for. He's in... Breedke's in. Breedke's out. And Rivaldo Munsami, he's also out, so Brevis is coming in for him. And we have at number 6, we have Mslali Mpongwana. I am wrong. Rivaldo Munsami is at number 7. And at number 8, we have Bayer Swanepoel. Number 9, Michael Pretorius. Number 10, Prenelin Subrayan. And number 11 is Luto Sipamla.
Some of the changes for Sri Lanka is the man who has the ball right now, Mohammad Shiraz. He'll be coming in. He has replaced Chamika Gunasekara. Had a quiet game in Kimberley. It was really hijacked by Ishita Wichasundara, who's still here, alongside Eshan Malinga. No relation to Lasith. Gotta make sure. Game number 1 is finished. Game number 2 starts with Mohammad Shiraz throwing it down the legs.
Yeah, it's not the ideal start going down leg, but still early on here. And so those changes for the SAA side, sitting out in this match is Matthew Breedske, Patrick Kruger, Sinitembang Shile, and Cody Youssef. Those are guys making out from the first match. And so the guys coming in, John du Plessis, Devot Brevis, Mshlale Mpongwana, and Lutosi Pamla. And bowling now is Vanuja Sahan.
Just nipping away. Matthew Breedske had a fantastic tour, starting from the white ball stuff. Some of his performances should have been converted to 50. He felt like he scored a good 71 as well, where he felt like he should have taken the team home in the second game, but just lost out. And then he saw the 100. Finally, last match, decided to take a break.
Yeah, it's been a good tour for Breedske.
Zepang Ditole, as you saw, scored a very hard-fought 50 in the first innings back in the Northern Cape. His average says it's 27, but his performances last season very much superseded that.
Yeah, Ditole had a wonderful season last season. One of the top scorers in the 4-day comp. I will give you the stats after this ball.
Neil Brunt, his partner, averaging 37. Also captaining the side, Neil Brunt.
Yeah, so Chapang Ditole played 7 matches, made 451 runs in the 4-day series, average of 41, 350s and a century with a highest score of 146. So one of the standout performers there, and it's a good turnaround in his career. He looked very solid in the first match as well with his 50 in the first innings.
His second innings was on 15, looked for a big sweep, giving Nishan Peris his only wickets in that second innings, and it's It's funny how in the 50 over games it was the spinners which seemed to dominate the game, and then last match it was just the seamers who stood up and raised their hands. They still get really good movement here. The ball's just nipping away from Tsepang Ditole, who lets it go. No run scored in the first over. It's 0-4, no loss.
Yeah, almost bowling with the wind there was one Mohamed Shiraz taking it across the left-handed. Two lefties opening for the SAA side. And a bit of a contrast in heights as well. So they might not have the different right hand, left hand combination, but they do have that height difference, and that also messes a bit with bowlers. As we see now from the chalet end, bowler marking his crease is Isita Vijay Sundara, who was exceptional in the last match in that final innings, taking a 7 for. You'll see there on the screen his best innings, 7 for 34 coming in the last match. Really, the batters had no answers of him nipping the ball back in, and he'll be looking to do more of the same here in this match.
Absolutely destructive job. Getting some really good movement as well from that Northern Cape surface. We saw later on in the end of his first innings where he got that 2 for 59. He and Ishan Malinga were getting the ball to reverse as well. And then in the second innings, that new ball just worked wonders for him.
Having a look at the field settings, there's 3 slips and a gully in place. Also man at just backward of point, mid-off at slightly wide, mid-on and a square leg, and also man on the fine leg boundary just out of sight.
Big gap through the covers. Sri Lanka inviting Neil Brunt to drive the ball. Here comes Vijay Sundara. He doesn't come. He keeps it in.
Yeah, pulls out at the last minute. Just wants to make sure about that footing. Fast bowlers are very particular with it. You want to have a very firm footing underneath, and so you'll have to reload. Yeah, that happens, particularly at the start of the match. The pitch might still be a bit soft, so trying to find your footing.
Just starting off a little bit straight. He's going to get punished for that. And that's the first runs and the first boundary.
Yeah, lovely way to ease into an innings for Neil Brunt, getting off the mark. A nice juicy one on the legs. That's exactly what you want. You don't want to be stuck on 0 for too long. Openers tend to get a bit nervy, and so just the way you would have wanted to start.
And it's always a good contrast. They pointed it out, the commentators down in the Northern Cape, that the two batters have different styles. Apart from the height and the way that they play is different. Neil Brunt a bit more aggressive compared to Tsepang Ditole. Ditole will go for a grindy work. That doesn't mean that Neil Brunt, though, just hits at anything. Very good leave, that.
Yeah. I think Neil Brunt has become a bit more positive in his mindset over the last couple of years, and he does enjoy a good drive, does Neil Brunt. And he actually did quite well in the CSA T20 challenge for the Titans domestically last season. Surprise addition to the middle order, where he's usually an opener, but he did very well in the middle order. So a very adaptable player, also very handy left arm orthodox spinner. So a good all-round prospect. Always nice to have a bowling option in the top order.
We saw, as you speak about his love for drives, he played some beautiful shots for his 39 in that first innings. Some extended drives as well. Cutting the ball over the slips. So that 3 slips, the gully, the backward point. Also, just waiting for a little bit of a mistake from one of his favorite strokes.
Yeah, but as they say, if you flash hard, especially with this type of field, it will go flying over the slips, hopefully, if it does take the edge. No third man in place. You see that generally in the long format of the game. No third man. A lot of runs tend to go down there, but are also picking up wickets.
See the ball, couple of deliveries ago, and even the previous over, it was actually carrying well to Vishad Randeka, the wicket keeper. So it just adds on to the point where if you flash hard, especially if the ball is coming on nicely and it's carrying on nicely, it means that when it makes contact, it's more likely going to fly past whichever fielder.
Yeah, these two openers will want to assess conditions quickly here this morning. The pitch might still be a bit soft underfoot early on. Best time to bowl early in the morning, so good decision by Sri Lanka to bowl first.
And they're just going to have to keep working and keep being patient here, because if there's one thing Tepang Ditole is, it's patient. Doesn't rush his innings. He picks his shots very well. Hardly goes for boundaries. He takes his ones, takes his twos, but when it's there to be hit, he really does go for it. So it's been a tidy start here from Shiraz, and Wichasundara has fixed his over from his first couple of deliveries.
Yeah, his line is a lot better now, but still you want to make the better play. Just come a bit tighter.
That one just coming back to Ditole. Did well to remove his hands out of the danger. Played it really well at the end. Good stuff to end over number 2. 5 for no loss.
Yeah, it was. It's good to test out that short ball early on. Doesn't look like there's a lot of carry, or a bit slow so far this morning. Keeper taking that one lower down despite it coming over the shoulders of Ditole. But yeah, correct. He did play that one very well, dropping his hands, making sure he gets it out of the way early on. And it will be Mohammad Shiraz to continue from the Ekurhuleni end. A couple of spectators in the stands, not a lot yet this morning, but hoping that a few will come in to watch some cricket. Entrance is free, so if you are in the area, do come join us for some lovely cricket today. Same field setting here for Shiraz as well, 3 slips in the gully.
It's a very good ball from Shiraz. Feel like that's where he'll want to be, especially to Neil Brandt, who is a good driver of the ball. It's not going to be too long if he receives many of those until he starts flashing.
Yeah, you just want to try and plug away in an area here early on. Let the ball do the talking, and let's see what there is to offer on the pitch. Doesn't look like a lot of sideways movement so far, but we will keep an eye on it. Still early days.
That's the one. Very good lines, very good lengths. Like you say, right at the beginning of the game, the ball is new. You want your 2 batters to play at the ball, and you want them to play at deliveries which they wouldn't necessarily want to play at, just like that one.
Yeah, it's a lot better from Shiraz, and well played by Neil Brandt as well. Openers always looking to hit the ball as late as possible to negate any possible movement off the pitch.
Ooh. This might become an interesting contest here between Mohammad Shiraz and the 2 left-handers. That's the advantage he's also going to have here, Mohammad Shiraz and Wichasundara. It's that you're just bowling to the same side of the field. You don't have to change to a right-hander, to a left-hander. Adjustment of lengths, yeah, sure, because one is tall, one is shorter. But at least he can get into a consistent line of work. Just pushing it a little bit straighter. Good call for a single with the mid-on and mid-off just slightly wider. They take 1.
Yeah, always important to try and rotate the strike. Any possible pressure against the new ball, just shift it between the 2 partnerships. In batting and bowling, equally important. And so the 2 Sri Lanka opening bowlers want to apply some pressure here, and definitely looking for an early wicket on day 1.
Especially if you've won the toss and elected to bowl first. You're expecting that your bowlers will understand what the job is. Shiraz doing it well, drawing the drive, but Ditole is up to the task, right through that gaping hole through the covers. It's a glorious shot for 4.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot by Ditole. Head over the ball, full flow off the bat as well. He didn't hold back and really creamed through the covers. And well, as we look at the replay, he's getting nicely in front, balance perfect, head over the ball, and he just drives it eloquently through.
Just a little bit of extra width provided there by Shiraz, allowing Tabang Ditole to just free his arms through the line of the ball. So they remove a slip fielder, they throw him at extra cover for extra protection. They say drive that now. He does. And that's the new man put in his position.
Yeah, it's an early assessment by Sri Lanka. Sometimes you want to leave that gap open for a bit longer, make him say go, try and do it again, try and get that edge. So they've taken a man out of slip, and they'll be hoping that the pressure will tell if he continues to go for that drive. And maybe they see there's not as much pace in this wicket so far this morning, and they're happy with the 2 slips in a gully. We'll see if it's the same for Vijay Sundara or if they're going to keep a 3rd slip. It looks like they will keep the same field for now, so that big gap still on the outside for Neil Brunt.
It's 10 runs on the board for South Africa, We've completed 3 overs. Tabang Ditole just giving us beautiful 2 drives, 1 to the boundary, 1 stopped at extra cover. Vijay Sundara draws a defensive stroke from Brunt, but like you say, the importance of just keeping the strike rotating pushes it into that vacant cover area for 1.
Yeah, nicely played with soft hands by Brunt, making sure it takes the time for that man at point to run around to cut it off. And so Ditole will get to face on from Vijay Sundara now. They've now also decided to do the same for him on this end, man from 3rd slip going out to a short cover.
Good bowling this. Good areas. You can see the wind blowing across from the left to the right of your screen, also assisting with a little bit of that movement. And let's not forget the final ball that Vijay Sundara bowled to Ditole in his previous over. Just lifted on the length and came back towards the chest of Ditole. So he's going to have that a little bit wary and a bit on his mind.
Yeah, he'll definitely have it in his mind, and I do expect Vijay Sundara to try and invite that drive from Ditole.
Trying. Seems to be less carry coming from the chalet end. It's going nicely when they drive, when they're running in from the Kurulene end where the camera's facing. But from where Vijay Sundara's bowling, ball just dies on its way to the keeper.
Yeah, no carry at all so far. Pitch does seem to touch low. Ditole just tapping the pitch there in the middle, having a bit of a look.
No, standing from where we are when I came in the morning, it has a lovely cover of green at the pitch when you look from where we are. Would have expected it to have a little bit more juice, just to kick up and reach the keeper in a flash of an eye. But then that's going to put a question on how it's going to play out for the rest of the days.
Yeah. But Sri Lanka will be used to conditions where the pitch doesn't have a lot of carry, where the ball is keeping a bit lower. Still very early on, we'll see if it takes a bit of spin later on. But for now, these 2 seamers will just keep plugging away at the area here, trying to induce that edge of Ditole, or bring it back in with that wind as you spoke of. So important to make him play.
And it does play, nearly getting into the hands of Wanuja Sahan, who's standing at extra cover. But Ditole pierces the gap, dying in front of the fielder, and it reaches the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that was very close. It just bounced in front of Sahan. But Ditole will bag another boundary. He'll be happy with that. Some bit more intent here from Ditole this morning. And he is looking to be positive.
Risky shot, but he seems a bit confident to play the ball through the covers. He got on top of the bounce really well because the ball lifted up off that back of a length. Did really well to keep it as low as he did.
And man at the colours still in the same position, maybe creeping a touch closer.
Understandably so. And it's the lengths that are working wonders here for Vijayasundara. Just offered a little bit of width for that boundary, which nearly got the wickets of Tsepang Titole, but it earned him his second boundary. 4 overs gone, 15 for no loss.
Yeah, quite a quick-ish start by the SA openers here, and Sri Lanka just looking to plug that gap in the offside, not wanting them to get off to a flying start here. Want to keep some pressure on, and it looks like the field will remain the same. Man at points now going around to the cover position, and it is Sonal Dinasha who's moved around to point.
It's going to be one of the slow arm bowlers coming in. Ooh! Hands on heads for the Sri Lankans. The ball just nabs back to Neil Brunt, getting that inside edge.
Yeah, it's plugging away in that area against Neil Brunt. He sometimes does feel for it a bit outside the off stump. He likes to feel bat and ball, does Neil Brunt, and likes to show some dominance. That's exactly the area where you want to be.
And we just see the difference between that and the previous overs. Just pulling his length back here, Mohammad Shiraz. Oh, just getting it. That's where he wants to be. It's causing a little bit of problems for Neil Brunt.
Yeah, it's just finding that inside edge of Neil Brunt, and Brunt was dismissed in the last innings of the previous match. LBW with the ball swinging back in, chapping him LBW. So he'll be wary about that, cognizant about it.
There were a couple of deliveries that moved away as well. So he's going to have to be wary of that, Neil Brunt. Oh, they have a big appeal, asking the question.
It seems like that was the third inside edge in a row by Neil Brunt. He's just looking at his bat. Bit of a stifled appeal by Sri Lanka. They are targeting those pads. They've seen a bit of a weakness there in him in the previous match. So Neil Brunt will need to make sure he's on top of it here.
Umpire Arno Jacobs is called up, say, hey, wake up, we are here now. Just fending for that pad is Mohammad Shiraz. And he pushes it a little bit wider, giving some sort of relief to Neil Brunt.
Yeah, also a bit shorter, so even if it was straight, he could have left that one go on length, but it is a bit more difficult if the pitch becomes a bit inconsistent in bounce. You're not too sure whether you should be leaving it on length or not. But yeah, definitely targeting those stumps of Neil Brunt.
But I love what he tried with that delivery, just pushing it a little bit wide. He's been making him feel uncomfortable on that inside edge, making him uncomfortable on the line of the stumps, and knowing that he enjoys his drive, and like you said, having bat on ball, just pushing it wider, saying, hey, go for this one. As you saw, the length was pulled back, so chances of an outside edge are very high if you remove the batter's feet from all of that ball coming back towards him. So it's a good ploy being employed here from Mohammad Shiraz. See how he's going to close off his over. Here's another wide one, asking him to drive again. This time, just moving away. Neil Brunt survives what has been a sheepish over. 5 overs gone. Maiden for Mohammad Shiraz, 15 for no loss.
Yeah, Shiraz just taking it across Neil Brunt there with the wind. You can see umpire Arno Jacobs' hat in the wind just blowing a bit. And might just help a bit for the fielders because it looks like it will be a warm day in a region of 30 degrees Celsius today. So it is a nice day for cricket though. Earlier in the week was a bit overcast and cooler, but this is a nice day to come and watch as well.
Vijayasundara will want to make use of the conditions you speak of. Gorgeous. There's no other words to describe that. Just simply beautiful from Tepang Ditole, driving it through the gap as it goes for 4.
Yeah, and it didn't even look that overpitched from Vijay Sundara. It's almost on a just slightly fuller off a good length, and he played it on the up. So the pitch might be a bit better than we expected, but it's beautiful high elbow and right in the gap between mid-off and extra cover.
The replay makes it just show how beautiful it was. Driving on the up, the ball is nabbing back towards him, and he finds the middle of the bat. Whew, it's whooping around.
Yeah, Ditole is definitely looking more positive here today than in the previous match. He batted well in that first innings in the last match, but it does seem like he wants to put more pressure back on the bowlers. And Sri Lanka will hope that that plays to their advantage as well. Make sure that they make him play. He is going after it. So those slips and gully will come into play.
On top of that, Werner, you are a couple of steps away from bagging a green and gold cap if you're playing at South Africa A level. Ooh, wonderful bowling from Shiraz. Just squaring up Ditole. Happy that didn't carry.
Yeah, he did play it with soft hands. And so just in front of man at first slip, it is Lahiru Udara standing at first slip. Didn't quite carry to him. And now Wanindo Fernando might have contemplated diving across for that one, but it was well played in the end. A good delivery as well by Vijay Sundara.
Oh, gorgeous! Brilliant! Power, accuracy, authority, all the good words to describe that shot from Ditole. Pulled away for 6.
Yeah, that one was just a half track. It's not high enough, and it just sat up for Ditole to pull away. And he didn't hold back, which is good. He gave it everything. No man back there at a deep square leg, and all the way for 6. And after a maiden, suddenly this over has gone for 10.
Superb shot from Ditole is not allowing Shiraz to settle here. He's had a couple of good deliveries in his first 2 overs. But now, that first drive was off a good ball, just throwing him off. And he just finds it back again. Ditole has already done the work in the over. There's no pressure to score.
Yeah, important leave there from Ditole. Vijay Sundara just pitching that one up, asking him to drive again. But wise to it was Ditole.
And as I was speaking, you speak about him being a bit more aggressive, which he definitely is, very much so. You sit and you ask what type of cricket is the main South African team trying to play? What is the test side trying to produce in their cricket? What are they looking for in an opening batter? So you ask yourself if the conservative approach that he's been using is the type of cricket that the coaching staff are actually looking for in a test side. And given the change of nature that the team is playing, wouldn't say it would be the case. But it's over number 6, 25 for no loss.
It's a tricky one, but because
Backing into the window, hands on knees, he's literally straight into the teeth of the window. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually comes from this end. Literally looks like.
Yeah, and talking about that test side, Shukri Conrad spoke about he likes these big, imposing players, and Ditole is not necessarily fitting into that category. So you need to be imposing in your way of playing, and so we do see a man down there for a moment. The physio's coming out, and it's been a struggle running into the wind from the chalet end, and they're just asking for somebody to come run on and have a look at him. We'll have a bit of a stoppage in play. It's puffing a bit.
Not seems to be having a good time there. Really not having a good time. The Mets need to be called in. Not a good look. Hopefully it's nothing too major. especially with Sri Lanka just coming in with 3 seamers, losing one after winning the toss. Oof, wouldn't be good. So hopefully it's just something that he can recover from. But as the two teams are preparing, the Proteas men will be playing Sri Lanka again later on this year. And then Pakistan will be coming to visit South Africa as well for a full-blown tour, which also includes the Pink Day ODI, which will be on the 22nd of December. It will be starting at 2 p.m. It will be nice weather. Summer will be at its peak. So ensure that you get your tickets at www.cricket.co.za. Do not miss out. We say hashtag Wazanawe, hashtag be part of it.
Yeah, the domestic season right around the corner as we see some attention being given to Vijay Sundara, and we're hoping all is okay, but he does seem to be struggling a bit, but he is getting up now.
He's going to put a lot more work on the changes. Mohammad Shiraz, who's been bowling from the Ekurhuleni end, and Wanuja Sahan, who got the ball to spin a bundle in that first 50-over game in Potchefstroom. So Sri Lanka are packing a pretty good side here. Pasindu Surya Bandara played fantastically in that first game. He's also the captain. No Oshada Fernando this time. Imposing Sri Lankan player, dominated the National Super League alongside his teammate in goal, Pasindu Surya Bandara. Both players averaging above 65 runs for their respective work for goal, so it's no surprise that the National Super League 4-day competition was lifted by the team with the highest run scorers and the best bowler. Now we'll be hoping that the guy who plays for Colombo, Ishita Wijasundara, makes his way back, because he was such a key figure in Kimberley.
Yeah, it was indeed. It's not a good sight when any player has to be helped off the field. The good news is at least he's not being carried off in a stretcher, but he is being helped. He does seem to be struggling a lot, and it is a big blow for Sri Lanka A here, and they will have to make a bowling change in the next over. But for now it will be Mohammad Shiraz to continue from the Ekurhuleni end. He still has the 2 slips and a gully in place, man at backward point, cover, wideish, mid off, mid on, and also a square leg, and a man at fine leg on the boundary.
But that's simply going to increase the workload for the spin bowlers now. Luckily enough, Sri Lanka are not short of those. Wanuja Sahan, as we spoke about, Sonal Dinusha, he's also going to be there. Those are your 2 slow left-arm spinners who will be spinning the ball towards the left-handers. Then you have your 2 right-off break spinners, Pavan Ratnayaka, who's currently standing at second slip, and Nuanidu Fernando. He's actually at second slip with Ratnayaka at first slip. But Shiraz goes back to the work he's been working on in the previous over, going straight, and every now and then pushing it wide for the drive.
Yeah, really targeting those pads of Neil Brunt, almost trying to make him play inside the line when they push it across. So it's an area they're targeting. They also have that man at cover, stopping any quick singles, so none of that rotation of the strike that we saw in the first couple of overs by Neil Brunt.
Ooh, just going down the legs a little bit too much. But you know what I also like? It's the fact that they have that mid-wicket, and that mid-wicket is pretty square, standing almost next to the square leg umpire, with the ball shaping back into Neil Brunt. If he has a whip to the leg side, it's more likely that the ball is going to be squarer than be straighter. So there's just another chance that they might create a wicket that way, with the ball being bowled straight by Shiraz. But that's the drive. Whenever he pushes it out, But that is an imposing cover drive from Neil Brunt. It goes through the gap for a wonderful 4.
Yeah, almost a check drive by Neil Brown. Not a full follow through of the bat. He just times it away. You could almost feel something would happen because it was 9 dots in a row from this into Neil Brunt, and it just slightly fuller from Shiraz. Plants that front foot and just guides it through the covers for 4.
Transfers his weight through the shot so beautifully as well. Why it seemed so effortless. Whole weight through it. Flashes to the boundary. Oh, good return from Shiraz back to his operating area.
I wonder if all these inside edges they're finding, if they aren't considering maybe getting a short leg in there for Neil Brunt, because he has been getting the inside edge. One might pop up off the pad and in that area. But for now, fielding setup will remain the same.
Not a bad ploy to try and get Brunt to play that cover drive the ball before. As you said, just a little bit too full. Oh my goodness, what a ball that is! Umpire Arno Jacobs is not interested in the Sri Lankan's appeal, but boy oh boy, they had every right to go up there.
Yeah, absolutely squared Neil Brunt up. I have a sneaky suspicion it might have taken the back leg as he squared up just past the bat. We will have a look at the replay now. That was a beautiful delivery. Oh, that one jagged away prodigiously from Neil Brunt. Pitches just outside leg, cuts right across him. No way he could even lay a bat on that one.
Ooh, that is a nasty one from Shiraz. He'll feel outdone that he didn't at least find somewhat of an edge. The length was perfect. The line was brilliant. The movement is what undid Neil Brunt. Bang! Lucky not to have his off stump taken off there.
Yeah, that was a wonderful delivery. And we will see a bowling change now. A forced one, unfortunately, for the Sri Lanka A side. And it will be from the chalet end. As Janeth Leyanage coming in.
Leyanage taking over from Vijayasundara. He's also getting that ball to move back in. The Sri Lankans are getting some nice assistance from Mother Nature's wind. The ball still being brand new, and it helps that they're bowling the good areas.
Yeah, it's good bowling, and the Yanage is quite a bit shorter than Vijayasundara, so also again will offer a bit of a different type of attack. You'll be able to keep the ball a bit lower, targeting those pads. It's unlikely that the ball will be bouncing over the stumps, so as we see his overall stats there, it might not be the best average and strike rate necessarily, but always have to keep in mind that the seamers have the ball in Sri Lanka. It's not the easiest to do.
But the areas that he's bowling here, if he continues just peppering that line, hitting that length, not worrying about Ditole and what he is doing, just continue on his job as the bowler, he might get the purchase because the pitch is looking to assist him here.
Yeah, definitely there is some movement back into the left-handers here, and they don't have to make any adjustments to the bowlers with the two lefties at the top. And the field has changed a bit. There's now a man at short extra cover.
An understandable fielding change, medium pace bowler, and like we've seen from the chalet end, it's much more slower, doesn't carry as much. Ditole has been looking to drive the ball as well, so maybe his timing might be a bit off, and the ball will carry to that extra cover.
Yeah, there's also now a man at a deep backward point as well. He's just, let's say, about 10 meters up from the boundary. So with the slower pace of Leyanage, catching cover, they're looking for it to pop up.
Those are the areas he'll be looking to bowl as well with the field that has been constructed for him. See, there's only have one slip and a gully there, and the slip is pretty wide as well. And like you say, with that backward point out in the deep and that cover area just a little bit more reinforced, It's as if they're asking Lianage to push it wide outside of that off stump and get Tsebang Ditole to play those flashy drives.
Yeah, the man at white-ish. Manon is also in closer, looking for that catch if it pops up in the air.
Ditole very wary of the threat though, playing it with soft hands. He has come in and has looked like a very different player from what he was in Kimberley. Just his presence on the crease today is just looking a little bit different. Look at the way he's carrying himself is a little bit different. It feels like he's at home out there.
Yeah, it does. And just looking to impose himself a bit.
Good run, that. Like we said, backward point is out in the deep. Just soft hands, putting it down into the pocket. And a great call to end the over. They take a single out of it. It's 30 for no loss after 8.
Yeah, what it also means now is that Neil Brandt won't be facing at the start of the next over. He has been facing a lot against Mohamed Shiraz from the Ekurhuleni end. So a good strike rotation there by Ditole.
Hasn't been comfortable against Shiraz, even though he did get a really nice one to power through the cover region into the boundary, Neil Brandt. And we saw when Tsebang Ditole actually faced Mohamed Shiraz a couple of overs ago, he didn't seem too troubled. First ball was pounced through the covers for 4. The next one was hit just as well, but they had put a man at short extra cover. So a sign of confidence here against post bowlers. Just letting it go for the first ball, biding his time. It's the utmost importance here. There's one thing we do know about Tsebang Ditole from what we've seen in the previous season, what we've seen this season, this series, that he can really preserve his wicket. Can pick his balls well. And with that, it allows the other batters coming in to just play a little bit easier around him, knowing that he'll anchor the innings.
Yeah, it's been a good start here by the two openers. They've been seeing off the new ball, and by Okabai Krugler through Vijay Sundara's opening spell. And so they'll feel a lot better. It also sets up for the rest of the lineup. John du Plessis coming in, or slated to come in at number 3 in this match, had a very good tour against India.
Pushed straight up into a half volley, and it gets the treatment it deserves from a man who's batting like he has hot hands. Tsebang Ditole flashes that for 4.
Yeah, square drive by Tole, almost dropping the back knee, leaning fully into it, and really not holding back. And that man at point has now gone on back to the boundary, so a bit of a defensive field by Sri Lanka, reacting to a poor delivery.
Indeed, it does feel like a reactionary field placing, but also at the same time, you want to keep that, even though it's the beginning of the game, you want to keep the runs away from flowing if there is an area where the batters are scoring. Tsebang Ditole is seeming to be comfortable through the covers. That's where he scored the majority of his runs. The run rate has picked up to over 4 runs and over now. So it's kind of understandable where you want to kind of contain where the batters are looking to attack more.
Yeah, no, it is understandable to a degree, and we do see a line shift now here from Mohamed Shiraz. He's coming around the wicket to Neil Brandt.
But I don't understand keeping the backward point for Neil Brandt.
Yeah, especially now with the angle coming back into the left-hander, it's an interesting decision to keep him back, and also he's been troubling Neil Brandt from over the wicket, so coming around the wicket now is an interesting call, but we'll see. Maybe he does trouble him from around the wicket as well. We have talked about that wind blowing across, and maybe he can get the ball to move away from Neil Brandt from around the wicket.
bowling it a little bit too straight. Finding it very hard to understand the change in the angle. It's what Sri Lanka wants. They want the batters to drive. They want them to hit where they want them to hit. And it's been giving Neil Brunt a little bit of problems, like you said, coming over the wickets. It comes around, bowls it a little bit too straight, a little bit too full. Just disjointed after that boundary from Ditole. 36 for no loss after 9.
Yeah, it's been a flowing start by the SA side. I don't think that one maiden, but they're going at 4 runs and over, which is quite an increase from the last match. And they do seem to be comfortable at the moment. And still see the same type of field setting for Lianage, for mid-on and a mid-off. Also man at catching extra cover, man a bit deeper back on cover, and then and also at the backward point on the boundary.
It's been a very decent start here from Janith Lianage. He's getting his lines and lengths working. Much more of a batting all-rounder is Lianage. Comes in the middle order. He batted 7 times the National Super League and scored 5 50s in the 7 times that he batted, averaging 54. Averaging 54, losing his wicket each time he batted means that he scores piles of runs. And here he's coming in, showing that he has the stuff with the ball as well.
Yeah, he just needs to make sure he doesn't drop it too short, because the ball will just sit up.
Especially with his pace as well. I've been saying that the chalet end is a little bit slower. You don't want to have a slow pace and then drop it short, especially to players like Neil Brunt who can hit it, and now Tabang Ditole has shown that he's positive today and wants to go for it. Seems like he's just doing it. Slowly and slowly falling for the trap here, Werner.
He is pulling it back a bit, but maybe he's trying to lay a trap for Neil Brunt and push it fuller and wider in the next delivery, try and induce a drive, but they only have the one slip in place. One slip and one gully. It's also a man at fine leg, and for any ball that might stray down the leg, a touch.
And especially when you're trying to hit the deck hard, it's very easy to pull where your weight of your body is running through. Like, oh, I'm gonna bowl it, it's gonna go straighter now because it's just pitched in a little bit shorter. We saw with those short deliveries, they were rather straight.
Lianage seems to be getting some swing, but from the hand already, so it's not late swing, so it's easy enough to read by Neil Brunt. He's using the wind almost to swing that ball in.
Just varying it well. Playing a game of chess. Saying, okay, where are you? Where are you most comfortable? Let's keep you there, and then where are you least comfortable? Let's try get you a little bit into trouble. That straighter delivery needs to be a bit fuller, because from what we've seen from the bowling of Shiraz, that's where it works best. That's where he wants to be. And that movement is really prodigious now. As the over ends, it is 36. It's 36 for no loss after 10. Gordon Matheson joins the commentary.
Yeah, morning guys. Thank you very much for having me. Great to be here in Benoni. Nice little start here from South Africa. A couple of things when we come to Willowmoore that we tend to look for. With regards to the square, the closer you get to the change room, the quicker the wicket normally is. That is the tendency that tends to happen here. As we watch one go through to the keeper. But what's been evident this morning has been the lack of pace, especially bowling from the chalet end. The guys have really struggled bowling into that wind. It's not a little breeze. It's actually quite a stiff breeze that the guys are running into, and I think that's where Vijay Sundar really battled a little bit into the breeze, whereas the guys bowling from the Ekurhuleni end, they got the breeze at their back, so there tends to be a bit more pace.
Bit short and wide there from Mohammad Shiraz. Yeah, and Mohammad Shiraz bowling an extended spell here. It's into his 6th over now, and they almost feel the need to do that with Vijay Sundara off the field. They only have the 3 pace bowlers to turn out, the first choice pace bowlers, I should say. Also bowling Leonard Jagat at this stage from the other side, but he doesn't quite have the pace of the other pace bowlers.
Yeah, change of tack around the wicket again with the deep point out again. Maybe looking to tempt De Tole there into maybe looking for one and getting those men behind the bat in play. Sometimes that's a tactic used by the seamers. I'm surprised that he actually took 8 overs to come around the wicket, because he was definitely getting De Tole to drive the ball, wasn't he? But he was just missing his length. And as I say, maybe that's attributed to the slowness in the wicket, that there might be a bit of nip, but it's going quite slowly. It's not going too quick.
Just pulls out, does Shiraz. The last moment, didn't quite get his run up right.
No, it's that wind. That wind is a major factor today. And it's as we look at the screen, it's basically coming over Neil Brunt's back, sort of across the wicket.
Yeah, so far it's played into the hands of the SAA team that they are batting first, having lost the toss. Oh, it's a beautiful delivery by Shiraz, just moving away a touch, just too short, and that gives De Tole enough time to get his bat out of the way.
Oh, that's why I say it's strange that he took 8 overs to do that. Left-hander with the ball going away, a little bit of a Stuart Broad versus Warner effect, isn't it? It's exactly what you want, and with the wicket being 2 off the square here, there's a natural slope as well in terms of the square. So everything's leading towards that slip cordon.
Oof, again, exactly the same type of thing, a bit fuller this time. Just tempting De Tole, trying to get that edge, and yeah, it's something that Morne Morkel did a lot as well in his career, coming around to the left-handers. Remember him really enjoying bowling to those 2 English left-handers, and Strauss and Trescothick and Cook.
Now, so it's going to be interesting to see what De Tole does here. Does he creep closer to that off stump and get a little bit closer to it, to the imminent danger?
Oh, that's a gorgeous shot by Chapang De Tole. He's been loving those drives today. Again, a bit too overpitched by Shiraz, and De Tole is not holding back.
There's nothing quite like a left-hander's cover drive, if I may say myself.
Yeah, we see the replay, beautifully lent into it. Not a lot of foot movement, but his balance is perfect at the crease. Head is over the ball, and just strokes it away.
It takes South Africa to 40 without loss here after 11 overs. Really decent start here from the heavy dominated left-handed South African top order. Marcus Ackerman also in there, so yeah, a lot of left-handers, which is nice to see from a South African point of view.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see John du Plessis getting another go as well. He did very well on the India A Tour here last year. He made a century and a half century against them, despite coming from Division 2. Good quick single again by Neil Brunt and De Tole. Their calling has been very good this morning.
Yeah, a little drop and go just obviously doesn't allow you as a bowler to set up plans, does it? And it's really good batting from the South Africans there. Bit of discussion here from the bowler whether he's going to stay over or go round. Looks like he's staying over the wicket, using that wind There's a bit of talk around that deep point, whether they bring him up.
Yeah, just a
The
bit
thinking there's probably the single is just too easy, isn't it? They want to get you into that little purple patch of 12 or 18 balls that they can work that plan. But they've decided to stay with the same field. They've kept that deep backward point.
short and wide, but just left alone by Litole, not being tempted this time. Yeah, Pasindo Suryabandara, the captain, just having a bit of a discussion with the Yanage, and they decide to go with an unchanged field. They still have the one slip and a whitish gully, and a man catching at cover. Just looking for that one where that might stick in the wicket a bit, and maybe be a touch early into it.
But even that last ball, you can see it dying to the keeper, isn't it? Just the lack of pace, which is that's probably the line he's looking for, isn't it? Start on that off-stump line and just nibble back, keep the stumps and the front pad in play, and that's probably a good plan there. As you can see, Litole looking to say to himself to keep it nice and straight.
Yeah, it was interesting in that first match. After he got to 50, they started peppering him with the short ball. Got into a bit awkward positions that Litole. They haven't tried it yet this morning. They had the one short delivery that he pulled for 6. Again, goes for the ball, straight up in the air. It's captain Surya Bandara, and he takes it comfortably. And that is the end of Chapang Litole. He was looking so good here this morning, but he'll have to go back for 27 or 41. And didn't get himself into a good position. He was waiting for that one to drop short, but he was never really in a position to pull it away.
I was waiting for that. The little commentator's curse, eh? Vanna literally on cue. Yeah, you call that short ball. Now, as you can see, Litole there livid with himself as he's walking off. Did all the hard work. Ball just sat in the wicket a little bit. Easy catch taken there.
Yeah, almost didn't get his arms out in front of himself. He was almost jammed up as he was trying to pull that one away. So that is the end of Chapang Litole. The breakthrough comes for Sri Lanka in the 12th over. Having a quick break, and it should be John du Plessis to the crease next. And he's recently moved up from Division 2 to Division 1 domestically. He's gone from South Western District side to the Warriors. And he'll be looking to make an impression here for the SAA side.
Now, seriously organised batter, really, really good. He's been on the domestic scene for a number of years now, and he's plied his trade. And it's going to be really good to see what he does at Division 1 this season, because I think he's dominated Division 2. So, yeah, Robbie P down there in Warriors, and newly appointed assistant coach Mark Charlton down there at the Warriors, I'm sure will enjoy using him in their top order.
Yeah, we see stats there. Overall average of 42, the 950s and 900s. A wonderful conversion rate by John du Plessis. A best of 203. That 203 came in this season as well. Had an exceptional season. Despite it being Division 2, he showed his dominance. He averaged 73 with 300s actually and 150. So again, that conversion rate is wonderful. Once he gets going, he really looks to make it big.
Yes, Liana goes first look at a right-hand batter using that wind. So trying to get his slips into play here.
Yeah, he'll just use that slope, try and take it away from John du Plessis. He has 2 slips and a gully in place. Also still a man at the catching cover for him. Fine leg out, so looking for more of the same. Maybe a bit of surprise ball to Chapang Litole. Did bring up that he struggled a bit with the short ball in that first innings of the last match, and again falling in a way where he sort of gets cramped up, doesn't get in a good position for that short ball. End of the over. It's end of 12 overs, and South Africa are 41 for 1, and Sri Lanka will feel a bit better with that breakthrough. And it is the flowing Litole gun, so needs to be rebuilt a little bit here, the SAA. it's time for a bit of a bowling change. It's been an extended spell by Mohamed Shiraz here from the Ekurhuleni end, and it is Eshan Malinga who will be coming into the attack.
Also looks like he's going to start over the wicket to the left-handed Brunt. We'll see what his tactics will be. He started with a deep backward point as well.
Yeah, it's still the 2 slips and a gully. Looks like he will be looking to take it across the left-hander. And Neil Brunt has got a bit stuck as they've run into him from the Ekurhuleni end. Hasn't quite found his groove just yet. He played a 1 flowing drive. He's on 13 of 29 and just joined by John du Plessis, who's yet to get off the mark.
They have kept a really good channel to him, haven't they? They've asked questions of that off-stump line.
Yeah,
As Malinga starts on that same sort of line there. Maybe a bit back of a length.
just dragging it back a bit. And it is interesting to have a deep backward point so early on for him. Wind's still quite strong here at Willowmoore Park, blowing across the field from left to right on your screens. It's dragging the run rate back a bit. Now Sri Lanka, fuller and clipped away by Neil Brunt, targeting those pads at Eshan Malinga. Also a bit of a sling to his action when he goes for those fuller deliveries.
I think it must be tough in Sri Lanka sharing that surname. Everyone's expecting great things from you. But yeah, straight off the bat, he's actually got a bit of shape back into the left-hander there. So that's against the wind and against the slope as well, which is quite interesting. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here against the right-hander du Plessis. Only faced a couple of balls.
Yeah, 2 slips and a gully in for John du Plessis, and it's very still at the crease. Doesn't have a big trigger movement. Slightly across. Oh, it's a beauty! Big appeal, and their finger goes up! And John du Plessis looks a bit bemused, but he needs to go back for a duck. That's a wonderful delivery by Eshan Malinga. Just gets it to move away from him a touch, and he will have to trudge back.
Du Plessis definitely doesn't look happy with that decision. Having a word with Arnie Jacobs as he walks off there.
Yeah,
I think he thinks there was a bit of back pad or thigh pad there.
And look at the replay. Ball came back in. It's tough to say whether he got an inside edge on that one or not. Might have even clipped the back leg, but the umpire's decision is final, and he'll have to go back very slowly, shaking his head. Not too happy about it, but convincing enough appeal by Sri Lanka. They're always very enthusiastic with their appeals. The umpires need to have their wits about them. And South Africa suddenly, after a very good start, are 42 for 2 in over number 13, and will be Marcus Ackerman to the crease.
So back to the left-handed syndrome. Yeah. So as you can see, the Sri Lankans having a drink out in the middle. The bottom of their pants there are still blowing heavily in the wind. As I said, fantastic bowling here to actually get a good to go against the wind and against the slope and take Jean du Plessis' outside edge there.
Yeah, you see Marcus Ackerman's stats there on the screen. 4,500 runs at an average of 45.32, 27 50s and 1100s. Definitely will want to work on his conversion rate. Something that isn't on your screens that is of interest is his strike rate. He is quite a productive batter at the crease. He doesn't waste time. He has a strike rate of 76.96 in his 4-day career, and he does like to keep the runs flowing all the while. Also short in stature is Marcus Ackerman, so he's very good square of the wicket. At the moment you overpitch, he will tuck into it as well. So he's had a very good domestic season as well, did Marcus Ackerman. In 7 matches he scored 571 runs. He was the top run scorer in first class cricket in South Africa this season, an average of 51. Same type of strike rate, 76.64, 350s and a century, top score of 140. So he comes into the series in good form. He also had played very well in the first innings, in the first match, where he got a 69 of 97 balls and had a wonderful partnership with Matthew Bretzko.
I mean, Ackerman has always been a very busy cricketer, and I think what makes it difficult to bowl to him is, as you say, his stature. So to find the length where it's in between to him is really, really tough, because he's quite well versed on both front as well as back foot. So really, really tough to bowl to. Quite interesting fact here as well. Both batters out in the middle, both St. Stithians boys. Now, from the same school, I'm sure Mr. Wim Janssen would be quite happy with these two chargers out in the middle there. Now,
yeah, it's quite the production factory out there at St. Stithians. Plenty of players have gone on to represent the Proteas and the domestic sides. Now SAA side coming from St. Stithians. Gisa Rabada, Vian Mulder, Ryan Rickleton, there's so many coming from that school. Wayward from Esha Malinga this time, slinging it down the leg side, and easy leave for Marcus Ackerman. Recent addition as well, Kwena Mapaka, also from St. Stithians, still doing his matric year there, up and coming now, and we expect him to have a long and fruitful career ahead of him. From that replay again, John du Plessis is not convinced that he got any inside edge there, but Henry Jakob felt that he did. Better area there from Malinga, rushing into it. Just getting his bat down in time was Marcus Ackerman.
Yeah, Malinga looks a little bit more skiddy than the rest of the guys, so he's going to give the batters a bit more of a hurry up, isn't he? Swinging it back nicely into the left-handers there. Bowling with the breeze.
Yeah, also, bowling from the right side seems to be a bit more pace when you're bowling from the Ekurhuleni side than from the Chalet side. Oh, an absolute peach by Malinga, taking it across Marcus Ackerman.
That's the slope we're speaking around, isn't it? So if it doesn't swing back, and it'll naturally go with the slope like that. And Marcus Ackerman actually playing that really, really nicely, just holding his line and letting the ball do what it's going to do. From a coaching perspective, that's what you try and tell your top order batters, not to follow the ball with a hand. So he's actually done really nicely there, not to get an edge.
Yeah, natural number 3 is Marcus Ackerman. Has played a lot of his career there. So coming in enough for this isn't any strange circumstances for him playing the new ball. And having a look at that replay again. It's just moving back in from Malinga, but
du Plessis did throw his head back straight away, isn't it? A bit of a telltale sign there. But be it as it may. Lianage comes in again. Hasn't had much pace this morning, but he's kept really good areas, hasn't he?
Yeah, a bit short and wide this time. Just guided away by Brunt.
Now looking to push for 2. Coming back for the second. And actually in quite comfortably.
Yeah, it's good running by Brunt and Ackerman there. Just guiding it away, soft hands. Also playing it very late was Brunt, and not much pace by Lianage, but he needs to get his lines a bit tighter there.
What will be interesting to see here is how early Sri Lanka turned to spin. If you look at the one-day competition, their spinners were unreal in terms of tying the South African batters down and just not allowing them to score. So after Lianage, as he comes in,
that's much better delivery. Yeah, getting it back into Neil Brunt. Good length as well, that in-between length.
Especially now with the seamer down, even in the first session, would you turn to your spin? I think that would be the question that Sri Lanka would have to ask themselves.
Yeah, I'd say there's a good chance they will turn to spin even before lunch, just to see if there's any purchase in the pitch. Also a couple of changes for the Sri Lanka team. and it is manager Sahan coming in. Chamika Gunasekara not playing in this match, and also Shara Fernando, who's had a stellar tour, who dominated in that first unofficial test match as well. He's not playing in this match.
Leanne again in that channel, just asking really good questions, but not much pace behind that.
Just trying to keep the shine on the one side there is Wanaja Sahan, and together with Mohamed Shiraz, they're just looking after that ball. Shouldn't rough up too much on this outfield or square here at Willowmoore Park. It's not as abrasive as down in Kimberley.
Change of angle here from Leanne again. It's coming around the wicket.
Bit of a soft shot by Brand. No real, commitment in that shot. Just wafting outside the off stump, getting the inside edge.
It's just done him in the angle there, hasn't he? You know, you think it's wide in, by the time it actually gets to you, it's a little bit closer to the body there. But as you can see, just a lack of pace in that surface again, just the inside edge.
Good.
And there he
Good.
goes back to his channel, and ends the over 42 for 2 after 14 overs there.
Yeah, getting his areas right there is in Lanka, and there's a bit of a discussion there by Neil Brandt and Marcus Ackerman. Just assessing conditions here. Having had a good start, 2 quick wickets in succession is not ideal, but it is for Sri Lanka A. We'll look to pry out at least one more before the lunch interval, having decided to bowl first here.
That's why us purists love red ball cricket, isn't it? You know, it ebbs and flows, and the batters are on top, and then 2 wickets, and all of a sudden the bowlers are on top, and that's the whole beauty about red ball cricket. There's no power play, there's no middle, there's no depth. It's just asking sort of questions the whole time.
Oh, again
There's that
swinging back
shape.
in, but that's beautifully clipped by Marcus Ackerman through the mid-wicket region for 4. He keeps his balance well, and he is very strong on his legs.
That's the consummate left-hander's clip, isn't it? Just straying onto the pads. Here's the John du Plessis dismissal again.
Yeah, du Plessis didn't seem at all interested in that one. Was quite surprised that the umpire gave him out, but that's the roll of the dice sometimes. You do see that the man that was out on the deep point boundary has come in to a more conventional point position, still slightly deep. Again targeting
Into the
those
pads
pads,
again.
but just a bit too straight by Malinga, tucked away behind square leg. And again, good running to come back for the second.
Nice little start here from Ackerman, 6 for 5. Just keeping that scoreboard ticking. Bringing up South Africa's 50 there. Full 15th over.
Yeah, I think bowling to someone like Ackerman, you want to try and get as many dot balls as you can, as he will get a bit itchy to get going. He likes to keep things going all the time, and so they need to find a way to get a few dot deliveries through to him. Again, full again, just
Stifled
about
appeal.
getting it down leg. Coming back for a second again, we'll watch the umpire if it is leg buys. He says that Ackerman got a bit of bat to it.
It's the other thing with Ackerman, he is blitz across the ground. I mean, he didn't even raise a sweat coming back for that second. Really, really quick. So he will run the guys ragged.
Yeah, he will indeed. And
I was just talking about the ebbs and flows. There's a little bit of a flow here at the moment, isn't it? 4-2-2. So yeah, just Ackerman getting on top right in the beginning of his innings.
And also Malinga straying a bit in his line, making it easy for Ackerman. So he needs to just make sure that he gets that one on, off, or just outside the off stump. These leg stump or just outside leg deliveries. It's easy pickings for Ackerman. Much better. Putting the length back a bit just outside the off stump. It also brought in a...
Yeah, for the sorry, Van. Yeah, just for that ball, they've changed the field. They've gone catching mid wicket, in maybe to stop that little leg side bunt. But then the bowler goes and bowls outside off, isn't it? That's the coach's nightmare, that, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. But
The last thing you want is a little nick to the second slip where he's just come out of.
yeah.
Yeah.
Big gap between the first slip and the gully region now. Again, good length delivery just outside the off stumps. Probably where he does want to operate, or where he would have wanted to earlier in the over as well. That man at mid wicket in quite close, looking for anything that's clipped in the air on the leg side.
What is noticeable here about Malinga is that he's obviously hitting the bat a little bit harder than Lianago.
Wind's still quite strong here at Willowmoore Park, but not a cloud in the sky. A lot fuller, trying to go for that Yorker on the stumps. Just gets his bat down in time. Here's Marcus Ackerman, that man at the short mid wicket, trying to run him out. In the end, there is a dot delivery, and it is the end of over number 15. SAS out of 52 for 2.
That ball there, Malinga came a lot closer to the stumps, and I think when we watched in Kimberley, that was one of the things that was extremely evident to me, the use of the crease. You know, Sri Lankans used to bowling on extremely flat surfaces back home. You know, they use all their little tricks of the trade, bowling a little bit closer to the crease, a little bit wider of the crease. And that last one, they're really, really tight into the stumps, asking the question of the batters there in terms of a really, really straight delivery, wasn't it?
So, some international cricket coming to our shores. Our Proteas men will be taking on the current ICC T20 Men's World Cup champions India in November for a thrilling 4 T20 international matches. Visit www.cricket.co.za for your tickets, and hashtag Wars on Our Way, be part of it. But why they're from Yanage, and the keeper almost copying that one on the legs as he goes down, not carrying through to him.
I think the umpire actually thought of a wide there, as that ball almost cut the return crease.
Yeah, it was a close one. Not a lot of times you'll find a wide called for
Red ball cricket. Yeah, it's got to be really, really, really wide, isn't it?
Shortson just worked through that mid-wicket region for a nice easy single, looking for a second, but wisely saying no, Ackerman. Yeah, just a bit taller is Neil Brunt, so he could ride that bounce, trying to dig it in short there by the Yanage, but doesn't quite have that pace. But in saying that, it did work for De Tole.
Yeah, De Tole is obviously more coastal batter, isn't he? You know, so Brunt is more an country batter. I don't quite know what to deem Marcus Ackerman. I know he's obviously gone down to the Dolphins, but he's grown up here in the half-veld, so I'm sure he's quite well versed in terms of half-veld as well as coastal conditions. You know, not being blessed with much height, he does enjoy the short ball as well. Does Ackerman?
Beautiful delivery again. Much better length this time from Lianage, and comfortably in behind it is Ackerman. Yeah, I feel he might be a touch unlike it, never to have had any call up to the SA or to the Protea side. Finally playing a bit of SAA cricket now, is well deserved after a few stellar seasons. Overall, very good record in first class cricket, and he does play the type of tempo that the international coaches like. So maybe this is an opportunity to stamp his mark. Oh, getting that one to come back in, taking the inner part of Ackerman's bat. Again, luckily it's slow enough to adapt.
I think what was the thing with Ackerman was he was cast for a long time as a Red Bull sort of player. He captained the Dolphins in Red Bull, and then all of a sudden last season what he did was he had a stellar sort of T20 comp at the end of the season, and all of a sudden opened some guys' eyes in terms of what he can do.
Yeah, very compact players. Marcus Ackerman, he does know his technique very well. He's also 28 years old now, so he knows his game so well. He does seem to have it all in order, and this is his opportunity to really show what he can do.
And he's got that little dogfight in him, doesn't he? You know, he's quite gritty. It's almost Dean Elgar-esque, you know, which is something you can't really coach. You sort of have it or you don't. There's the wind bothering the guys again with that run up.
Yeah, it's almost cutting across into the face of the bowlers as they're running in. So not an easy thing to adjust to.
I don't think I've ever been at Willowmoore and the wind has been this strong. Really, really strong.
Just good length again by Malinga to finish over number 16. SA side just losing a bit of that momentum they had early on. They're around 53 for 2. Run rates come down to 3.3 now.
And just looking at Liana Gay's body language, that looks like it might be the end of his spell. Might say to the captain, thanks, I've run into the wind here for 5. Let's see if spin will work. Let's see what's happening here with the field. With Malinga to Brunt, he's going to stay over.
Yeah, looking to sling it back into him. They will still have that man at a catching mid-wicket, even though it's Neil Brunt this time. The man at deep point back on the boundary for him. So similar field to Ackerman, only changed.
Deep point also goes back out again. Yeah.
Only changed as that point fielder. Again, good length delivery. Brunt not being able to free his arms here, and he's still stuck on 17. So kind of 40 balls. Of course, plenty of time in the Red Bull format, so that won't concern him too much.
So what we talk about, those ebbs and flows, isn't it? You know, just absorbing a little bit of pressure and then transferring and then absorbing, and you're on top and then you're not on top. That is the beauty of the Red Bull game, isn't it?
Again, goes for that in-swinging Yorker. Brunt manages to pluck his bat down on it, gets the toe of the bat, and just in the nick of time, just having a look at the toe of his bat there, making sure everything is in order. But good delivery there by Malinga.
Sometimes in the Red Bull format, it's a wonderful surprise delivery, that, isn't it? You know, guys are looking at length and maybe a short one or something like that, and all of a sudden, you know, Yorker, similar to his namesake, Malinga, you know, he used to bowl the odd Yorker or two back in his day. So,
yeah,
and deep backward square going back, looks sort of halfway to the boundary. Maybe 10 off there. Wonder if it's the double bluff, if he's going to stay nice and full, which he does. Brunt trying to look for the single through point, doesn't get it.
Yeah, good coverage there. Add cover, and it does feel like the Yorkers are very underutilized delivery in Red Bull cricket, in Test match cricket as well. You see somebody like a Jasprit Bumrah use it quite often. Still as a surprise delivery, but he uses it more than some of the other bowlers. I feel like somebody like a Kagiso Rabada can definitely use it a lot more. They tend to stay away, but it definitely is a useful delivery to have in your armory in any format. Short delivery this time, gets underneath it, does Brunt, wide called by the square leg umpire, just a touch too high by Eshan Malinga.
Yeah, when chatting to players in this day and age, guys are scared to get the Yorker wrong, because they know if they get the Yorker wrong, either like a knee-high full toss or half volley, no matter the format, you're going to get punished. And guys, that's why a lot of the bowlers are almost veering off it. But like you say, there's definitely merit within it.
Goes full again. Nicely punched by Brunt.
Brunt just getting a little bit stuck here in the last little while. It's going to be interesting to see who how he plays this. Who gets the better of who here. And I think that's why Brunt earlier in the over was looking for that single to point, just for a bit of a change of scenery.
Just asking the square leg umpire there how many deliveries still remaining. It is the 2 in the over. But early into the pull shot there is Brunt almost pulling out of it.
There's that lack of pace again, eh?
Yeah.
Really getting stuck in the wicket.
Yeah, it seems like midway down the pitch, it's a bit dead. It doesn't really come through that quickly.
Brunt actually sort of signalling the tennis ball nature of that bounce.
Mm-hmm. Though it should be something that Brunt would be used to. Sipperswood Park, his home venue for the Titans, also has a bit of a tennis ball bounce now and then early on in a match. Again, getting a bit fuller, targeting those stumps is Malinga to come to over number 17. Still on 54 for 2 on the SA side, and just the 1 wide coming off that over. You see the dugout there, the players not playing in this match. Cody Yusuf, Senetembat, Sheila and Patrick Clear, Kruger, and let's see Matthew Breska here today. Looks like they're still leaving a bit of a gap open at point for Marcus Ackerman, man back about 10-15 meters in from the boundary at the backward point.
Yannigai doing a wonderful shift here for Sri Lanka. He's been very sort of miserly in terms of his bowling. He hasn't leaked too much. It's asked enough questions. There's a chat around something out there. I don't know if they want to maybe change of game plan. Keeper coming up.
Yeah,
Keeper coming up, trying to tie the batter into the crease, trying to get those 2 catching men into the game.
Yeah, it's actually taken quite a while with the type of or lack of pace that Yanage has. It does make sense to come up to the wicket, and especially with Marcus Ackerman, who likes to impose himself and move around a bit. Just keeping him in the crease, maybe targeting those pads, try and go for that LBW. With him not getting that much bounce, it's a good option here by Sri Lanka.
Looks like they brought the keeper the wrong helmet. He's giving the 12th man a little bit of stick there. They wanted his helmet, not the catching man's helmet.
Short and cut away to that man at the deep backward point. So it will rotate the strike now. Let's see if Brunt can get going a bit from this side. He's still on the 17 of 45 deliveries. After a quick start by Ackerman as well, he's just moved up to 9. Looks like they do want to change the field a bit. Keeper's going back as well now for Brunt. So it's only up for Ackerman currently. Having a bit of a discussion about the field placing. They have a catching cover in place and a catching mid wicket. Looking for one to stick in the wicket to maybe pop up to one of those 2. But playing it late is Neil Brunt.
I think what Brunt as well is the South African skipper here, what he's very, very aware of with Sri Lanka is seam it down. If you just get through a spell or 2 here from Lianage, they're going to have to turn somewhere. That's always the question in the red ball. Try and get the guys into their 3rd and 4th spells.
Just a good length delivery, but you can see as a lack of pace there as it goes through to the keeper. Leave it. Yeah, umpire Aladdin Pelliker, who you see on your screens now from the chalet end. He's won multiple awards at the Cricket South Africa Awards last week. Umpire of the year, umpire of the year. So walked away with a lot of awards. High class umpire. Keeping it back on the stumps is the Nigger.
He's been in and around that off-stump channel, hasn't he? He's been asking questions and that the whole time. Just keeping it really, really consistent. Basically asking the batter, who's it going to be, you or me? I'm not going to move where I'm sort of boiling it from. You need to make the play. Good stalemate here at the moment. Bit of bounce.
Yeah, it's the end of over number 18. And the SAS on 55 for 2. And just keeping things very tight now. The Sri Lanka A bowlers not giving anything away. Sucking out a bit of the early momentum the SA side had. So playing the Sri Lanka A side now, and the main side for Sri Lanka. They will be coming for 2 test matches and a full Pakistan tour this summer, and with your favourite Pink Day taking place on Sunday 22 December at 2 p.m. Get your tickets on www.cricket.co.za. Wars on our way. Be part of it. So only the one slip and the gully in place with a man at deep backward point now for Marcus Ackerman as well. So they're keeping that man back, and also a catching mid wicket. So looking to target those stumps is Malinga, getting it back in.
Beautiful shot of the legs there by Ackerman. Wonderful, wonderful balance. Pierced the gap there between square leg and that catching mid wicket.
Yeah.
Another boundary through the leg side.
Just waiting for it is Ackerman. He's not playing in front of himself, waiting for it to come to him, playing it all along the ground, so not even giving any opportunity for that catching mid wicket. He is very strong off his leg, so interesting tactic. I feel like it might be more to an advantage for Sri Lanka to take it across him, maybe get that man back in a second slip position. But this is the line I'm going with for now. Not sure about the man back out at deep point. I don't think he's doing anything currently, unless it will be a poor delivery outside the off stump. But other than that, it might be an easy drop and run for them in that area. What's pulling out of it is Ackerman. Looks like something might have gone into his eye. There's been some interesting scenarios on cricket fields previously with bugs flying into people's mouths and to their eyes, and stoppages in play. Was that one match where I also think it was Proteas again.
Dragonfly?
No, it wasn't a dragonfly. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but yes, interesting reasons to stop playing cricket. Short and just outside the outside, well left by Marcus Ackerman, getting his bat and gloves comfortably out of the way as well.
So it almost looks like there's like a 2-lined attack here, so they're trying to use that man at backward point to get Ackerman to try and push the ball into that backward point region and get him caught behind the wicket. And they're also looking to let him fall over his stumps and get caught at mid wicket, as well as the guy at deep backward point with a deep backward square leg with a short ball.
Goes for a big drive, not really there for Ackerman. That wasn't quite the length to go for it, but off a waft, and luckily doesn't get any edge to it. Look at the replay. It's just outside the line of the off stump, going for a big booming drive, but gets nothing on it.
Carried to the keeper again, very, very low, isn't it?
Yeah, the pitch doesn't seem to have the most pace in it. We'll see what type of effect the sun baking down on it will have, where it will take a bit more pace. Back and just punched to that man at point for a comfortable single.
I mean, as you could see before that ball there, Marcus Ackerman is standing a considerable distance outside his crease, isn't he? Wanting the ball to slide on a little bit more. Also, by doing that, I won't say you take it away completely, but you eliminate a little bit of the LBW because you're a little bit further down the crease.
Yeah, and what it also does is with that little bit of swing coming in, negates a bit of that late swing he could possibly get by Malinga. So definitely a good ploy by Ackerman. He does feel comfortable doing that. Brunt seems to be a bit deeper in his crease. Again, just push through that cover region. It will come back for a second. And he's running there. That will relieve Neil Brunt, who has been on 17 for a while. And that moves his score up to 19.
You can see a clear tactic here as well from the Sri Lankan outfielders, throwing the ball into the keeper on the bounce. Trying to maybe rough up that one side so that they can get a little bit of swing with the Kookaburra turf. Once that lacquer wears off and you can actually polish the one side, the conventional swing takes over, doesn't it? And we saw what effect that had in Kimberley. It was massive in terms of what they could do.
But Fuller, again, punchy drive by Brunt. He's not even running. He knows that's going all the way to the boundary for 4. Again, Neil Brunt is not one that goes with a big follow through on his drives. He likes to check drive it, just control it, time it away. And so that's a good way for the SA side to end over number 19. They've moved up to 66 for 2.
Sure. Beautiful left-handed cover drive there. Just punchy sort of style, over-pitched. And that, as you said, Vad, that sort of eases the pressure of Brunt. He was in a little bit of a rut there at the moment, but got through it quite nicely. Got a couple of runs then that last ball over pitched.
Yeah, would have been a bit nervy when the A side lost 2 wickets close to each other at around 42, and so this partnership just easing things a bit. We see there will be a bowling change by Sri Lanka from the chalet end. Slow left arm orthodox coming in, and it is Wanuja Sahan coming into the attack, and we'll see if there's any purchase on this pitch. I'll also tell you the field settings. Things changing a bit now with the spinner coming in. They have a deep square leg going back on the boundary, and also a deep long on, which is an interesting call so early on to not have him up at the beginning. So already back, so it will be an area that the 2 left-handers will look to target to just punch it down the ground for a single. Also have a short mid-wicket and a cover in place, mid-off, and a deep backward point, almost the same position he was in for Leanaje, and so he's still there, sweeping about 10 meters from the boundary, and a slip in place.
Yeah, so obviously Marcus Ackerman is a really good exponent of the reverse sweep, which they saw in that first test. So they've given him sort of that respect early on.
Yeah, also a short leg in place under the helmet. Just beautiful strike rotation by Marcus Ackerman. Just putting it in that gap at point, and good strike rotation, and yeah, that's what they will look to do here against the spinners. Just have to keep an eye on if there's any turn.
One of the things is here as well, as I said, we're on the second wicket here at Willowmoore Park, which is it's sloped as you look at your screen a little bit left to right. So left arm spinner comes and he's going with that slope, isn't he, into the left-hander's pads.
Pops up, but behind that man at a short leg, and no problems for Neil Brunt in the end. But looks like there's a little bit of turn here so far.
So the leg side field here, you've got that long on back, but your mid wicket is extremely straight and catching, which is really good in-out field setting here from the Sri Lankans. As he comes into play, but misfields and allows the easy single.
Yeah, it looks like slow turn so far. So there is definitely some purchase here for Sahan, but it's slow, and the pitch doesn't look like it has a lot of pace. So you might see the batters using their feet a bit to get to the pitch of the ball.
As we can actually hear the wind howling through the commentary box here.
Bit too short again. Just works around by Ackerman. He will want to get the ball a bit fuller for Sahan. The pitch not having a lot of pace, the batters will tend to hang on the back foot.
It's that length that you're asking for, Werner. There we go, a little bit fuller, ask him to come forward, which Ackerman does on that occasion.
Yeah, especially with a slip and a short leg in place, you want him to come forward, get that bat pad close to each other. Brings out the sweep, strikes it powerfully away through the deep square leg region, all the way to the boundary. Marcus Ackerman so strong on the sweep, and a great way to end over number 20. It's an A-side on 72 for 2, and Marcus Ackerman just getting into his work.
As we said, Marcus Ackerman, really good exponent of the conventional as well as the reverse sweep, and it was literally just a matter of time before he was going to pull that out. Beautiful, beautiful sweep shot. Here by Ackerman, takes the score to 72 for 2 after 20 overs here. SAA ticking it along at about 3.6 to the over.
The man who left, just saw him collapse earlier on in the day. Vijay Sundara. Here he is, he's back, he's on his feet. The man who took 7 wickets in that second innings down in Kimberley. He's back trying to dismantle this partnership, which is going quite well here, Gordon.
Partnership is ticking along really, really nicely, isn't it? Ackerman, just the normal impetus that he puts into the innings. Like I said to you in basically off air, I don't think he was going to spend long into the wind. He was going to ask for the captain for a change. All of a sudden, revitalised, running downhill with the wind. What's going to be interesting to see what he does is use of the angles. He's been really, really good with. He's closer to the stumps and setting the batter up. He's got his wide point out. Starts off short, first up. Neil Brunt knocking it into the leg side. Just the slow nature of the wicket allows Neil Brunt that time to hit it nicely in front of square without too much fuss.
And the timing on that shot is absolutely exquisite. When the ball is not coming in as much as you thought you would, it feels as if you have to generate more power. But just look at that beautiful whip and getting the ball perfectly in the middle of the bat. Brilliant shot. The fact that he had to take it wide outside that off stump as well and play it across the line and still find that gap.
It's testament to the time that he had, isn't it? Change of tact straight away around the wicket here from Vijay Sundara. Change of guard there for Neil Brunt. He's probably going to look to get closer to that off stump, closer to the imminent sort of danger. Let's have a look what he does. Yeah, pretty much.
That thing you were talking about of the slope, like it's very evident when you're looking at it now from screen that the slope is slanting down from left down to the right hand side, which means that ball will be nipping away from that from the left-handers. And still, South Africa, like you said, top of the order, they have these left-handers just coming in, and so it's going to be easier work for Vijay Sundara here to just target a consistent line.
That's what I was saying in the first little while, as we see him running away from us. It was quite strange that it took him 8 overs, to go around the wicket with what they were doing. As I say, everything's heading down that way. I mean, the breeze is heading down that way today. The natural swing of the ball was going down that way. The slope, so everything's heading down that way, isn't it?
got solid protection as well in the covers, a short extra cover and an extra cover just above his right shoulder. And the one thing he's going to be very careful of here, Vijay Sundara, is to ensure that that line is where he keeps it. If he delves anywhere closer towards the stumps, very easy pickings for a player like Neil Brunt, who's very strong on the legs, plus very inviting gaps on the leg side as well.
Especially with the pace of the surface, isn't it? You know, that's why they've got those two men sort of short of the bat. You want them actually driving. You know, as soon as they go back, it allows them that time, and it becomes really, really easy to play. You want them just coming forward. Like he does on that occasion. Bit of a wind up there. I don't know if you saw that in the delivery stride. Yeah, big sort of wind up. Maybe a change in action, trying to put the batter off in terms of something visually a little bit different.
But all in all, it's the areas that he still hits that was important. Hits the deck hard, getting Neil Brunt on that front foot, because it's so easy to just overcompensate on that length, trying to get the batter onto that front foot, and then you throw it into a half volley and it's dispatched away for 4.
So that's what we've been saying, isn't it? You know, that's where he wants to be. But yeah, obviously not from a South African point of view. From a South African point of view, you want him, you know, mixing up those lengths. But beautiful delivery, wide of the wicket, in, and just holding its line, isn't it? Just on the slope there.
Very good stuff from Vijay Sundara. It's the end of over number 21, 76 for 2.
Sahan comes back into play here. A lot of chat around the field. Yeah, I think they want. I think the bowler wants some protection for that sweep. He's got that deep backward point out. There's a deep backward square leg has gone out now. So there's 3 fielders on the leg side: the long on, the conventional cow, and the deep backward square, all on the boundary. Ackerman knocks it up the ground to that long on. Comes into play now.
Really good play of spin, Marcus Ackerman.
Like I was saying, he's quite, with him being so small, it's very similar to Temba, isn't it? To find a length to players like that is sometimes really, really tough. And he's so well versed exactly on the back, on the front foot. It makes it difficult to bowl at him. But the deep backward square leg is coming up into more conventional. It's almost between 45 and a square leg. Better length there from Sahan. A little bit fuller. Rolling down the slope.
He's also in good touch, Marcus Ackerman. Leading run scorer in the CSA 4-day competition last season. His wicket was worth 57 runs. It's a very handy average, especially if you're batting at that high up in the order. Fortunate for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins, couldn't defend their championship in the 4-day series, but still showed promise of what's to come for the team.
He's almost coming of age, isn't he? You know, he's 28 years of age now, and only maturing as he gets older. He sort of knows what he's about and everything like that. So sometimes as a player, that really sort of helps you. Aerial to that mid-wicket, the mid-wicket was actually anticipating to his right, and the ball went to his left.
Seemed like it just held up on the surface for a little bit there, and also get that sponginess of bounce to Marcus Ackerman, but he dealt it well to just put it into a space, because it was aerial enough for the mid-wicket fielder.
I think this is just too easy at this moment in time for the South African batters. You know, with all 3 of those fielders back, they're going to have to make a decision as to what they do the next over, because that is very, very easy. And I think that is the difficulty bowling to a really, really tall batter and a really short batter, in terms of trying to find that length that works. As we said this morning, when you come to Willowmoore, the wicket on the square closer towards the change room side is synonymously, if I look from a coaching point of view, has got pace. But this one here has got a definite sort of soft underbelly, which is a lack of pace, which is quite strange. It'll be interesting to see how the wicket plays in the next couple of days, whether it actually does quicken up, or does it sort of stay this sort of slow the whole 4 days.
The good positive is the covering of grass over the surface. That means that as the days go by in the pitch, or with the sun bakes on the pitch, the likelihood of it breaking down and deteriorating will be much lesser because of how that grass will be holding it together. So there's a chance that as the days progress, batting might actually become a little bit easier, which might determine this toss to be a very good one for Sri Lanka to win.
Now, sometimes what happens is, because of the soft nature, we call it eggshelling, so it'll create little divots on the wicket, and if those divots harden, in your second and third innings, the ball actually goes around a little bit more, doesn't it? So you get more pace in the surface, but you also get that movement. Just a change of length there. Vijay Sundara, a little bit shorter. Hasn't quite enjoyed Benoni as much as Kimberley. Didn't enjoy bowling into the wind, and hasn't quite sort of found his stride necessarily yet.
But the thing is, we've seen from how the other pacers have been bowling in Eshan Malinga, Lianaga, and Mohammad Shiraz, that there is something on the surface for them. If you put it into the right areas, the surface is going to give you something back.
There's that wind up again. Ackerman down the ground. Beautiful. 4 runs.
Little bit over pitch, that from Vijay Sundara, straight as well. Punched back brilliantly from Marcus Ackerman. We saw in Kimberley that second innings he scored 27 from just 21 deliveries. So he's not afraid to take the balls on if they're there to be hit. He timed it perfectly. More wrist work than anything, and it's 4 runs.
But that length, he didn't actually really have to do much, isn't it? Just had to lean on it, yeah.
Can't help but feel like Vijay Sundara is trying to find the magic that he had in Kimberley. But then,
here we go. That's sort of what I think what the management and coaching staff will be asking him to do. Just stay there for a little while, because as you said, there is enough in the wicket, isn't it? If you leave it there, it's maybe a little bit. It's going to do something a little bit slower, but ask the question. And how long can you ask that question for before you go to maybe plan B and plan C and start sort of searching for the wickets as such?
Part of the reasons why the highest level of the game, they call it a test. It's a test of endurance, a test of patience. Can you keep being boring? Can you keep just doing that on and on and on, Gordon, until the time where the batter feels like they have to fend for it. They feel like, I can get this one on and just reverse the fresh pressure back to the bowler. But none of that in this over, because Ackerman has already done the job. It's already 5 runs taken, so not much pressure for South Africa to do further more damage.
Beautiful delivery there, as you can see, coming back up the slope into the wind. A deep backward square leg going back there now. Again, sort of what we're saying, isn't it? He's just bowled 2 really good deliveries, and a fielder goes back rather than just sort of sticking. Could be the double bluff, as it is. End of the over there. South Africa 85 for 2 after the 23rd.
It's good batting here from the South Africans, especially now as we head on closer to lunch. 10 minutes to go until lunch. The last thing you ever want as a batting side is that just before the end of the session, especially when you have a little partnership going on, 39 right now between Branta and Ackerman, is that you don't want to lose a wicket. You've already lost Tabang Ditole, who was looking phenomenal for his 27. Jean du Plessis just didn't last too long. And now you're looking for these two to take it on to the next session.
De Tole getting out to that short ball again, which is unfortunately becoming a little bit of a trend for him, isn't it? We need to make sure that as a player that he goes and addresses that. I'm sure Doozy down at the Dolphins there with the newly appointed head coach Quinton Friend, I'm sure they'll be doing their due diligence and sorting out Depang.
But a good positive is that we did see him take some control of the short delivery here and there. Beautiful 6 to the square. He pulled that shot with absolute authority. Just looked like he was comfortable until that short ball where Kinsey could have played a different shot at it. Really wasn't there for that pull he tried playing. Then just edged it up.
It'll be interesting to see what Zahan does here this over. As I said last over, without being too critical on him, was just too easy. He's gone dot here, so see if he can just find his range early on. As I say that, he strays up wide outside the off stump. Neil Brunt leans on that. They're going to come back for 2. Ackerman is really quick between the stumps. He's looking for the 3rd, and they've turned it down.
Just struggling a little bit with his lengths. It's really giving him problems trying to adjust for both Ackerman and Brunt. Saw that one a little bit too short and wide, too able to cut away. And so often in his first over, he was just being parried down to long on because of those lengths, rocking back onto the back foot so easily for the South Africans.
Brunt there using his feet, coming down. Sometimes as a batter you try and 1-2 punch him, so he dropped it short the last ball, hoping for a nice over-pitched one. Slight overcorrection, but not to be the case.
Those are the areas, isn't it, from Zahan? Nice loopy bounce, or nice loopy flight rather. Slow down the pace a little bit to allow the pitch to do something, and even allow the wind to do something as the ball travels down.
Talk about the wind, eh? You look at First Slip's pants there, it's still pumping. Ooh. Just gets it to stop in the wicket there. Brings it over to an end. South Africa a 87 for 2 after the 24th.
It's immense growth in the South African game. We see an increase in these A series that are happening now as the pool of players is slowly getting flooded with Division 1 and Division 2. Jean du Plessis last season playing in India A, South Africa A, from Division 2 into the South African A side. Many other players who can raise their hand and show that, hey, even me, I'm good enough. And here we're seeing them shine against other compositions from around the world.
Yeah, I think if we take a leaf out of the Indian sort of mentality, they want, a spread of 30 or 40 players who can play international cricket. That's what they want. And
remember there was a competition where India entered 2 teams, India and India B. I believe the second team was coached by Dravid as he was setting himself up. I forgot who was the main coach for India, but at that time you could look at the India B team and be like, hey man, these guys actually belong in the main team whilst there's still a main team competing.
I think obviously funds always does play an issue. India, their cricket bank account is flooded over, isn't it? Mm-hmm. They can play at any given time. So sometimes that is a bit of an issue. He's asked a lot of questions this over, and that's what you're wanting, isn't it?
It's gotten much better. But he's been bowling. He bowled a couple of those deliveries in that area, and they're nipping back towards Ackerman. You see, we saw Ackerman leave a bit from those areas, and it's just keep it there for as long as you possibly can. Sometimes the pitch won't give you the natural movement of the ball coming back in. It might keep straight, and that introduces the threat of the outside edge. The key is just keeping it in that one consistent area.
Wide of the crease that time. Here we go. This is the Vijay Sundar that we saw in Kimberley, isn't it? Asking a hell of a lot of questions, and then all of a sudden, from nowhere, sort of producing a magic delivery. Now it looks like he's gotten into his work a little bit later in Benoni, but he's found something this over. And what's amazing to see is all of a sudden, once you're consistent, there's no field changes, there's no plan B, plan C. Now you can really head into your work. If you look at Ackerman there again, really, really far outside of his crease, trying to negate any of that movement, isn't it?
Also shuffles across his off stump very much. His back foot is aligned with the off stump already, so when he comes across with his front foot, he's already playing outside the line of the off stump. It's very good coverage of his stumps, which means that he understands which balls to play and which not to play, and that's why he's leaving it so well. And when he does defend, it's hitting the meat of the bat because he's reading the line so well.
I think that's what we were saying with Vanna a bit earlier on air, isn't it? With a little bit of age comes that sort of batsmanship, doesn't it? It looks like he's moved. No, he's still on off stump, as you say, shuffles across a little bit. Slight back of a length ball there. You can see the lack of pace in the surface, not allowing the timing that Ackerman was after there.
But this is the stuff there from Vijay Sundara. You saw that Ackerman just reached for it. If he wanted to, he could have left it like he has been all along. But eventually there will be one where he feels like he can guide it down to that deep backward point for one, so he can at least rotate the strike. It's good usage of the ball here from Vijay Sundara. Leave and make him play.
It gets to deep backward point in absolutely no time. Me to the bat. Would have been a maiden up until then. Takes South Africa 88 for 2 after 25 overs here.
It's well worked over from Vijay Sundara. Just working on Ackerman here. And in that over we were speaking about India. And they'll actually be coming on to play South Africa, as the Proteas men will be taking on the ICC T20 World Champions in India. That will be happening in November for a thrilling 4T20 match. 4T20s watching the finals of the ICC T20 World Cup again. Will South Africa get its revenge? Get your tickets at www.cricket.co.za. Get more information at cricket.co.za. We say hashtag Wozanawe, hashtag be part of it.
And our Protea ladies in Pakistan at the moment as well. We're thinking of them as they prepare for the World Cup in the UAE. They play Pakistan in 3 T20s, I think, and then move on to the World Cup. So, we'll be holding thumbs and watching with the change of bowling. Yeah, new one. Fernando comes on, right arm off spinner from the chalet end.
Comes in, Nuanido Fernando, averaging 49 with the ball. It's pretty fantastic with the bat. But you can see from the figures, very much a part-time bowler just coming in now. The session is about to end. Hopefully, some complacency comes about from the batting side. They've established their partnership, 46 from 77. Then you see this part-timer coming in, you're like, hey, let's try something out, try something different. That's where sometimes the wicket falls.
Now, as we did give Sahana a little bit of stick, it was a little bit easy, wasn't it? So they've gone for the right arm off spinner to turn it away from the two left-hand batters. That's obviously the tactics they've looked to use, and that short leg has gone now in front of the offside. A deep backward square is coming up into what would be the one-day circle. Looking to put a little bit of pressure here before lunch, as you said, in Pendula.
And it is the final over before lunch. And Nuanido Fernando will want to just pop it in front of that off stump to tempt Brunt into the front foot, which they're trying to take away with that player at the silly point, Lahiri Udara. That's it. That's what you want. You just saw the hesitation from Neil Brunt there. Do I go forward? Decided to stay back because of the threat of the silly point.
Last ball here before the lunch break. And so ends the first session.
What a balanced session that was. 2 wickets for Sri Lanka, getting Tapang Ditole, who was looking rather ominous on his 27, and then getting Jean Duplessis, who on his day can become a real menace. But this leaves the partnership to 47 runs between Ackerman and Brandt, which has been a well-constructed one.
Yeah, I think if you're going to win the toss and choose to bowl, you can't have the opposition 89 for 2. You know, you've got to have them at least 3 or 4 down. And what was quite evident to me, there wasn't enough sort of questions being asked from those Sri Lankan bowlers. It was too easy. There was periods where South African batters were just allowed to knock the ball too easy. You know, in terms of length. You know, not coming forward and everything like that. So Sri Lankans will have to regroup after lunch. And South African batters will just have to give some information back there as to what the pitch is doing. And as we can hear, I mean, this wind is still really causing havoc here with in Benoni. Yeah, so if you're in the area close to Willowmoore Park, come and watch some red ball cricket. I know there's a couple of fans in, but yeah, we don't often get the opportunity in our country to watch red ball cricket. So come down. It's not the hashbang wallop of white ball cricket. So yeah, let's come down and watch some red ball cricket.
Beautiful way to end your Sunday after church, coming and enjoy high quality first class cricket. It's 89 for 2 after 26 overs as we bring the end to the first session. Mohammad Shiraz has been there, Niwanidu Fernando has been there, but it has been Eshan Malinga and Janet Leanaga who have gotten the wickets. Neil Brunt and Marcus Ackerman will come and return for South Africa as we go line our stomachs with some food. You better go do the same as we bring you more cricket after this break. Lunch is done, stomachs are filled. Hopefully there will be a filling of runs and wickets as we begin day number 2 here at Willowmoore Park in Benoni. It's 89 for 2 for South Africa, having lost the wickets of Tsepang Ditole on 27 and Jean Duplessis without affecting the score. So it's now Marcus Ackerman on 27, Neil Brunt on 33, and Mohammad Shiraz with the ball, and Gordon Matheson next to me.
Yeah, so during the lunch break, we'll have to see what the tactics would have, or the discussions around tactics would have been with the Sri Lankans. 2 40-run stands from the South African batters there, and in my opinion, obviously not enough questions asked. So we'll have to see what they do and how they go about their business here. As you can see, there's lack of pace in the wicket, really playing its part, becoming evident with only one slip being employed for most of that first session. So probably another hard sort of grind here for the Sri Lankan seamers. And that wind still really swirling, as you can probably hear in our mics. It is quite a stiff breeze.
And you talked about the hard grind for the Sri Lankans and how they won the toss, electing to bowl first, and not really the position they would have seen themselves being in after the first session, only having taken 2 wickets. Here's Mohammad Shiraz.
So that would be something that I spoke around. So how many balls have the batters come forward and it's sort of hit the splice, pretty much like that one. So we speak around red ball cricket and that, and how long can you hold your patience for, rather than going to a plan B or plan C. Can you just hold it there?
Shiraz was bowling really well, coming around the wickets just before the end of the session. And he was forcing both Brunt and Ackerman to ask some level of questions with their leaves and some of the defensive strokes. He's looked a little bit threatening coming around the wicket here, Mohammad Shiraz, amongst all the bowlers.
But if you ask questions for 2 or 3 balls and you go for a boundary every now and then, it almost negates the question, doesn't it? And that would be the Sri Lankan plan. Can they ask those questions for a little bit longer?
And it's always tricky for a batting side to re-find that rhythm that they had prior to the end of the session. It is such a rhythmic thing, is batting. So now it's on Neil Brunt and Marcus Ackerman to regroup and restart their partnership, even though they've been there for 47 runs.
100%. It's that ebb and flow. So we're going to have to see what this second session of day 1 throws at us. I mean, from a coaching perspective, we always used to talk around that little purple patch. So the 12 to 18 ball period, if you can keep someone quiet for 12 to 18 deliveries, as a batter, they're going to look for something, even if it's the single, or they're going to look to maybe force something that's not there. If you ask a question for 3 or 4 balls and then just allow it, then you got to regroup and you got to restart. So
very sharp single. And sometimes situations like that happen where the batter feels under pressure to just get off strike and just get out of all of that immensity that the bowler's throwing at them, so they push for singles where sometimes they might put themselves under risk. But that was a good one.
I reckon Ackerman there thought they would probably go at the bowler's end. I didn't think that Ackerman thought they'd go at the keeper's end there. Brunt maybe a little bit sluggish in setting off there.
thing is, over the course of the entirety of the tour, since the 50 over competition, 50 over tour, Sri Lanka have been excellent on the field. They have been brilliant, shying at the stumps where opportunities come, creating opportunities where there are none, and a very awesome team spirit to just watch it happening.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans have. I think they can, no matter what happens with this test, they can leave the South African shores with their head really, really held high. They really equipped themselves well in the one day. You know, they did really nicely in that first sort of test. So can they end the tour on a positive note? And again, you know, I've got my coaching hat on. Can they give the Sri Lankan coach some headaches? You know, they obviously over there in England at the moment. So as you can see, Fernando's actually already vacated the squad, which tells you he might be in their thinking in terms of the Sri Lankans' next series. They've opted for Fernando just straight after lunch again, turning the ball away from the two left-handed batters. He's got a sort of a hovering long off, sort of 3/4 of the way back. And again, just too simple in my opinion. Unfortunately, just allowing the batters just to rotate strike. Marcus Ackerman there, just knocking it to the left-hand side of the mid-on fielder and just almost walking through for the one.
He was guilty of this just before the end of the session as well. Nwanito Fernando just giving those easy runs, or rather, it wasn't Fernando.
Shahan.
It was Wanuja Sahan, indeed.
Sahan, yeah.
Just giving those ones, not finding the correct length. He ended up doing so in his very final over, but he was bowling these sorts of areas where Fernando's doing now, where both the left-handers can just hit the poles at long on and long off and get those ones.
And then drops it short. Ackerman onto that inner flash. Hits it into the stands. Brings up the 50-run stand between those two former St. Stithians boys. Takes the score there on to 92 for 2. We've already mentioned in our commentary how difficult it is to find length to Ackerman. Just an example of it there with no protection on the boundary.
It was incredible footwork from Marcus Ackerman to open his body up like that and just open that big area on that leg side where there isn't protection. It was a cracking sound from the bat as well.
If you get that length, it's almost a free ball, isn't it? So now they've gone 6-1-1, so the rest of the over, in essence, is a free over. So that pressure of the first over is almost dissipated, just going into that next over.
No, sometimes you need a little bit of hurt to guide you back into the right path. And that's what Nwanito Fernando experienced there. It was just a little bit too short. We talked about it. They got those ones and he finally got the punishment. And straight after that, he readjusted his lengths perfectly to where they need to be. And like you said, 50-run partnership is up. South Africa nearing 100 runs, only having lost 2 wickets. Getting 100 runs under 30 overs, being put to bat first, is actually a very good return with 2 wickets lost.
That's exactly what I think the Sri Lankan skipper would be wanting from Shiraz there. Just to hold that there, just for a couple of overs, isn't it? Just a bit of respite.
It's such a difficult thing because the stumps are always so tantalizing. Trying to get the player to drive is always so tantalizing because you just want that wicket as a bowler. But sometimes you have to earn it if the batter's batting well.
Again, just a good example of the slow nature where Brunt has got so much time, can get in behind it and almost fend it to gully, which is just strange here for Willowmoore Park. As I say, the closer you get to the the change room side, the quicker the wicket synonymously is. So very strange to see the placid nature pace-wise of this wicket. Little inside edge there onto the thigh pad. No harm, no fuss.
But we spoke about the nature of the surface during the lunch interval of air, speaking about how soft it is and the implications that it actually has on how it's playing right now when they're trying to put in the stump mic. Just a lot of moisture under the surface of the track. We wonder if that's going to actually dry up as the day goes by.
That's the questions you want, isn't it? In terms of the Sri Lankan, attack. But because it's so slow, the batter's got that little bit of extra time just to adjust and make that adjustment. As you can see, Brunt there just sort of insinuating the tennis ball nature of the track. I think the wind will also play a massive part in terms of drying out the wicket. It'll all depend how far below the surface that moisture goes. Moisture is just below the surface. It'll dry out quite nicely. Again, fended outside the off stump. If that moisture's too far down, the pace of the wicket, in all essence, will probably stay the same. So, wicket taken, you'll have to come up with some good plans, and in terms of how long can you be consistent and patient, which is, in all innocence, that is the test. That is why you play the red ball cricket.
But then on a surface like this, how do you see the fourth innings play out? Should it not actually dry up?
Well bowled there from Shiraz, maiden over. South Africa's score doesn't move, 98 for 2 after 29 there. Now look, it's going to be slow the whole time, isn't it? So what would your wicket taking option be in terms of those slow options? And no better team to exploit that than the Sri Lankans. But having said that, we spoke a little bit earlier on air how well they've fared in South African conditions with the white ball and in that first test. So they'll almost have to go back to homegrown conditions to make sure that they're competitive here. And they'll have to do it sooner rather than later, because South Africa's 100 is nearing up here. Two batters really set fair, and not many questions asked, unfortunately.
That's kind of the areas that he wants. Even Pasindu Surya Bandara standing at slip approves of those areas. See, just not getting to Ackerman, or Ackerman not getting to the ball.
But deep backward square there, no car corner. How long before Ackerman waits to sweep? Just biding his time, waiting for the right length. He's got a point fielder out as well, so brings in both Ackerman's sweeps. Goes now to that long point fielder. They'll scurry through for 2.
Eshan Malinga just covering that whole area down there. A little bit wide, slightly shorter. Ackerman will be good with those. Like we said, fancy feet. And it's 100 runs up for the South Africans as well. Just needs to go back to find that area where it pushes them onto that front foot. That's actually much better, that one. Very deep in his crease was Ackerman in playing it.
He's eyeing out that mid-wicket area, isn't he? There it is. Ooh. Goes past everyone. We'll have to wait for the umpire's signal. It is 4 bars. 4 bars obviously makes a keeper really unhappy. He's just missed that. You could get that feeling that Ackerman was wanting to implement that sweep.
Like you said, just that deep backward square, not really fine enough to stop a well-played sweep shot. Goes for the attempt, just spinning around the bat. It was unsighted though, was the wicket keeper. Still wants him to stop that, and then it runs down for 4.
I definitely need to stop that as a first-class keeper.
3 runs for South Africa. They put a very, very short 45, a silly 45.
Appeal, and he has given him. That is what we've been asking for from the Sri Lankans. Just a couple more questions. Just off the straight, Ackerman goes back and he's trapped in front. Has to trudge off after doing all the hard work. Gets to the hard work and then unfortunately has been beaten by one that looks like it skidded on a little bit to him. Caught him plumb in front. Umpire Paleke had no hesitation in raising his finger.
Absolutely none whatsoever. That is as plumb can be. Very full, very straight. You could say he could have gone into the front foot on that one to play it, but he rocked it back just like he did the ball before. Didn't make a good connection. No connection at all. Loses his wicket. It's 3 down for South Africa. 104 for 3. Stewart Brevis makes his way to the crease.
Yeah, it's been a good little spell for Sri Lanka A here now after the lunch break. It looked like SAS were starting to get momentum, but getting this wicket will do them very well. Yeah, Ackerman hanging on the back foot might have been a touch fuller than he expected. And Stewart Brevis, first class average of 34 with 350s and 2 centuries. And the majority of those runs came in the last season. He averaged 40 in the 4-day series domestically. In 7 matches he made 447 runs, 250s, 2 centuries. He also picked up 9 wickets at an average of only 24 in this 4-day series. So maybe he will get a bit of a roll with the ball in this match. He did very well in that one-day match as well, where he picked up a 4-for. But predominantly his work now is to make runs. That's the currency. And he has talked about wanting to play Test cricket for the Proteas. So this is his opportunity to make a mark. Good running. It's a good call there from Brevis, calling Brown through for that single. Brevis is very quick between the wickets, so he made his crease comfortably.
These two also playing for the Momentum Multiply Titans, so there'll be a level of chemistry between them. Neil Brunt, the captain of Stewart Brevis when they are with the Sky Blues. So hopefully, for the South Africans having just lost Ackerman right after the session, they'll be backing on this partnership to start building it up. And even though after this, the next batter is also a Momentum Multiply Titan in Rivaldo Munsami.
Plenty of Titans in this side. They will be used to high-foul conditions. This pitch is a touch slow today, a bit soft as we've been talking about. One slip and one gully in place for the old Brevis, catching mid-wicket and a catching cover as well. Looking for that one to stop on him. Short and just worked to that man at the deep point. Easy single there for Brevis. Good manipulation of the hands to get it into the gap.
It's what they're going to want to do here, Brunt and Brevis. Just get the ones going, especially now since they have a left-right combination. Just want to throw off the Sri Lankan bowlers who started getting into some sort of rhythm, especially the pacers, started getting into some sort of rhythm to both the left-handers bowling around the wickets. So the introduction of Brevis is just going to unsettle them a little bit.
Back of the length. Nice soft hands from Brunt, despite it taking the edge of the bat straight to the ground. And Brevis generally, especially in white ball cricket, likes to take on the spinners. So it'll be interesting to see how he does once spin bowls to him, and whether he wants to take it on immediately or he just eases himself into the innings. Of course, plenty of time to play, and I do think he does have the game for this format as Brevis. He has a good technique generally. and in behind it solidly is Brunt.
Speaking of spin, they'll be happy. Nishan Piris is not playing here today. Was the leading wicket taker for the National Super League in Sri Lanka over the 4-day competition. We saw him play in Kimberley, but the surface was very much for the Pacers, even though he did chip in with some wickets of his own. But right now, the South Africans needing to deal with the menace of seam again.
Fuller, square driven by Brunt, the man at the deep point, running around, and he lets it go through. It's 4 runs, not able to keep it in. It's very fine is that point, so he had a lot of work to do, got to it, doesn't manage to keep it in.
Janeth Lianaga trying his best. It was a really good shot from Brunt. He's happy with that drive. Just the timing is spectacular for a pitch that is this low. However, Janeth Lianaga in the deep would surely wanted to do better, despite the fact that he had so much work to do. If you get there, you just want to get the job done. It's 110 for 3.
Gets his one to come back in a bit, takes the inner half of Brunt's bat. Running the first one quickly, he's coming back for the second, it's going to be tight, but the throw comes to Brevis' end. I don't think he expected it, but good running from Brunt, putting pressure on the fielder.
Fantastic awareness as well from the Sri Lankans. Neil Brunt was always going to make it home, and Brevis just waited for a bit to ensure that Brunt is okay with the second run, and indeed he was. Fantastic awareness, but the throw was a bit wayward. It's 112 for 3 after 31 overs.
Yeah, the game is still very much in the balance at this stage. That third wicket just bringing it back for Sri Lanka after a good partnership between Marcus Ackerman and Neil Brunt. Neil Brunt will want to continue leading the side here from the front with the bat. He went on that tour to New Zealand with the Proteas when all the main players weren't available for selection, and did a good job with the ball. Didn't quite make his mark with the bat. He wants to show that is his first priority. That is his main attribute. So to Brevis, they have a man in at slip and also a short leg under the helmet, catching mid-wicket, catching cover. And man at a deep backward point going out to the boundary now, and there's also a deep mid-wicket. And quite a deep long on as well, not all the way back to the boundary, maybe 3/3 of the way. And Brevis just plays it into that gap to the man at point, easy way to rotate the strike.
Nuwana De Fernando will want to ride the confidence that he got Marcus Ackerman's wickets with. Nice and full, straight, and that wicket ball was a touch quicker. Trapped Marcus Ackerman on his crease. Now he's bowling to another left-hander in Neil Brunt. He's just been giving singles away to Neil Brunt, looking to tighten that offside area because they've just been pushing it down to long on and long off. So that short extra cover is very tight onto the crease, trying to remove that front foot shot.
Yeah, interesting position. Almost catching it off, Salim it off. The man at the short leg is also further behind square, so he's a bit round the corner from Brunt, so he's not in front. Really trying to cramp up Brunt here, trying to take out his options.
Haven't seen Neil Brunt sweep today. Wouldn't think of the option behind square to be useful against him because of that sweep. Against Marcus Ackerman made sense because Marcus Ackerman is a big sweeper of the ball. Here, I would rather that man under the helmets makes it home, Neil Brunt.
Yeah, it looked a bit closer than it was in the end, but Neil Brunt gets home safely. And maybe not running it as quick as he could have. But for Brevis now they have a deep lead and a deep backward square leg, almost 15 meters up from the boundary. So they know that he does enjoy a sweep and working it through the leg side. Short tries to work it through the outside, but good fielding there from Pavan Ratnayaka at cover.
Sri Lanka's really good in the field. Pavan Ratnayaka in, Pasindo Surya Bandara, the captain, going to high-five his teammates because that was a certain boundary. It was there to be hit by Brevis. Great stop.
Just punch back to Fernando. It ends over number 32. The SA is at 114 for 3. Brevis just joining Neil Brunt at the crease. We do see a few fans have come in to watch the cricket. It's good to see entrance is free, so if you are in the Benoni, Boxburg, Kempton Park area, it's all close enough to come down to Willowmoore Park.
What's also close enough from here is the DP World Wanderers. That's where the first game of the CSA T20 Challenge will be happening. It's the Yuckskate Derby, where we'll have fans, and even more fans than that, coming in to watch the DP World Lions take on the Momentum Multiply Titans. What a way to open the season. Make sure that you get your tickets at www.cricket.co.za. That will be starting on the 27th of September. The game kicking off at 6 p.m. It's the Yuckskate Derby. It's the CSA T20 Challenge, brought to you by Cricket South Africa.
An exciting way to start off the domestic season. And Hisham Malinga will continue around the wicket, just shifting his marker a bit and to get his run up right. Easier to run in from this side today with the wind at your back. And it's Neil Brown to face up to him. One slip and a gully in play, still that deep backward point and a deep square leg out on the boundary. Just word into that area at points. Been easy singles for the batters today in that area with that man on the boundary. I wonder whether the Sri Lanka side can't consider to bring him into the ring possibly. Make him try and go for a boundary and try and hit the ball a bit harder rather than just allowing that easy strike rotation by these two.
Especially since the partnership is still afresh. You want to try find a way to keep the new man in strike. Don't want him to feel like there are ways for him to rotate the strike. And again, that left-right partnership is just going to be a pain to the Sri Lankans as they keep changing the field. And those ones are so important for the batting team to just keep the runs scoring. So Sri Lanka must be wary of those.
Short, pulled, and it just goes wide of the man and mid on. And Neil Brown's rushing back for the second. It's good running from him. Rushing Deovold Brevis a bit. Didn't get a full extension of the arms, and that is an area that they will target. It is the type of delivery that has found Brevis wanting a bit in the past. Not quite getting a full extension, cramping himself up, not getting on top of it. So it's definitely an area that they will be targeting. Much better delivery, a bit fuller straight. Brevis solidly in behind it.
And Eshan Malinga, even since Kimberley, has just been so persistent on that area where he just gave Brevis some trouble. That's where he eventually got the wickets of Jean du Plessis as well. A lot of movement happening off and after the ball has pitched. Got the edge of Jean du Plessis in between bat and pad, and it was adjudicated as out. Those are the exact same areas he will be wanting to execute here against Brevis.
Plays that one well as Brevis gets on his toes, plays it behind point. That man at deep point running around to cut it off. But another two, so a busy start here by Deovold Brevis.
That was a real excellent shot from Brevis. There was no space whatsoever given by Malinga right on his body. He's able to manipulate himself and his wrists to guide that down to the vacant third man area where it went for two. Good confidence, just see him dancing around, getting his groove going. It's just 7 balls in. Needs around another 13 to feel like as if he can start going.
Again, finds the gap, does Brevis. And again, they will come back for a second. And that's the hallmark of a good batter, being able to find the gaps even when they aren't big. And even the good deliveries, able to get it away.
I like it for now that he's not trying to hit the ball too hard. Just looking to get into the space and rotate the strike, like you said, that they are doing so very well. Maybe that's where we see this chemistry between them playing for the same team now coming through and showing its full colours, because they're making it look easy.
Yeah, they are so far. Brevis is getting himself into good positions, and as you say, getting those feet moving early on in his innings. Oh, man down from Brevis. That's never a nice one to receive, but he seems okay. We'll walk it off, and it is the end of over number 33, as the score has quickly moved up to 121 for 3. Productive over for the SAA side, with 7 coming from it.
It's good bowling from Malinga actually, but it was just met by equally better batting by the South Africans. Those twos, just them being able to, like you said, manipulate the ball into the spaces, because there are gaps just everywhere because of the slow nature of the surface. They're trying to create some catching options around the bat, so out in the deep, if you find the space, you get your ones and twos. And even off club cricket from Sunday, coming in to watch some international cricket, why wouldn't you?
Oh, gets it fine, does Neil Brunt, just works it around the corner. He's running towards the boundary, slowing up, and the fielder looks like he will be able to hold it in. They come back for an easy 3, and just wrestling back some of the momentum in this last couple of overs, the SAA side.
It's a sharp partnership as well. 20 from 19 deliveries, 20 from out of nowhere really. Neil Brunt getting an easy one. Maybe Fernando trying to shock him into just popping it into the man at shorts 45 and the helmet. But Brunt has been there for a while, getting his timing well, played it very fine, and it was deliberate from him as well to get those 3 runs. He's on 46.
And the one in Nindu Fernando will have to make sure he gets his length right here, because Brevis is very quick to get on the back foot. As the moment you drop short, a lot of space on the offside for him to work it through. Again, he's working the gap. Quick single, Brunt just makes it through. And good calling again. And good understanding between these two, putting the pressure back on the Sri Lanka side.
Must be infuriating as the Sri Lankan fielders seeing this happen, because it's not as if the bowlers are not hitting good areas. They're hitting really decent areas, but the batting between Brevis and Brunt, they just connecting at a different level, and all they're seeing is green. They're just able to extract those runs and minimize the dot balls, which is something very rare to see and say in red ball cricket.
Down the wicket is Brunt, but defends it. Good use of the feet.
Genuinely love the fact that they're not being bogged down, and the work that they've done in the past 2-3 overs means that now that they've taken 4 overs in this particular one, 4 runs, the pressure to try and put more on the board in these final balls of this over is just not there anymore. It's taken 4 runs, it's easy, let's take it easy, let's go to the next over. And that's just the process they need to continue going on.
Beautifully punched through the outside by Brunt. Not being able to tie them down now, the Sri Lanka bowlers. Good strike rotation between Brunt and Brevis. You can see he's a bit of a part-timer, is the one into Fernando, giving a loose delivery every over, giving that opportunity to get off strike. It's also doing is they have to change the field the whole time, tiring out the fielders. Short, and that's what I'm talking about. He's able to manipulate the field as Brevis, running the first one hard and then coming back for the second again, and again, very good running. So despite that line not being wide, just the length, he creates that room for himself. And it's the end of over number 34. They've moved up to 128 for 3, and another over that's very productive. It's gone for 8.
Happy stuff here for the South Africans. They are working hard, Brunt and Brevis. 24-run partnership in 24 balls. 60 overs left scheduled for the game's play. We are going to be playing a total of 90. It's test match rules, even though it's labeled as an unofficial game, and even though it's a 4-day game as well. South Africa have lost 1 wicket in the session, very early in the session. Marcus Ackerman.
Good line by Malinga. And Brunt just trying to get outside the line there. Coming across his stumps, trying to get himself outside the line for any LBW calls, but it's good bowling.
And you know what, Brunt has had a taste of that international competition, even though the New Zealand series was a lackluster one from a South African perspective, but he got the taste, he got the opportunity, and even led the team down in New Zealand. And speaking to him a couple of weeks ago, he's still very keen to get that experience again, but also do it with the main side would probably be something even a bit more special, and play his role, as South Africa are in that situation of actually looking for a specialist opening batter right at the top.
Yeah, and apart from that, also somebody who can bat in the top order and bowl, because just relying on the bottom 4 bowlers and nobody in the top being able to bowl, just take away from the balance. Good batting there from Brunt, just getting solidly in behind it again. So yes, it always gives that extra option if you have a guy in the top 6 who can bowl, and he's a very good left-arm orthodox spinner is Neil Brunt. He had quite a good season domestically for the Titans with the ball, even though he didn't have the best season with the bat. He took 4 matches in the 4-day series. He took 12 wickets at an average of 16, strike rate of 38. That's very good.
And also is that awkward kind of spinner, because he's a giant man. He's long, he's tall, and he's also a left arm spinner, spinning it away from the right hander, which is a valuable skill set to have with predominant teams being constructed with right hand batters. If you just take a look at the top 5 of Sri Lanka here today, they're all right handed batters, for instance.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, because of that height, he gets extra bounce. That's Brunt. Lets that one go comfortably.
And then Shan Malinga has been constructing his spell pretty decently here after the lunch interval. Went for a little bit of runs in his first inning, in his first spell, but right now he's recovered it well. He's getting the batters to play because of those areas that he's bowling. And you saw with the previous one, just asking for them to drive because they've been defending and leaving so much. Wanting to bring that gully into play, or that short extra cover as well.
Again, worked into that gap at point, and a quick single call by Braves, going for the second for overthrows, and an easy one. A fielder at the deep, not coming in as he should when backing up, and so that's another 2 to end the over. So it was a good over up until then. Just concedes that extra run right at the back end. Total moves up to 130 for 3 at the end of 35, and Neil Brunt only 1 away from a half century.
Speaking so much about these 2 gentlemen playing for the Momentum Multiply Titans, that the domestic South African season also contains the women. And Cricket South Africa and the Hollywood Bets are actually excited to bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro Series. The Women Professional League is made up of the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and the Hollywood Bets Pro 20, which will be starting on that Friday, the 4th of October, 2024. Catch all the ladies in action and get your tickets at cricket.co.za. Be part of it. We say, Woza Nawe.
Yeah, it is Anuja Sahan coming into the attack now. They've brought that man at deep point a lot straighter now for the Old Braves, so he's sweeping more on the boundary, and so they know he's very strong through that area. The man at mid-on and mid-off are now up close, so they're tempting him to potentially go over the top. The left arm orthodox spinning it away from him, and he goes to that gap straight to that sweeper, and that's what Brevis does well. Gives himself the room. It was a fairly straight delivery, but he takes that front foot away to give himself the opportunity to work it through the offside.
It was about time that we saw the left arm spinner coming back into the attack. Can really become threatening if the ball doesn't spin. Attacking the inside of the bat can be very threatening when the ball does spin. Attacking the outside of Brevis's bat.
Punches it down the ground. So for Brand, they do have the man at long on out on the boundary. So it's for a new batter. They're tempting him to try and go over the top. And it's Brandt who brings up his 50. He raises his bat to the dressing room. And it's his 21st first-class 50 to go along with his 6 centuries. And he'll want to make it a big one here. He knows his job is not done yet.
Incredible innings from Neil Brandt. Hasn't felt flustered. Had a couple of deliveries with Mohammad Shiraz earlier on in his innings whilst the ball was hooping around.
Again, work through that same gap by Brevis. They're just not able to bowl dot balls to him at the moment.
But Neil Brandt has really worked well, 5 fours, and he's been running brilliantly between the wicket as well to compile that 50 from 102 deliveries, taking his time. Proper opener's innings, this.
Oh, I want keeping a touch low. Braun hanging on the back foot. Almost the same way that Mark got Marcus Ackerman earlier on in the session. So he just needs to be wary of that.
For a tall man, he did well to get that low, Neil Brandt. If it was any quicker, it might be in trouble. And you know, now with the ball spinning towards him, all of a sudden that short 45 under the helmet behind him now makes sense.
Yeah. It does indeed. Also a man at short cover and a catching with wickets. And a good tidy way to end the over by Wanuja Sahan. 36 overs gone. SAS had on 133 for 3. And with those few big run overs, they've brought the rate back up to 3.7. You might have seen Brevis just indicated that he wants some new gloves, and so they're running out of some gloves for him.
It's 36 overs gone so far for the South Africans. Batting pretty decently for the conditions that they were put into. The ball was moving around pretty well in the morning. They did well to sustain that pressure. Tsebang Ditole played brilliantly, just took the attack back to the Sri Lankans until he went for a little bit too many. Top aging one to the top and being caught. Marcus Ackerman was looking very good, as he has been since Kimberley. Fortunately, just getting one that crept a little bit low and trapped him LBW. It was quicker as well. And here we are. Devil Brevis is batting pretty briskly. Seamers are not express pace. Fast medium. So they're going to need to do a lot to generate that pace and generate that bounce that they want to get using the short ball ploy. We haven't seen it work so far for the Sri Lankans. Not yet.
Again, that same area we're talking about. Quick run. Brevis gets through, drops his bat. And looks like he would have just made it home. And again, good calling between these two. And again, not plugging that area. They've managed to rotate the strike with. And yeah, I think the main call from for Dearwood Brevis is just to get some consistency into his game. We all know the talent that he does have. And you can see it when he bats. Call is just for him to get runs more at a more consistent basis, and he definitely has the ability to do that. And season lies ahead is a big one for him if he wants to break into that Protea side.
And it's not that young players are not getting sides, definitely are. Tristan Stubbs breaking in. You might also think he's an old cat in the hat. He's also below 25 years old. Whole series of players coming through the South African talent pools.
Short delivery down leg. Brevis wisely decides not to go after this one, and it ends over number 37. SA are on 139 for free.
Seeing a lot of experimentation from both the coaches, Shukri Conrad and Rob Walters, on either side of the teams, the T20 sides. Mountains of players coming through. Patrick Kruger is in the series. He just made his debut. Kwena Maphara. Lots of other players also making their way into the emerging sides. Players making their ways into the SAA sides here playing. And we've seen both the coaches bring some of those players into the main setup, giving them the exposure and sometimes giving them game time. So for Dewald Brevis here to really put in his stamp of authority next season, even for Neil Brunt as well, who's in the fringes, these are the times that can make or break them. This partnership is going to give them that big confidence as the season moves on.
Yeah, there's other players like Peter as well. They've now called up Andile Semelane, and he's made a beautiful century at the emerging side against Zimbabwe emerging. So some young players just getting a touch, some experience, getting that exposure. So even if they don't play a lot of games, just to be in that international environment, get an idea of how professional it is, how the players go about their work. Down the wicket is Brandon, beautifully stroked through that extra cover region, and all made by the footwork, getting to the pitch of the ball, and just exquisite driving.
That is extraordinary from Neil Brunt. Effortlessly done. He just glided down the pitch. Everything was poetry in motion. Everything was in sync. The balance was perfect. The timing, out of this world, and the ball out of this ground for a 4.
What he also did was get beside the ball while it was going down. Again comes down the wicket, goes straight, and the man at the long on needs to run around. Full length dive, and good effort, but not enough. And Brunt really putting pressure back here on Wanuja Sahan.
Oh, these shots from Brunt are absolutely magnificent. It's top draw stuff. Look at it again. It's exactly the same shot, but this time hit straight back through the bowler. Brilliant. Oh, that is just out of this world. Even the fielder couldn't do much. Was standing pretty square.
Coming around the wicket now, turning it back into Brunt. So just changing the angle.
Just got out batted there. Just got out cricketed. Did Sahan, did nothing too much wrong. Those were the areas he was bowling. It's just that Brunt was able to get to the pitch of the ball so well, and he punished him twice in a row.
Yeah, it's always lovely to see a batter use his feet well against the spinners. Again comes down and just punches it to the man and long on, and that is a very productive over for Neil Brunt. He takes 9 off it and keeps the strike as they come to the end of over number 38. 148 for free, and Brunt's moved up to 60 runs.
Happy hunting grounds for Neil Brunt. South African flags being waved in the pavilion as well to support the boys here at Benoni. It's a beautiful Sunday that we have here. No cloud in the sky. Spring is certainly here.
Spring is here, but we still have some August winds lingering around. Quite a stiff breeze today, and it's not letting up just yet. It's been here all day long, and we will have another bowling change. Let's see a bowler marking out his crease, and they do need to pull things back a bit now to Sri Lanka. It's not been easy going over the last few overs, and it's Hita Vijayasundara back into the attack. It's good to see him back on the park. It wasn't good when he went out off earlier, but he will find it a bit easier bowling with the wind at his back rather than in his face.
Just struggled with his rhythm in his first 4 overs. The 2 he bowled from the chalet end didn't come too well. The rest that he's bowled from this end, well, the last over that he bowled was much more controlled when he bowled to Marcus Ackerman. But now he really needs to continue with that persistence that he left his previous spell with.
Just a touch short, and Brunt looks to push it into the leg side, takes the inner half of the bat. That means allows him to come through for an easy single. They are stacking the offside for Brunt. They know he enjoys a good drive, so they have almost two covers in place, catching cover and an extra cover. And for Brevis, they have a man out at a deep backward square leg and also a deep fine leg and a deep point on the boundary. Other than that, they have a catching mid wicket, and the man who was in slip is now coming out to a cover position, so they only have the gully fielder remaining. All our other catching options behind the wicket's been taken off. I saw how Brevis drove in that previous over, trying to plug a gap there. Nice loud calling there from Brevis, just making sure Brunt doesn't try and come through for a single.
It's good to see that they're running, though has some levels of risk. It's not outrageous. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary, and it's going to be very important because in the first match and after day one, South Africa only lost 4 wickets on 294. Here they've already lost 3 within 1.5 sessions. It's damage control for the rest of the session for this one.
Just punch back. Now Brevis has changed his setup a bit over the last year. He used to shuffle across his stumps a lot, and oftentimes got himself into trouble being RBW in front of the stumps, being a bit late on the ball. He's standing a lot more still these days, so it's just a tiny movement from his feet, tiny trigger movement, not that exaggerated movement across the stumps anymore, and it does seem to have a bit more time.
Creates a level of efficiency as well in your work, and on top of that, the less moving parts you have means that the more consistently and more repeatable your setup and your action is when you're batting.
Yeah, I do think it differs from player to player. Some players, they really make it work walking around a lot. I mean, Hashim Amla had an exaggerated movement across, and that worked for him. But by the time the ball was released, he was dead still, head was still, it works for him. He just shouldn't be still on the move while the ball is being released. Down the leg side and goes off the pads into the leg side. Should be a leg by the umpire. Yes, indeed.
And greats as well of the game. Greats of the game, Brian Lara. Shivnarine Chandapol, who averages over 50 runs. Even John Callis had a little shuffle going into his shots. So you are correct. It works. Different player needs different needs, and that comes the importance of coaching as well, isn't it? A coach can understand what his player needs and then is able to readjust them to maximize the little things that they have.
Fuller and driven through the covers, despite all those fielders, still finding their way to the boundary is Neil Brunt. The previous one brought up the 150. This takes them to 154. Brunt just getting some momentum into his innings now, and again it's that check drive, just leaning on it, timing it away, takes him up to 65 and the end of the 39th over.
What a great touch from Neil Brunt. Just a little bit overpitched from Vijay Sundara. Really looking for that problematic delivery, but the only problem he finds is a boundary. Full face of Neil Brunt's bat, and it seems as if he is buying more time. Ever and ever, the more he stays there, everything just seems like he's playing in slow motion, Neil Brunt, and the ball is just flying everywhere.
Yeah, and that run rate creeping up towards the 4 per over mark now. Just getting some momentum in this partnership. Really putting pressure back on the Sri Lankas, making them think. Field changes all the time. And man at the long off, just going slightly further back towards the boundary and slightly wider as well. Brevis cuts that one powerfully, but the man at sweeper does come around. And just a single, bit too short there from Sahan. to get his length a bit fuller.
It's just the way the South Africans are playing here. It looks like 300 is on the cards by the end of day one. If they just continue playing at this rate, that's going to be worrying for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, they'll desperately want to break this partnership in particular, and to try and pull things back a bit. You don't want the session to run away from you too quickly. It's already 56 runs in the session, 60. Right, 66 runs in the session. It's been good going from them.
It's this partnership that's been the key. They've made it to 50 runs now between the two. Partnership is worth 51. And it's the run rate at which this partnership has been coming at. It's nearly a run per ball.
A bit quicker this time from Sahan. Doesn't want Neil Brown coming down the wicket again, or if it does, he wants to beat him in the air. And then with that wind coming across, you will get a bit of dip, will Sahan, bowling into the wind. Again, this comes down the wicket, comfortably pushed to the man at long on. Brandt looks at ease at the crease at the moment.
Definitely bowling against the wind, though. The wind is now moving from the right to the left of your screen, diagonally towards the chalet end. And that's why, like you mentioned, the drift. Ball is just moving in the air for Sahan, being blown towards Brevis now before it pitches.
Solidly in behind it to end over number 40. The SAA side have moved on to 156 for 3. Neil Brown's on 66 of 119. And Dewald Brevis on 19 of 23. We will have a bit of a commentary change. Mpendulo goes rest his velvety voice. And we'll be joined by Gordon Matheson. He's been enjoying a nice little break. Been enjoying the accent, Gordon?
Very, very much so. Yeah, I don't know if my voice is as velvety as Mpendulo, but yes, no, 100% enjoying it. Yeah, it's just a slow, steady drip of runs, isn't it? I think you mentioned it just now. The run rate is creeping up to almost 4 to the over. And the batters seem to do it without too much fuss. The Sri Lankans have got to come up with a plan as how they dry that up.
Dewald Brevis seems to have brought some energy to the crease since he's come in. He's almost spurred Brandt on as well. He's pushed into that region once again, all the way to the man at a deep point. It's been an easy way for Brandt to get off strike in most of the overs so far.
I'd love to see how many runs have just been knocked at that backward point, that deep backward point area, isn't it? It's been quite a productive area for the South African batters. And it's just a innocuous little shot. It's not like it's going there too quickly or anything. Guys are just coming forward, defending, and getting off strike a little bit too easily.
That man at gully has come a bit finer. It's almost in a fourth slip position now. It's the only one catching behind the wicket currently. On the legs and just whipped through the vacant mid-wicket region. The man at deep square legs running around, but he won't catch up to that one. Beautifully timed by Brevis. Sort of a simple flick from him, and too much on the legs here by Wijayasundara.
It's again that wide of the crease one, isn't it? Wide of the crease with the slope, as you can see there. Geez, like that was actually quite close to a no ball, I would have said. With his back foot catching that return crease. So just feeding Brevis into the hip there. And Brevis again not having to play too many shots in anger, going very close to that 100% strike rate.
Again, we see a bit of a field change with the man at mid-wicket now coming around. There's a man going out towards the point region. Just watching, one comes into cover, and there's a point, and also a man behind point closer towards the boundary. So even a bigger gap now on the leg side, but the man at the deep square leg coming in front now. It's punch to that man.
Quite clear in terms of the tactics that are going to be used here. You know, in South African cricket, it's almost called a Mugabe line, isn't it? Where they, as a bowler, you'll hang the ball really wide outside the off stump, and you'll ask the batter to do a lot of the work, which it looks like they're going to do here. I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players all in a very small space of or area of the ground.
Good line there from Vijay Sundara. Solidly in behind it is Brivers. Yeah, really stacking the offside field now. And, I think we will test him with the short ball now and then, but we'll try and feed Brivers quite wide. He likes to go through the offside, and it will be a bit more tricky with the current field setting.
Well, there is a little bit of sort of news during the airwaves with Brivers and that short ball that he is a little bit susceptible to it. So I won't be surprised if the Sri Lankans do try and implement that.
Sounds like a nice crisp punch by Brivers. He is very strong into those punches. Likes to get on the tip of his toes.
I was actually also lucky enough to have a look at some of his bats at practice the other day. They are some serious bats, if I must be honest. Yeah, so the timing there doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, those are some lovely bats. You see that is bats doing the rounds these days. Quite a few batters adopting it now. Again, just outside the off stump, and good end to the over by Vijay Sundara after going for that 4 early on. But still 5 off the over, and 161 for 3 at the end of 41. It looks like we will have a quick drinks break. And we'll come back to you just after drinks, and we'll have some more action for you here from Willowmoore Park. Welcome back here to Willowmoore Park in Benoni. If you've just taken a quick drinks break with us, it's a A side on 161 for 3 in 41 overs. Nice little partnership forming here between Dewald Brevis and Neil Brunt. It's moved on to 57, and they're looking comfortable out there. Sri Lanka will have to try and make a breakthrough here to just stem the tide a bit. It's been drifting away from them in this session so far after that initial wicket of Marcus Ackerman, and again we see that Sonal Dinusha will continue on from the chalet end, and he'll be bowling to Neil Brunt. He has a deep square leg in front, almost a straightish deep mid wicket, and also a man at the deep fine leg on the boundary and a deep long on as well. So plenty of fielders on the boundary with a deep point out about 10 meters from the boundary. So the field is quite spread out for Neil Brunt, while still keeping a slip in place and a catching mid wicket.
So as I said before the drinks break, is that there's been a slow drip of runs, but what also has happened today is that an innocuous little delivery comes along and picks up a wicket. So I think from a South African point of view, that I hope that doesn't happen after the drinks break, and these two batters can really sort of take it deep, because I think there's not much on the surface to actually get you out at this moment in time. Let's see how Dinusha goes.
But too short, pulled away. The man is running around and does well, but he doesn't do well enough, and he isn't able to keep it in. The bowler is not impressed at all. But that is another boundary to Neil Brunt. Not a good delivery there by Dinusha, dropping it short and an easy pull away for Brunt.
It always fascinates me how bowlers abuse the fielders there, but he doesn't abuse himself for dropping it halfway down, does he? Yeah. And then abuses the fielder there. Poor fielder's made 20 yards. Always interesting that.
Errors all around, but nice way for Brunt to start off after the drinks break. He has been using his feet very well in this innings.
Brunt just signalling there to Dewald Brevis that he's trying to push it through a little bit quicker. I think he's obviously seen that the wicket's a little bit on the slow side and have to pick up his pace. Ooh, there's definitely turn there. That one's gone a hell of a long way.
Yeah, also almost using that slope is Dinusha. It's angling it into Neil Brunt. It's come back over the wicket now. It's not coming around the wicket, so it's asking him, can he do it again, come down the wicket, get it through the offside?
There's definitely a pace change here in terms of Dinusha coming on. He's figured out that if it's too slow, it's going to be too easy.
Yeah, on a slow pitch, you don't want to be too slow for the Again, down the wicket, again gets to the pitch of the ball, does Brunt. His timing is he's moved down the crease very well, down the wickets.
Interesting to see how Brevis goes about it. He's been looking for that extra cover gap to extra covers left with that boundary fielder out.
He's also very quick on anything short to pull it away, so important to get his right lengths here, Dinusha. In that early boundary in the over, just eases any pressure. Too short, pulled, exactly what I'm talking about. He's very short on very quick on anything short. He pulls it away in that gap. They don't quite maybe get the elevation he was looking for, but he gets the gap, and it ends the over. It goes for 9 in the end, and the A side have moved on to 170 for 3 after 42.
It's often the error when you're trying to bowl too quickly is that you get that drag down. 4-day cricket, you're used to keeping the loop and everything, so when there's no real pace in the surface and you're trying to get the pace onto the ball yourself, that is the miss, is the drag down.
Yeah, Brevis going along swiftly onto 27 of only 29 deliveries. Brown himself looking very comfortable on 72 of 125.
Spin from both ends, yeah.
Yeah. Spin from both ends as Wanija Sahan now changes ends, bowling from the Ikruleni end. Having a look at the field now, there's a man at the deep mid-wicket, 10 meters off the boundary. Also a deep fine leg on the boundary, just for anything that might drift down towards the leg side. There's a deep long on and a man at deep backward point as well. One slip in place. Very much a part-timer, but just drags it short down the leg side. Not a great start here. Right, Wanija Sahan.
So Saha here will be bowling solely against the slope. So it'll be interesting to see once he gets a right-hander on strike whether he can straighten it up and get those stumps in play.
Indeed, just looking to punch it to the man at long on his brunt. Didn't quite get enough of it.
His partnership was raced along here to 66. Brunt down the track using his feet again.
I am doing Sahan a very big disservice calling him a part-timer. He's taken 141 wickets, an average of 18 and a strike rate of 34, so a very good bowler in his own right. And I think I might have swapped my bowlers around there for a moment. Apologise for that. But short again, work to the leg side, easy single at its left, so as it hit him, it would have been a dead ball if they tried to go for the run.
No shot offered there, so unable to take any run from that.
Sahan had a very good 4-day competition in Sri Lanka. In 6 matches he took 34 wickets and an average of 19 and a strike rate of 36. The strike rate in particular is very impressive for a spin bowler. Obviously the conditions in Sri Lanka a lot more conducive to spin bowling, but still utilising conditions very well. Best of 6 for 47 as well, as we come to the end of over number 43. Still on 170 for 3 in over maiden over. Devil Brevis looking to be positive in his short innings so far. He's been very swift on his feet, giving himself room, quick on anything short as well against the spinners. You can see him looking around, looking for those gaps on the field. As well bowled, trapping him a bit on the crease.
That's the length I'm sure the Sri Lankans are after, isn't it? Devil Brevis also likes that extra cover region, and I think no one on the leg side boundary is probably
Fuller and trying to work it into that gap, to that sweeper on the boundary, but good coverage there from point. Again, very good fielding.
Really good fielding that, yeah.
Good fielding by captain Pasindu Suryabandra, sitting the example there. Very short cover. At Fuller, again finding the same fielder. Just putting a little bit of pressure on Brevis. He doesn't like to be tied up for too long, so 3 dots. It's good going here.
That's what we were saying just now, isn't it? That sort of 12 ball purple patch there. 3 away from those 12 balls.
This time finally hitting that gap is Brevis. And So that's the one he's been searching for all over long. Yeah, this partnership moving on along nicely. It's gone up to 67 now. Again, the field has to change a bit for Neil Brunt.
Dinusha has at least found his length this over, hasn't he? He's really bowled much better length. First over he dropped a couple of short. Same again, bringing the batter forward. Really, really nice over there.
171, 3 at the end of 44 overs. Spinner's just going through the overs a bit quicker now. And have a bit of catching up to do with the over rate. Brevis and Brunt having a bit of a discussion in the middle. Maybe what areas to target, calling nice and loudly. What are we trying to do from the rest of this session? There's the one slip fielder in place. Anuja Sahan. Man at long off. Just going back a bit. Halfway to the boundary. Sending it back a bit deeper in case the old Rivers gets one in the air trying to go over the top. Short and hit firmly to the man sweeping on the offside boundary. Just need to get their lengths a bit fuller. They've dragged a few bit short in the last couple of overs of the Sri Lanka bowlers. Giving that one a bit more air. Brunt not able to lay bats on it.
It's a little bit of a naughty line, that, isn't it? With his whole, not his whole field, but most of his field sort of on the leg side. It's quite naughty to miss offside there.
Down the wicket. Tries to work through the leg side. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the delivery, so did well to just hold back. Not try to go too hard at it. Yeah, Anuja Sahan was actually the second leading wicket taker domestically in the 4-day series this year. Down the wicket again, beautifully punched to the outside. A bit of a hand on it at the cover fielder, so that will prevent it from going to the boundary. Again, good batting from Brunt, getting to the pitch of the ball.
Yeah, as I think you guys mentioned a little bit early on in commentary, Brunt is not a natural sweeper of the ball. He prefers to use his feet, so he's used that option of going down a little bit inside the ball and trying to hit the ball offside. He's used that again quite nicely on that occasion.
Yeah, pushing it through a bit quicker now is Sahan. Looking at every opportunity to score here. It's the right mindset by the two SAA batters. Down the wicket again. Try and go through the offside, but stopped by Captain Surya Bandra. End of 45 overs. South Africa A on 174 for 3. Dewald Brewers on 29 of 35. Neil Brunton on 74 of 137.
And that partnership now up to 70 of 90, which is quite a good rate, which sort of shows you what the bowling's been like. Haven't been able to tie them down to anything. Just allowing them to score quite comfortably and score quite easily throughout the session.
Man at long off now a lot deeper for Dewald Brewers. Almost back to the boundary. Still looking at that same area as Brewers and get it through the offside, giving himself room, making sure he doesn't get his front pad too far across, trying to take LBW out of the equation. Yeah! It's good bowling wicket to wicket now here from Dinusha.
You wonder how long before Brevis decides to that man at extra cover is actually really in close. I wonder how long it is before Brevis decides to maybe take it over his head.
Yeah, or even straight. Brevis just waving something cross. Looks like he wants to give it just a piece of paper, it looks like. It's flying across the pitch, and the fielder kindly putting it in his pocket. Nindo Fernando. Bit quicker our ball there by Dinisha. Was trapping Brevis on the crease.
He's finding something. He's finding something there. He's found his length, he's found his line. He's asking some questions. That's when batters tend to get itchy and they maybe look outside what they should be looking, isn't it?
Yeah, finding a lot more dot balls now to Brevis. Goes for the big one, straight down the ground, all the way, looks like 4-6. Beautiful connection by Brevis, and it was only a matter of time before he would go over the top. Just into the slot here from Dinisha, floating it up. Brevis has enough of just putting it back down, and a clean connection. But short, and again, good coverage by Captain Surya Bandara, making sure he doesn't let anything go past him.
So the 46th over to an end there. South Africa 180 for 3. Partnership on 76 of 96 balls.
That was a pretty polished over by Dinisha. Apart from that 6, as we see the replay again. It's just a bit too full, and Brevis is such a clean striker down the ground, keeps his head down, and just that nice swing of the bat.
Especially going with the wind down that way. Half a bat should be enough.
He moves on to 35 or 41 deliveries. Runs so on 74.
So the unfortunate trend from the Sri Lankans today continues. They hold a couple of overs and then they leak a little bit and they bring it back. Just they haven't been able to put a cap on it and just really hone it in for a long enough period.
The man at short leg in now. Down the wicket again is Brunt. Yes, maybe that man at short leg just be in his ear a bit about him coming down the wicket. Just need a bit of life in this effort in the field by Sri Lanka. You know, they can't let this partnership drag out too long. It's been a very windy day all day here in Benoni. Good to see a few people coming in to watch. A bit too short, but good line there by Sahan.
Again, that's the evidence of the slow track. If that was happening a little bit quicker, your short leg fielder would be in play. But unfortunately, just with the pace of this track not allowing that. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on the wicket and see if it does quicken up day 2.
Oh, and it goes through the hands of the man at short leg. It did come straight out of the middle of the bat, so those ones either stick or they don't. But that's what he's there for. They try and get something that comes in his direction. Very tough one there. Can't really blame the fielder. Straight out of the middle from Brunt. But he was almost falling in the wrong direction as the ball came to his left-hand side.
I was anticipating right, wasn't he? A couple of balls in that over was going to his right, and then the catch he gets goes to his left, so a little bit of pre-anticipation left.
And now for Brevis, he's in second slip position, just works into the leg side. Potential for a second run there, but they just jog through for the 1. And the end of over number 47, and It is 181 for free. Might be a ball short. Umpires might just be checking. But seems like they are happy to continue on. Don't want to be missing out on any balls.
There's that chance again. A sharp one at it, must be said. Those are the kind of chances that you need to go your way to swing the luck your way.
It's never easy. It's mostly in there for a bad pad situation. The inside edge onto the pad popping up. But those ones almost have to go directly to you, and you hope it lodges in your midriff as you try and take it. We will see a bowling change now from the chalet end. And maybe the right call now with Mohammed Shiraz coming into the attack. It's been a bit too easy against the spinners of late, and they saw Brevis looking to take on the spin, so they're making the change now, bringing that mid outfielder up in the ring. Also a man at the deep backward point on the boundary, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. Other than that, they're stacking the offside again for Brevis, trying to cut down the angles. Big gap between a straightish mid on and a deep mid wicket.
I run!
As mentioned earlier, sometimes this tactic is just to hide that ball outside the off stump and ask the batter to make the play. So it'll be interesting to see how Brevis goes about this. The two men back, obviously, with the short ball in mind. So it's a nice mix of the two. So let's see how it pans out here.
Yeah, almost play on the ego of the batter. Somebody who loves to feel battable, likes to score runs. Just ask him to play something outside and stack the field. Very, very wide. This one is called wide by the umpire. It was so wide. And they will come back for 2 as well. So 3 runs, no ball, no delivery, I should say. And maybe overdoing it a touch. It's almost slinging it in now.
Well, it's quite clear cut as to see what those tactics are, isn't it?
Yeah, he's bowling with a lot more slingy action now in this spell is Mohammed Shiraz. Something that Malinga does. Ishan Malinga in this match. Partnerships moved up to 81. A very good strike rate. Yorker length delivery. Brevis just trying to bunt it out. Goes underneath the bat. Be interesting to see what Brevis does to try and counteract this line of attack. If he just is happy to let it go, or if he just tries to change. He's taking a change in guard now. Maybe looking to come a bit straighter, get outside the off stump, get in reach of the ball.
Does look like there's a little bit of tail with that ball. See the Sri Lankans working really hard on it, trying to get a little bit of reverse swing.
Beautifully driven. Oh, what fielding there at backward point from Sono Dinusha. Beautifully done. Full length dive to his left hand side to cut that one off.
Van, I think you got your answer there in terms of how Brevis is going to play this. The modern cricketer, when there's width outside the off stump, there's not many guys who are going to lead the ball outside there. Especially at 185 for 3, almost going at 4 to the over.
Oh, very wide again. Not wide enough for the umpire to call it wide. Brevis doesn't look too chuffed. He's coming across his stumps a bit more now to try and reach the delivery. I wonder if he wouldn't maybe target to go over the top there. With all those fielders up in the ring, only a man at the deep backward point on the boundary. So if you can't go through the field, maybe try and go over the top if you do want to score.
I don't think you could reach that one though.
No, not that wide.
To be fair.
Not that wide. But yeah, Brevis isn't one who enjoys leaving the ball too much. Very wide again. Again, great fielding at backward point by Sono Dunusha. This time to his right-hand side, his weaker side, and he's doing a great job there for the team. It's generally that you have one of your best fielders at point.
Two unbelievable stops in this over. One to his left and one to his right. That line of attack is gonna test him.
This time cut a bit finer towards that man at the deep points. Strategy working for Sri Lanka so far, making Brevis go try and get it out wide. Ends up keeping the strike at the end of the 48th over. South Africa A on 186 for 3, and a clear tactic there by Sri Lanka. Almost trying to frustrate Brevis. But usually when you start going to that tactic, that means you know you're struggling to break a partnership, as they've been able to get runs quite quickly. 82 run partnership of only 109 balls, so resorting to a bit different tactics, and it's almost a good sign from the batting team that they are resorting to other types of tactics.
I think it's exactly what you said just now, trying to appeal to the batter's ego. What's that old saying? The batter you want to be is on the other side of your ego. So, yeah. Second session, yeah, there has been a little bit of spin on offer. A little bit. Guys who bowled it a little bit quicker, a little bit fuller, have found a little bit of something, but as we've said, they just haven't strung a long enough period together.
Very short, cut away powerfully, but there is a man sweeping on the outside boundary, so they'll keep it 2-1. Just need to get their lengths right here. And left hand, right hand combination, just frustrating the Sri Lanka team a bit. Lots of field changes throughout. Just worked to him at a long on front spin. Very comfortable going down the ground all innings. That is the areas he targets. Currently doesn't look like there's a lot in the pitch now after the first session. Some of the moisture has gone out. Batting has come a bit easier as the partnerships are formed. Going big, down the ground again, Brevis head down, all the way for 6, straight over long on, and that is what he does against the spinners as soon as they pitch it up. Just checking that replay, floating up into the slot. Brevis says thank you very much, and with long arm in, goes over the top. And as I say that, long on is going back now towards the boundary. Bowler has seen enough. Gives him the option to just punch it down. Goes through the offside this time. The first one out, but only the one available. And that's what you do. If you go over the top a few times and the fielders are pushed back, it gives you the nice option of just punching it down for one.
Run rate still hovering at that 4 quite comfortably without trying. That partnership now nearing 3 figures. 91 off 113. Enough damage done off this over. Neil Brunt says I'll just have a look at last couple of deliveries of this over. I need to do too much work.
Yeah. 9 runs coming off the over. 195 for 3 the South African A side after 49 overs. Neil Brunt's on 76 of 145. Evil Brevis on 45 of 51. Healthy strike right there by Brevis. Looks like Sri Lanka will keep going with the same tactic of keeping it wide to Brevis and asking him to reach for it. It's good to see Brevis playing his own game, looking to be positive. You see Mohamed Shiraz in again. Short pulled, big gap at deep at wicket. Man is running around. It looks like he will cut it off to one, and he does very well.
I think that's sometimes the mindset in terms of the coach. I mean, Shukri Conrad, I know he doesn't have a negative bone in his body. And if you look at the West Indies series with Stubbs batting at 3, he's definitely shown some positive intent in terms of the way he wants to play his cricket. So Devil Brevis, just by being himself, will definitely fall into that mode. So yeah, sometimes if you just give the players the freedom to do that, they'll naturally enjoy it.
And Coach Shooks knows Brevis very well, coached him at the under-19 level, the under-19 World Cup in 2022 as well, so they have a good understanding. So this type of knock will do him the world of good. Around the wicket now, too wide, but it takes the bottom edge of Brown. He'll feel he missed out a bit there. Almost the same tactic they have for Brevis at taking to Neil Brunt as well. Stacked offside field man at a deep third man, wideish third man, and a gully in place, so you won't look to get too straight to him, despite the man has a deep square leg.
Neil Brunt there walking into his channel, obviously understanding the tactic here from the Sri Lankans, trying to hide the ball really, really wide outside the off stump, trying to make it easier for himself walking in there, because if he does go straight there, leg side becomes really, really easy to accumulate some runs on.
Yeah, again across by Neil Brunt. Also getting outside the line for any possible RBW opportunities. It's been a nice day out. It's only the wind that's blowing, but the temperature is nice and hot. No cloud in the sky. Bit too straight, but Brown isn't able to work it through the leg side, just to the man at short mid-on. Partnership's gone up to 92, only 120 deliveries. It's been a very healthy run rate in this partnership. They've been looking to dominate, despite not really going for many big shots, I'd say. Brevis has hit a couple of sixes down the ground, but fairly risk-free. Trying to whip it with the angle. There is Brown coming across, and it's Mohamed Shiraz trying to aim for that leg stump, but it misses everything altogether. End of 50 overs, South Africa on 196 for 3. Now vacate the spot for the man with the golden voice.
.50 overs gone. 196 for 3. South Africa will be happy. Near 4 runs to the over here. This partnership between Brunt and Brevis really, really being invaluable really.
Bowling change here from the Kuruleni end. Dina Shah coming back with his left armers.
He's only bowled 3 overs. Sonal Dinasha is coming in with his left arm off spin. Brevis is on 46. A very brisk 46 from 52 deliveries. And he still remains there.
So he's got a deep cover sweeper, deep long off, deep long on. No one at cow.
Really good shot that. The fielding is tight on the offside. There's 2 fielders, a very square long off and a man standing at deep cover. Otherwise point and backward point.
Short of length, a bit of a misfield there, the extra cover. Allows Brevis to get away for the 1. You think those 2 men are back there for the Brevis reverse sweep? You think that's something in their mind? Even though it's red ball format?
I think it's more of the fact that Brevis has been using the crease while opening himself up very nicely and making that offside available to score, and even the straight shots over the top. So I think the guys down at the deep are just to stop those cover drives and those cuts that he's been playing well prior to going for 4.
All 3 men back on the leg side for Brunt. 2 catching in the mid-wicket area. Dinasha goes really, really straight, and the second of those mid-wicket fielders collects the ball.
Brunt has been using his feet well here, Gordon. Ever since he reached his 50s, just seemed a little bit more comfortable. Even the beginning of this session, he's just turned up a gear a little bit.
He's almost been fed a couple of easy balls. So he came down the track 1 or 2 times, and they've actually pushed it wide of the offside, of the off stump, which has actually fed him through the offside and just gotten him going a bit.
Becomes a little bit tough asking yourself where to bowl, because that was a very straight delivery, had no right to be guided down to that square-ish long off, but such is the skill of the 2 batters.
I think also sometimes what happens is, Brevis has come in and he's played with such free abandon. All of a sudden you feel, oh, okay, I can also play this way, just because of the nature of the partnership.
Partnership is on 127 deliveries, 95 runs they've put together. Even forgotten that Marcus Ackerman was once a batter who scored 37 runs in this innings. It's 199 for 3 after 51. Score station at 199 for 3. Neil Brunt is on 77 runs. Dewald Brevis is moved up to 48, and it will be a very well-deserved half-century should he be able to cross that milestone.
Very few questions asked of Brevis, unfortunately, from the Sri Lankans.
Feels rather as if when he walked out, they already had the memo to whatever questions they had, because it's just been so comfortable. Like when he started off his innings, he was being able to manipulate the field to get those ones at a consistent pace. By the time he was on 20, he was scoring at a run per ball. And you can't help but feel that the pace at which this partnership started kind of wore down the Sri Lankan bowlers and the Sri Lankan fielders, and now it's easy goings for Brevis and Brunt.
It's very difficult to play catch-up cricket once someone like Brevis gets going to try and stop him. As you can see, the tactic here of that hiding that ball wide outside the off stump. Once you go to that tactic as a batting unit, you almost okay, cool. We almost one up here in terms of them leaving the stumps, taking LBW, bowled, possibly caught behind, out of play. You actually feel like you've won up on the bowling unit.
Just lapped it back. Definite chance. Put down by Mohammad Shiraz. Tough one. Mistimed from Brevis. And he lives to see another ball.
Is that short ball again, like we were saying a little bit earlier in the piece? In that he's not always all that comfortable. Ball doesn't go exactly where he wants to hit it. As you can see here, it goes straight back to the bowler. It would have been a sharp chance. Yeah.
100% had no control over that, Dewald Brevis. Neither did Mohammad Shiraz, unfortunately. It also didn't come as quickly as you would have anticipated given the bat swing. And now it beats him on the outside edge. Just lack of feet there from Brevis.
To be fair, I don't think there's much footwork from Brevis. Most of the time, he relies heavily on his hands and his weight transfer and his sort of strong, solid position at the crease.
It's worked over for him well. He's gone to 48 now from 58. It's that thing we were talking about, Werner and I, earlier on. He spoke about how he's changed his setup. Has less moving parts now, Dewald Brevis. Become more compact. Got 2 centuries last season alongside his 250s. The hype is real big over the 21-year-old.
There's a couple of dot balls accruing here to him. Interesting to see how he goes about it. And the wind has blown one of our fielders' caps off there.
Especially given the fact that he's been dropped and that the follow-up delivery was a very wild whiff outside of that off stump, nearly getting the edge. Just needs to recompose himself here a little bit. Very well played. Mid-on is a little bit straight and slightly deeper. Pockets that one for a single.
Brings up the South African 200. Just one ball shy of the 52nd over, so really, really good rate here. Partnership now moves up to 97.
It's happy stuff for South Africa. 200 runs up at a very good rate as well. And the most important thing is preservation of the wickets. They lost 2 in the first session. Marcus Ackerman was dismissed very early at the beginning of this session, and we're now around 8 minutes until its end. They push another single. They really put the pressure on the mid-on. Brave running, brave calling, and Wichasundara could not retrieve on time. Ends the over. 52 done. South Africa have reached 200. It's 201 for 3. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, more cricket will be happening over the course of the summer. Sri Lanka are here playing their Sri Lanka A tour. They're preparing for New Zealand, but they'll be back in South African shores. They'll be playing series with South Africa, and then later on in the year, Pakistan will come visit South Africa as well. They'll be playing a full-fledged tour, including one-day internationals, T20s, and test matches. Keep your eyes open for the Pink One-Day International, which will be happening on the 22nd of December, starting at 2 p.m. Get your tickets at www.cricket.co.za. We say, Woza nawe. Hashtag, be part of it. It's 201 for 3. Sonal Dinusha, one of the leading run scorers for the Sri Lankan 4-day competition, now has ball in hand. Really hasn't had the greatest of outings just as yet. Dead bang average, going for 19 runs in his 4 overs. Touch expensive, you might even say.
Just that inability to hold that length for a long time against a player like Devil Brevis, you're going to feel that. He dished 2 up to him, and both have actually gone out the ground. So
the real issue as well is how the batters are not allowing them to settle into their areas. So Neil Brandt started using his feet and started using them very well, dancing down the track. Devald Brevis is using his entire crease, not necessarily dancing down the track, but he shuffles so many times. Then when you think he's going to shuffle, he just stands straight and he plays one. Nice and easy.
it's a problem when you've got so many options.
Sometimes it's a curse on the batter himself. And he gets himself into real sticky waters, Devil Brevis. Staring down the throat of a 50, he plays it down the throat of a short mid-wicket. It's Niwanidu Fernando who takes the catch, and Dinusha grabs the wicket of Brevis, absolutely livid with himself as he genuinely gifted his wicket away.
Again, follows the trend of what has been happening with the South African batters today. You guys get them in, they get themselves in, and then just innocuously sort of chip it away. And I think that's why Brevis has got a bit of the angry lemon walking off there. Yeah.
Just straight into the hands there, Devald Brevis. He's been working that shot really well when it's bowled straight, just manipulating his wrists to open the face and play it out on the offside. But the trap was set, and it worked. After 63 balls, he's gone 3 4s and 2 6s, and it brings in the man who captained the South African emerging side early on a couple of weeks ago in Zimbabwe, Mihlali Mpongwana. Well, he's certainly not a batter whose average is 17. Certainly much more gifted than that. Mimics the likes of Jason Holder from the West Indies, does Mihlali Mpongwana, playing his...
He is very, very West Indian.
100%. Applying his trade, though, in the Western Province. West Province. But
Sometimes it's so laid back there you can think it's West Indies, right? In the Western Province there.
the coast, the wind, the breeze. And now the players. Mihlali Mpongwana had that magnificent outing last year in the CSA 50 over competition where he was man of the match, scoring 133 runs alongside his 3 wickets. So the man can play as we basically in the final over of the session.
Another reason why I think Devil Brevis is kicking himself like that.
Good run. And the thing is with Brevis, he went at it hard as well.
I've been playing that one along the ground most of the session. Don't know if that's the slow nature of the wicket that maybe just held up a little bit more, but a little bit more care to that. Sees him batting after tea, and then you know what happens after tea. Guys have been in the field for a little while. Bowlers into their 3rd, 4th, some of the bowlers 5th spells. All of a sudden, batting becomes extremely easy there, and then he could have been staring down the face of 100 at the end of the day.
Someone who might be staring at something much bigger than 100, the way he's been playing here. Neil Brandt is on 79 from 156 deliveries as over number 53 comes to a close. So now Dinusha gets the breakthrough after a long partnership for South Africa A, They get Deovold Brevis, who was on 49 from 63. It's 203 for 4.
Just looking at the two batters on the screen, that might be the tallest partnership I've ever seen.
The question is, will the runs that they score reach those heights?
That's why I didn't say the longest partnership, I said the tallest, yeah. Yes.
But South Africa have been getting sexy scores, you'd say. 27 for Tsebang Ditole. It's just Jean Duplessis who edged out and got caught out on no run scored. But Marcus Ackerman looked good. Brevis looked good. Clearly, there's something about the South Africans and the way that they are applying themselves here today that seems to be working, just can't take it over the top.
And at the end of the day, that would be the difference between, let's say you get 350. One of those batters get in, that's the difference between 350 and a 500 score. 500 score, you're batting once. 350, you more than likely have to bat a second time within the match to impose the result that you want. And as we saw what happened in Kimberley, once you bat that second time, you never know what can happen. Yeah. This would be the last over before tea. Yeah?
This is definitely the one. Since Sri Lanka reinforcing the slip cordon. Putting it nice and straight here is Mohamed Shiraz. Hoping to get a second one, especially bowling to the new man, Mhlali Bongwana here.
And that's the thing, new batter, all of a sudden that tactic outside the off stump is done away with. And all of a sudden we're back in at the stumps. There's a couple of guys behind the bat catching, a bit of noise from the fielders. As I say that, he hides it outside the off stump. Thank you very much for proving me to be an idiot. Yeah.
Smartly left also that from Mhlali Bongwana. You saw he was winding up for the shots. He was ready to cut that ball away, but there's a backward point. There's a gully who's standing very much as if he's standing at short backward point. So he has to be careful with those wide deliveries. But he crunches it well.
Beautiful.
Gets it so well. Right in between the gap. Doesn't even run for it as the ball races to the boundary for 4.
High quality shot, yeah.
Very good stuff. Just waiting on it. Balanced through the ball. Screams the timing. Because how easily can you pop that to the man standing at short extra cover or edge it behind? Brave shot from Bongwana, given that it's the final over of the session as well.
Now, Grant Thompson always used to tell me that if you want to be a first-class cricketer, that is the length ball that you need to be able to hit for 4. You're not getting too many pitched up in your half. You more than likely facing balls that are hitting the top of off stump a hell of a lot of the time. If you can hit that for 4, you can make a career in first-class cricket.
Because you really ask yourself as a bowler then, where do I bowl next? If the ball that is supposed to be the one that contains is the one that gets hit. So they've put a man at the covers. Removed him from the slip cordon. So now Dinusha is now standing where there would be the inner ring in a 50 over game or in a limited over game. Mhlali Bongwana thundered it through that gap before. He was, after all, the CSA one-day player of the tournament, Mhlali Bongwana, and he's able to survive, not only survive, but take control of the over of Mohamed Shiraz, hitting an imposing boundary and ending the over and also the session. South Africa losing 2 wickets in this session as well, couple of overs into the session, they lost Marcus Ackerman. A couple of overs till the end of the session, they lose Dewald Brevis.
Just keeping the Sri Lankan bowlers just in with the sniff, isn't it? That's I think that's what's going to frustrate Shukri Conrad as the coach here. You know, you had one less wicket down, 200 last session to come. We're really on the front foot, but having said that, looking to bowl first, you're there and thereabout. So a game fairly levelly poised at this moment in time, if I must be honest.
Another wicket here for Sri Lanka will slightly sway it onto their favour. They'll feel justified taking 5 wickets after winning the toss at the end of the day, but surely they're looking for more. However, it's going to be a tall order. Rivaldo Munsami, one of the best red ball batters in the country going around. Bayer Swanepoel caused a little bit of a heartache for them in Kimberley when he scored that quick fire 38, and Michael Pretorius last year in the CSA 4-day division was imperious with the bat. So South Africa still have some very worthy batters coming up.
Not many guys who defend the ball there. There's a lot of guys who strike rates, even in the red ball cricket, is right up as we take tea.
It's been an awesome session. Keep on with us here at the CSA YouTube channel as we bring you ball by ball action of this final match between Sri Lanka A and South Africa A. We'll be back after tea to begin the final session of day number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we return. You are watching A Series Cricket, South Africa A versus Sri Lanka A, live on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. This production brought to you by Pitch Vision, and we come back after 54 overs. It's 207 on the board with 4 wickets down. South Africa 2 overs before the end of the interval, losing the wickets of Deerwold Brevis on 49. And so Mihlali Mpongwana is with Neil Brunt, and I am with Gordon Matheson.
Neil Brunt being the rock there at the top today. Really been holding it nicely together as Malinga comes into the attack here from the Ekurhuleni end. Bit of a coach killer there to end the session. Couple of balls out. Deerwold Brevis getting out. I'm sure Shukri and him didn't sit next to each other at tea. But be it as it may, Sri Lanka, they've slowly but made slow inroads, but they've kept a little leak on. You know, the run rate has been hovering around that 3.7 to 4 most of the day, but have managed to every now and then pick up a wicket. Not, I wouldn't say due to great bowling, but rather sort of better indecision as such. So let's see if Neil Brunt can see it out to the rest of the day, and if Mpongolo can join him here and can just steady the ship for a little while.
Played a lovely back foot drive for 4. And the flash is wide, a pretty wide one. As we come back into the session, he's not holding back here, Mihlali Mpongwana.
I know you don't want to use the word if in cricket, but if they'd hit the middle of the bat, that would have been a serious way to kickstart the session.
Mm-hmm. Would have ended it would have started it almost like he started his innings. See, that's why there is a man standing at deep cover, or deep backward point rather. And Malinga pushes it forward, Mpongwana evading the threat.
That's where he wants to be. I think the last thing you want to do to someone like Mpongolo with his long levers is afford him any room outside that off stump. Nice to see a couple of people coming in and watching today.
Ooh, they're getting some good quality cricket to watch here. Good start from Mishan Malinga. Has been going for a little bit of runs, but it happened in his first 3-4 overs. He's recovered pretty well, bowling with the wind behind his back here at the Ekurhuleni end.
Just looks like there's a little tail on that ball. Just back in at the bat of the last second. I know he's bowling down breeze, down slope. Maybe accentuated just with a little bit of reverse swing at the moment. Yeah, you can see that,
100%.
Just a small little tail. Subcontinental teams are always good at exposing something like that. Their home conditions, that abrasive nature of the surfaces.
Very much helped by the boundary fence here at Willowmoore Park. Hard concrete going all around the boundary, so if you hit it hard, ball might take a little bit of tap and damage. Ooh, what was that from Malinga? Eating Mpongwana inside out. He's stuck in his pose, wondering what's happened. Malinga's holding his head also. How did he survive? It's definitely whooping back.
As they have done most of the day, the Sri Lankans, they've gone the spinner from the shallow end. Seamers have found it tough going from that end into what is an extremely healthy breeze. They've opted for the left arm spin of Dinusha.
His boldest 5 overs going for 21 runs. Sonal Dinusha. But looking at what that ball was doing, it's been interesting to see if they went for a seamer combination to see what type of movement the other end and the chalet end gives. Sonal Dinusha, capable as ever, has taken a wicket, like we said. But Brunt has been looking solid throughout the whole day. Very good selection on his shots, seeing him currently on 80 runs. And another thing that he just got going well after the second session is that rotation of strike. He's hardly ever felt like he's been bogged down on strike. It's as if whenever he wants to rotate it, he just can.
It's also like he's trying to reward himself from Kimberley. You know, he got out quite not necessarily cheaply, but he got out in a way that he would not have been happy with in Kimberley. He's trying to make it count here. That's what good batters do, isn't it?
He really tightened himself in Kimberley in that first innings, trying to cut it away, just getting a little feather to the wicketkeeper, losing his wicket on 39 runs. But today he's looked even more assured on the selection of his shots. Mhlalimpongwana also not rushing things anymore, just pushing it down for 1 run. In the second innings, though, he also fell victim to Vijayasundara. His wizardry was out of this world in that second innings, day 3. Go check it out on the CSA YouTube channel. See the wonders for yourself.
Well ball. Nice, Aya.
Interesting field setting here with a really deep backward point, about 2/3 of the way back. I wonder what that field is for, because Brunt is not a big reverse sweeper of the ball.
Ooh, just missed fooled.
Pre-anticipation now.
Fooled Surya Bandara, going to his left, ball going to his right. And like you said, there definitely some sort of premeditation to just keep him in his crease.
Brunt there moves on to 83.
Trying to stop that, and indeed they do. Good fielding from Niwani to Fernando, trying to constrict that leg side for Neil Brunt, but they take 4 runs to South Africa. Very well worked. They're on 212 for the loss of 4 after 56 overs. The partnership now, Bongwana and Brunt, has moved up slowly to 10 runs from 20 deliveries. Mhlalimpongwana was looking to rush at the beginning of his innings, flashing at one wide outside the stumps. Maybe there was some sort of conversation that seems to calm him down, or he just calmed himself down when he mistimed one, trying to cut it through, because surely South Africa don't want to be losing any further wickets in this final session.
Bit of shape in that last over. It'll be interesting to see how Malinga goes here.
Fending at one wide. Seems like he was anticipating to come back like it normally did.
Well, that's the thing with that reverse swing. You want to keep the stumps in play, try and get the batter trapped in the crease. hit that front pad nice and hard. See, there's even a little short mid wicket there in case the batter does lean over, chip it in the aerially on the leg side.
Good drive, very good drive. Definitely on the accelerator pedal when the chance is there. Is Mehlali Mpongwana. He finds the gap and also the boundary for 4.
It's obviously the risky run with the reverse swing. If you get it wrong, does allow the does allow the batters to free their hands up. Nice easy sort of drive balls, easy length.
Just opening up the face of the bat as well there, Mehlali Mpongwana, for that gap. Of course, that ball is tailing back into him. Very well played shot. Pushing it down to the leg side. Seems like it just got the inside half of the bat. Wicketkeeper seemed a little bit interested as well.
See how they go here to Brunt with that ball tailing it back a bit. Does Malinga stay over? They get an extra guy maybe behind in the slip cordon.
As the day has also gone on with the sun just being relentlessly out there, it's going to be interesting to see if the pitch is now acting differently as well to necessitate another player standing behind the wickets. We've been seeing some of the carry being very variable, some reaching, some not. Good shot from Neil Brunt. He's unafraid to take it on. And a great stop in the deep from Lahiru Udara as they come back for another one. Risky stuff as Mehlali Mpongwana had to employ the drive. And he dives in home.
Sri Lankans have been unbelievable in the field today. I know I've been maybe a little bit critical of them leaking some runs. As we watch that one again, beautiful left-handed cover drive. Smother dive, up, throw. I think that would have been really that probably would have been out, isn't it?
Of course, in him into real trouble. Such as the excellent fielding is the reaction and explosiveness from Lahiru Udara. Didn't waste any time from standing up and releasing that ball. Seems to be keeping very good control as well towards the left-handed Brunt. But Brunt also very much in control of what he's doing too.
With the ball doing what it's doing, if I was Neil Brunt, I'd be happy if the bowler would be coming over the wicket to me. I wouldn't want him coming around the wicket with that ball having a little bit of tail.
And he seems quite comfortable outside of that off stump as well. Neil Brunt knows when to leave, when to play. Defends that well to end the over. It's 219 for the loss of 4 after 56 or 57 overs. As we exchange the overs, we exchange more information regarding what the Cricket South Africa has in store for you. Not so long from now, the Yaks-Gate Derby between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the DP World Lions will be taking place at the DP World Wanderers Stadium starting at 6 p.m. on the 27th of September. Go grab your tickets at cricket.co.za. #Wozanawe. Hashtag be part of it. Join the explosiveness as we continue here. Sonal Denusha bowling it straight to Mpongwana, who just gently guides it down to the fine leg. He's keeping a good rate of scoring here. Mpongwana, like you said, seems to have just gotten into an easy rhythm of just taking ones and allowing him and Neil Brunt to share strike.
And there was a field change for that ball. There was a silly point literally right in his eye line. There's Brunt here, they've got more packed leg side field, still with that really backward point quite deep and a long off. which is why Neil Brunt is down the track trying to
Yeah.
give access to that ball to up the ground, just easily turning over strike. Also going to that vacant square leg as an option, or to that wide man there. I just think that's too easy for me.
Easy pickings here.
It's never going to go there really with any sort of power, and it's only going to roll there. So I just think that is a little bit easy in my opinion. But
I was looking at it also and trying to figure out where would a wicket-taking option for a Neil Brunt come from, and just didn't seem like there was much. Maybe give him the one so that they try with Mehlali Mpongwana. You see a much more aggressive field with that silly point.
for me, you've got to ask him to go over mid-on and mid-off. And it's been too easy for him today to go down the wickets, knock it up the ground and just get off strike. Not many occasions have the Sri Lankans asked them to go over the head. And on a wicket that is a little bit too paced, more on the slower side, that wouldn't be as easy a shot as it would be on a really, really good surface, in my opinion.
Mpongwana edges it, and umpire Aluatin Palaka raises his finger. Mpongwana is in shock after being beaten the previous delivery. He fends at this one, and a touch is good enough to lose his wicket at 12 runs.
Second South African batter today who doesn't seem really happy with that decision. There was a noise.
Very wide delivery that from Sonal Dinusha. And he just plays so wide at it. He doesn't even believe that he had a touch because he was preparing for his next shots, Mehlali Mpongwana. But he has been given out by the CSA Umpire of the Year. It's 221 for 5.
Brings to the crease Rivaldo Moonsamy, another Titan. Says me as the Fidelity Titans ladies head coach. Yeah, I'm sure Jacques Fall will be happy with all the Titans in this match. So let's hope the guys can dig in here a little bit, just stop the trend of the South African wickets today.
Here's Rivaldo Moonsamy. Has taken awesome control over his game over the past couple of seasons, with the Northern Cape Heat 2 seasons ago becoming their player of the year. Then last season with a couple of centuries in the bag, growing that average as you saw now, being on 40 runs coupled with 10 centuries. Got a couple of those last season as well, winning Titans player of the year.
Yeah, and there's normally no two ways about the way Rivaldo is going to play. He's not a guy to get boxed in. He likes the scoreboard ticking, likes to feel bat on ball.
Dinusha keeps him at his home to end his over. He gets the wickets off Mehlali Mpongwana. Ball pitched wide, edged and taken by the wicketkeeper Vishad Radinka. It's 57 gone, 221 for 5. Success for Sri Lanka. Sonal Dinusha with his second wicket. Just no feet there from Mpongwana either, just throwing his arms at the ball.
Just looking at that replay, he's struggling to find, what did he want to do with that? And sometimes that is just the man right in his eye line, actually causing him, wanting him to actually try and get that man away. Yeah, so good piece of captaincy there by the Sri Lankans.
Eshan Malinga returns. Been seeing the ball doing something in the air, tailing back to the right-hander, and is now getting it to tail back into the left-hander. Some really excellent skill being exhibited by Eshan Malinga. and he's recovered his spell significantly well over his past couple of overs.
Yeah, if you look at the morning session, anyone who bowled from the chalet end as a seamer was almost going at 5s and 6s, isn't it? As soon as you switched ends, you sorted your figures out.
Good bumper. That's what happens when you bowl with the wind, but the umpire says it's wide.
Again, due to the slow nature of the wicket here, you have to go really, really short into the wicket for that bouncer.
And I must say, it's the first time we've actually seen a bumper doing what a bumper wants to do. Pick up, rush the batter near his helmet, because all of them have just been around the torso area, thus allowing the batters to just eat them as if they were freebies. Marcus Ackerman played a couple of those. Tsapang Ditole got into some of them too.
And I'm sure the Sri Lankans would also be scratching their heads, because at times what happens is you come to South Africa and you go, okay, South African conditions, quick wickets, and probably hasn't proven to be the case. I mean, the one-day cricket at Poch, really, really good cricket wicket. Northern Cape, maybe a touch on the slower side. Willowmoore Park, when you come here, it's normally quick, which hasn't proven the case today. So yeah, quite strange in how we haven't really, given ourselves the best opportunity with the conditions. Nice quick wickets to end the series. Try and level the series in terms of the South Africans. I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
Means it's going to be a task for Little Sepamla, Mikhail Pretorius, Bear Swanepoel will be coming in. They will be tasked to bowling. It's a lovely shot, that, from Neil Brunt. However, just wary of what he's capable of doing with the man at the deep in Lahiru Udara. It's 58 overs. Going into the 59th here, 223 for 5.
Gets them off the double Nelson. Those are the guys who are superstitious. You can put your foot down now. Don't know if that's still a thing in cricket. In my dressing room, that still definitely is.
Seems like it still resides everywhere. It would have been even worse that Rivaldo Munsami wears 8-8 on his back. It's like just everything's coming together.
I think Mooney would be one of the least superstitious guys I would know.
It's all about his business, Rivaldo Munsami. Stocky figure who has a whole array of shots. Lovely wrist control. One of the best you'll see in terms of wrist control. But Eshan Malinga is getting the ball to move around a little bit. We saw him trouble Mihlali Mpongwana, the right-hander. The wind is blowing in his favor behind his back. Ooh, and he asks if that one is out, and umpire Arno Jacobs walks away.
I think it was straight and it was just a little bit on the high side, wasn't it?
Seems like he's getting a little bit of juice out of the track here, Eshan Malinga, not just in movement, but in just carry and speed from the track. It could be there, Guruleni, and just really troubling Munsami, the nip back, pushing the ball down the leg side, hitting the rolls of Munsami's pads.
He's gotten a couple to go nicely, and it's not consistent. Every now and then one will really go, and then one will just sort of hold its line, which is just tough as a batter to try and negotiate that and navigate that.
But maybe they've read the conditions, said, you know what, there's no need for us to use a pace bowler from the chalet, and is not doing the things that they want the ball to do. So keeping Sonal Denusha and the rest of the spinners from that one might be a decent ploy. And moreover, using the left arm spinner as well, because you've discussed this in the morning, the slope of the pitch, slanting down top from the left down to the right hand side of your screen. So if the ball is spinning to the right hand side, it's a little bit more accentuated.
If you're holding your line on that slope, it should just be easier to navigate that. You know, you just almost taken the offside of play completely out of play for a left-hander, blocking them, trying to frustrate them. I think maybe that's what the Sri Lankans were guilty of early on, is just allowing them to be able to score on the offside just a little bit more frequently than what they wanted. Because post-lunch session, they've gotten it right a lot more than what they have.
Just a little bit sharper, that one from Sonal Dinisha. Playing it on the back foot, Neil Brunt. Sri Lankans were happy with that work. They're happy with his work. 4-5 deliveries now without a run scored. Neil Brunt shouldn't get flustered though. And he doesn't, with good fielding, keeping him at bay from Niwanu to Fernando at the very short mid-wicket to bring the end of over number 60. We are 20 overs away from the availability of the new ball as South Africa A are on 223 for the loss of 5. Werner Rasmus joins us in commentary.
Yeah, it's been a interesting spell today, and it's been up and down. Then there's been some big partnerships. It looks like the SA side are running away with them. Then Sri Lanka A hit back with a wicket, or a couple of quick wickets, and then another partnership. Now it's another stage where the South African A side will want to rebuild, with Munsami still new to the crease. He's not one to just sit around. He will try and put the pressure back on the bowlers. But yeah, there has been some nice movement by Ishan Malinga, and so putting a bit of pressure on him. Still a one slip in place with a gully. So a man at a deep backward point, a deep square leg, and also a deep fine leg, all in front of the wickets in the ring. That's a bit outside the stumps, does Munsami, before moving across.
Just have to keep watch of that man, Lahiru Udaras, picking up that ball at that very short mid-wicket, with the ball nipping back into him, with that little bit of reverse and movement from the surface that Malinga is getting. He could be in the picture with a heavy hit inside part of Munsami's bat. So Munsami needs to be careful as he starts his innings here.
I think Coach Shukri Conrad would be a bit frustrated with the position South African A side find themselves in. They have looked fairly untroubled for most of the day, but still being 5 wickets down. Solid looking punch by Munsami. But yeah, just when it looked like they're getting away with it, they lose a wicket. Brevis will be particularly disappointed with his shot, throwing his wicket away just before the tea interval. A couple of calls that the batters have seemed a bit bemused about. Both John du Plessis and Shlali Mvangwana went very convinced that they got next to those ones given out by the umpires, but such is the way of life in cricket. Good delivery by Malinga, really rushing onto Munsami there, gets his bat down in time.
That's what all the batters need to be careful for from now on, Ishan Malinga. The moment he starts getting his lines correctly, so he had a good appeal in his previous over, the ball just went down the leg a little bit of Rivaldo Munsami. The length was good, hitting the rolls of Munsami's pads as he was on the back foot. If he just gets it outside that off stump to target that middle or two off.
Short and bit wayward, called a wide as well for height, and yeah, just dug it in a bit too short. That tennis ball bounce we've talked about on this pitch. It's something you can never take away from Sri Lanka, is the way they appeal. They will always give it everything, whether it's close or not. They will appeal and make sure that they put the umpires on the spot to make a decision. They won't go half-hearted about it.
That's the type of competition you want to see, keeping the Red Bull format alive, because they put so much planning behind creating those opportunities.
Oh, again, takes the inside edge of Moonsami, just squirts past the stumps, and he's not looking comfortable so far in his short stint, but it does get him off the mark, and for a moment I thought it ends the over, but it's just the umpire crossing over to the square leg side. But yeah, getting some good movement is Ishan Malinga, hurrying onto the batters as well with that wind behind him.
It's also one of the most important things here for Sri Lanka in getting these wickets. It's that it doesn't seem like an easy surface to get yourself into here, especially as the day has progressed, with batters taking their time to get in. However, what has been working is them just tapping in those ones and twos.
But for what a slower delivery by Malinga, cleverly bowled, but outfoxing your Brand there. You can see he was almost too early into the shot, wasn't expecting that one. As well bowled.
Well, it's a funny little moment. Good ball, bowled by Malinga there. Just bamboozled Neil Brandt. It's the first slow ball we've seen in the entire game.
Yeah, I think both Yorkers and slower balls are a bit underutilized in this format. Can be so effective and as a surprise delivery. Short and straight to that man at a short-ish forward or square point. And it ends over number 61. He's out on 225 for 5. Neil Brunt on a score that the Australians don't like a lot, 87.
Why don't the Australians like the score 87?
It's an interesting one, but they believe it. 87 is an unlucky number. And I'm not exactly 100% sure where it originated from at first.
13 short of 100.
And yeah, it's 13 short of 100. We're informed, and so that is the main reason why it's considered an unlucky number. So, but Neil Brown won't be worried about that.
Game started 2 days later, because Friday was the 13th. Would have been perfect alignment. However, it's not the case. South Africa, though, 5 wickets down, might be feeling like it's Friday the 13th for them, given how they started and how they were able to repair their work between Brunt and Brevis. They've just lost it a little bit with Sri Lanka getting regular wickets.
Yeah, they would be very disappointed if they get anything under 300 here after the start they did get. Still a long way away, 75 runs away from the 300, only the 5 wickets remain. And Sami's still trying to get himself in to the match here. And Sri Lanka will know 1 wicket away from getting into the all-rounders, by Swanepoel and Harper Torres. So, floating that one up a bit fuller. They were nicely worked away by Munsami.
It's good captaincy here from Pasindo Surya Bandara. He's unafraid of putting Rivaldo Munsami under tons of pressure. We saw how it worked on Mihlali Mpongwana on his wickets, just having that man under the wicket, under the helmet in front of your face, suffocating you of space and of your options of scoring. Another man behind his hip as well, Rivaldo Munsami, and they take this man now. They put him on the very short mid-wicket for Brandt.
Comes down the wicket. Again, we've seen that all day from Neil Brunt, getting to the pitch of the ball and just punching it straight for a single.
It's absolutely gorgeous cricket here from Neil Brunt. Doesn't seem worried, bothered at all, the way he's just carrying himself, the way he's been playing his cricket. His decision making has been as superb as it has been.
Yeah, and the key as well is he comes down late. He doesn't give the bowlers any indicators that he's coming down the wicket.
Wouldn't it be the case as well, since he's a spin bowler, that he should be able to just work around the idea of spin bowling better as a batter?
Yeah, he'll be almost in the minds of the bowlers. He'll understand what they're trying to do. Good decision to send Neil Brunt back there. It's been a bit too tight as we come to the end of this 67 62nd over, I should say. South Africa A on 227 for 5. Neil Brunt's gone off that little number the Australians didn't like it, on to 88.
He's played it well over 180 deliveries that he's constructed this innings now. It's equivalent to 30 overs just batting by himself for his 88. So he's almost batted and faced half of South Africa's innings. And he's carried it so well. The way he's rotated the strike to give the new batter coming in his chance to play.
We see a change in bowling now with Usita Wijayasundara back into the attack. He was the premier bowler in the last match. It's good also that he wasn't off the field for too long today. He was running into the wind, but with the wind at his back now, he has seemed to get his rhythm a bit better around the wicket. And again, you can see that slow nature of the pitch. Brunt again a bit early onto it.
You can see how much in good touch he's in. The way he was frustrated over that shot. There was really no threat to his wicket, the way he played it. But just unsatisfied that he couldn't play it to the man who's standing at deep extra cover for a single or for a 2 and keep the score ticking.
Same type of delivery this time. He does play it a bit later and get it into the gap. Pushing it hard for the fielder, but that will be settling for 1 again.
You know, sometimes when you are buying an album or you're buying a game, you get the standard edition, then you get the premium deluxe edition. If you had to buy cricket innings right now, Neil Brunt's would be borderline deluxe. The moment if he can be able to convert this amazing start and push on for the rest of the innings for South Africa, it will be a highest of class of innings, even though right now it is really standing at a high caliber status.
Just leaving that one comfortably is Moonsamy, and ball not nipping in that back in like it did in Kimberley. Struggled a bit with that one. In the 4-day series or the 4-day competition in Sri Lanka, Wijayasundara did very well. In 7 matches, he took 22 wickets and an average of 19 and a striker of 37. That as a pace bowler in Sri Lanka is phenomenal figures.
What I liked most about his construction of his record, most other bowlers you'll see having massive best match figures, 7 for 21 to accumulate for their 14. His best is 3 for 40. So that means that in each time he bowls, he's consistently working on his... He consistently works on that wicket taking, chipping away at teams ever so often.
Yeah, he's been bowling very well. He's been keeping it tight, is Wijayasundara. And he's also bowling to a well-packed offside field and a 1 slip and a gully in place. Keeping things tight to Moonsamy. Working that one into the leg side. Just making sure he gets his innings underway, give a strike to the informed Neil Brunt.
And that's the important thing here for Moonsamy, to not feel as if he has to constantly try and bash the ball. Like you said, he loves striking, he loves going at scoring those runs. But Neil Brunt right now is very much in control of what is currently going on. 89 from his 182 deliveries.
And Neil Brunt just having a look at the field. There's a big gap on the leg side if he can tuck it in there. But again, he goes for that same one as earlier in the over, playing it late to the man at the backward point on the boundary. Takes him to 90. and it ends over number 63. South African A side have moved on to 229 for 5.
Still continues to being unbothered as he enters his 90. Neil Brandt from the top of the innings. He continues playing. He's been supporting every single partnership that has been happening here between South Africa A. Really good job from the top. We saw him do it as well when the West Indies came in and joined South Africa last year. That final match, he scored a brilliant 100, which earned his call up to that New Zealand series, though the squad was thin. But here he is again performing, and his innings has been excellent on 90. South Africa scoring double figures throughout except Jean du Plessis.
Still bowling over the wicket here is Dino Shah. And, plenty of gaps behind square for Brown to target, and also down the ground straight.
Well, then I'll certainly backtrack on my statement as we were writing down these notes. Just reading the wrong line as I was writing stuff down, because he actually has a best of 6 for 45. Does he sit with Sundara?
Just dropping short in front of a man at the catching Maron. Good position there, good field setting by Captain Surya Bandara. And Brunt has been wise to it all day. He's been biding his time, hitting the gaps, using his feet well.
This is much better stuff now.
Nice, boy.
Gordon was talking about how they were just bowling outside the off stump for Brandt, even though they had set a very leg side heavy field, just allowing him to take his ones. And right now you can see when he's bowling straighter how effective it is.
Yes, Neil Brandt is trying to stay inside the line of the ball when he's coming down as well, but yeah, as you're saying, attacking the stumps is Dino Shah.
Nice, Oya.
Making sure he brings those stumps into play the whole time, also those fielders in front of the wicket. But shorter, pulled away with absolute ease by Neil Brandt, all the way for 6. That brings some life back into this innings again.
Just waited for it so patiently, Neil Brandt, until the opportunity came. Eventually, of course, after pressing him back, a nice quick one will come. That was the quicker one, just dropped a little bit too short from Dino Shah, allowing Neil Brandt to rocket back on his foot and pump that over the roofs for a glorious 6. It's just 4 away from 100 runs.
Yeah, quite a gutsy shot in your 90s, but he's feeling confident. His eyes in, and he won't let any poor delivery go away. And 236 for 5. SA side out to 64 overs. Munsami feeling his way in, and just trying to make his mark in the series as well. He had a very good 4-day series domestically, 2 seasons in a row actually. First in Division 2 for the Northern Cape Heat, and then now for the Titans last season as well. Forced his way into this SAA side, and we've talked quite a bit about him previously, about his wrists and the way he manipulates the ball. Good attacking the stumps again there by Vijay Sundara. Again, almost playing outside the line of the ball is Munsami, continuously getting the inner half of the bat.
Here's the crazy thing that the South Africans have to deal with. It was Eshan Malinga a couple of overs ago who was doing the very same thing, getting the ball to shape back in, just causing a little bit of problems for the inside parts of the bat. And now he's being replaced by a bowler. Once he finds his rhythm, it's just equally as good in Vijay Sundara. So it's as if South Africa are not getting a break from finding something different in the seam bowlers. It's just continuous threat ever so often.
Yeah, it's been good from Sri Lanka. just trying to stick to their areas. There have been times where they've drifted a bit in that partnership between Brandt and Brevis, where they were put under pressure. They didn't quite hit their areas consistently, but they're back to it now, and making sure that the ACA batters need to work for every run. Just would be a bit upset with that short delivery in the last over that Neil Brandt put away. Some cloud cover coming over in front of the sun. Momentarily, at least. Some relief for the fielding side, together with the wind. It's good to see a bit more people coming in to the ground. There's free entrance, and to see a bit of cricket to come enjoy a day out with the kids.
The breeze has been constant throughout the whole day, ever since the match began, even since prior the game began. And the new ball just awaits us 15 overs from now.
Again, that very same area where Brandt continues to milk runs just backward of point.
Just doing it ever so well. The way he's been pickpocketing all round the pitch, his little check drives, as you call them, going for the boundaries, going to the fields in the deep to runs his ones. Spin bowlers have not been giving him any threat. He barely swept any ball, just depending on covering the line. Like you say, he's covering the line of the ball very well and playing it equally as excellently.
Short and cut, Munsami throws his head back, feels he missed out a bit there. Again, he's not finding the middle of the bat yet, is Munsami. He would have wanted to put that one away, but another single to his tally.
Like you said, so important to just take your time and be patient with it. There's no rush. After the end of the day, South Africa will still want to have 5 wickets in hand and have these 2 start the morning tomorrow as well. And the incentive for Munsami is that if he just keeps patient for the next 30 minutes, 40 minutes, the payoff is going to come rolling in by default.
Yeah, Munsami was the 4th leading run scorer in the 4-day domestic series. In 7 matches, he made 536 runs at an average of 48. And a strike rate of 72, which is particularly impressive. And getting those type of runs in that quick time, often saving the Titans from a difficult position from the back end. Made 2 50s and 2 centuries as well. So he's been in good form, has Munsami, for quite a while now.
One of those centuries coming in an incredibly crucial game versus the Warriors in what was arguably the game of the season before the final came. It was one of the best games in the season, where the Warriors were looking to solidify their space at the top of the league. And on the second innings, this man came in and revived the Titans' innings with an extraordinary 100. I believe it was 138 runs that he scored. Not only do the runs come, they come at crucial times as well sometimes.
Finds the gap on the offside. A bit more out of the middle of the bat this time. That'll make him feel a lot better. It's a natural boundary, it is, Ravana Munsami. Likes to feel bats on ball, put pressure back on the bowlers. Neil Brandt on 97. He's been batting wonderfully all day. Just perusing the field. There's a man at a deep mid wicket, a long on the boundary, also a in fine leg, long off, and a man backward point on the boundary. So plenty of fielders outside of what would generally be called the inner ring and limited overs cricket. Inishar keeps plugging away a good area here, trying to apply some pressure to Brandt. His bowling it quicker and flatter, not allowing Brown to come down the wicket that time. Just looking for that almost a release single coming down and pushing it down the ground. It's not big on the sweep, this Neil Brown, not in this format of the game anyway. Just works it around for an easy single. He drops a bit too short this time.
Very well done from Brunt. Big space behind his hip, and he executes it well as he taps us along to 98 runs. Also, especially now that he's so close, you just want to continue with the rhythm that you've been going at. Easier said than done, though.
Same type of thing for Munsami, working it into the leg side. Running the first one out, making sure that they put some pressure on the fielding side. Not the greatest of throws in. Apology from the fielder to the keeper, who gives him a bit of a stare down. Not too impressed was Vishad Randika.
But Brunt now 98 runs. Field still very open on the leg side. But in front of square, that's where you see the man under the helmet. That's where you see another man standing at mid-wicket.
Oh, just a quick question by the keeper there, as Neil Brandt almost switches legs as he tries to turn it around the corner, but he was quick enough to keep the foot down, and that ends over number 66. South Africa A on 242 for 5. Neil Brandt 2 away from a possible century, and Munsami also starting to find his feet on 7 of 19. Weather is looking good today and for the rest of the match. No rain predicted at this stage, meaning that there is plenty of time. No need to rush anything here for the batters or for the fielding side. So nice full 4 days available.
We also got the pleasure of having a full 4 days in Kimberley as well. The carnage that this man who has the ball brought. Rivaldo Munsami tried his best in the first innings, scoring 34. He fell though to this man. Balled a gorgeous delivery.
Running for the second one, quick, and he does get there. Does Munsami, very good running and nice clear calling between the two as well.
We got a cracker in the second innings. With Vijayasundara moving the ball back in so often, he just got the one that moved away. And the top of off stump was clipped. He lost his wicket. It was a peach from Vijayasundara. Memories of that must be pushed away. Memories of his first 20 balls must be pushed away, which haven't been pretty. But it's all about preserving your wicket.
Yeah, targeting the stumps here is Vijayasundara. Almost inviting it is Munsami as he starts his setup outside the leg stump before shuffling across a little bit. It's looking a lot more settled now with Munsami. That's what you got to do on a wicket like this. It's not easy getting in initially, but if you spend a bit of time out there, it does get easier. Again, same type of delivery. Ooh, bit of aggression from Vijayasundara. It's good to see. And it's showing that he's in for the fight here.
It seems like some of that movement that was there at the beginning of the session has slightly dwindled away. It's moving as much, it's just that the persistence in the areas that Vijayasundara is bowling at are really good. Maybe if he pulls that length back just a touch, we might see that reverse again for a little bit, because it was there.
Again, keeping it in the same area as Vijayasundara, asking Munsami, testing his defence.
This is some good cricket. It's hard work for either side. Vijayasundara seems to have found his areas. He has a slip and a gully, short extra cover. But Munsami, like you've been saying, getting into his rhythm now. It was a very good defensive shot right under his eye, timed perfectly.
Yeah, Moonsami is quite a versatile player across the formats. He has opened for the Titans of late in the T20s. Again, is keeping it there, keep plugging away as Vijayasundara, keeping that pressure on, not giving him anything to free his arms.
And we always speak about usage of the crease for the batter, bouncing down the track and all of that, but it's also very, very important for the bowler as well to execute all of these different angles. You'll see him come wide off the crease, and then as he releases the ball, it's going to come very straight to Moonsami, forcing him to play the ball at all times.
Down the leg side, tries to whip this away, does Moonsami. Doesn't lay a bat on it, and that ends over number 67. We move up to 244 for 5. Neil Brandt back on strike on 98.
Continues to do that job well, does Vijayasundara. South African players just chilling and relaxing. Snesemba Kweshile, his teammates in Patrick Kruger, just basking under the shade. Oh, so nice.
Yeah, ready to run on any gloves or drinks for the batters as they requested. On a day like today, you will tend to swap around your gloves quite a bit. As we see a man at long on, just going a bit wider now. So long off out on the boundary. Deep point almost all the way back to fence, maybe just to grab a drink. There's the keeper asking him to come a bit straighter now, almost more in line with the stumps. And again, as Unofficial down the ground comes Brandt, but just defended calmly in the end. He's been doing that the whole day long, using his feet while getting to the pitch of the ball. Not letting the bowlers just settle on a spot. Bit shorter, pushed through the offside. But it will only be a single to take him to 99 and bring Moonsami back on strike.
Still keeping it composed here, Neil Brandt, despite the number of runs that he's on right now. 245 for 5, South Africa. This partnership, another one that has a good start for the South African A team at 24 from 59. Dino Shah has been operating for a while with his 2 wickets. And the thing is, even if they don't feel like using him, they have another slow left arm spin bowler that they can count on Wanuja Sahan. They want to change it up a bit. There's 2 other spinners they can call on who are right off break. So it's a plethora of decisions, it's a plethora of spin bowlers for the Sri Lankans.
Plenty of options for them. Bit of a late cut from Moonsami, not able to beat fielder at backward point. Almost a wideish 45. Shot back to aiming at the stump, same area for Moonsami again. Unofficial's been very accurate in this spell. Just that one he dropped short to Brandt a couple of overs ago. Other than that, he's not been letting up.
And the thing is, on the other side, your seamers are looking absolutely threatening with their areas that they're hitting.
This time, finding the gap is Moonsami, and he keeps the strike. And I know some batters who wouldn't be too happy about that when they're on 99. They just want to get over that mark, but Brandt will have to wait a while longer. as the score moves up to 246 for 5 at the end of 68 overs.
Experienced Neil Brandt. This is not his first rodeo. And the way he's been controlling his innings in his 90s, like you said, a couple of overs ago, took on Denosha for a massive 6 over at the cow corner. He was on 90 to move to 96 on that. Not often you're going to see players do that at such a scoreline. And from then onwards, the easy ones he's been taking throughout his innings have just continued to push him on to 99.
And then you get players like Siwag who would like to go to 100, 200, 300 with a 6. And the Proteas were on the receiving end of that a few times in his career. Nice and full, aiming it at the stump still is Vijayasundara, making sure that Munsami has to play at it.
My most memorable one will always be AB de Villiers on 88 runs facing Nathan Lyon. And he decided to play 3 reverse sweeps in a row to take himself to 100 runs. Still one of the most awesome things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's just a different level of batting from AB. It was always so... I would turn on the TV to watch him bat. It's just the way it is. And, almost a similar type of thing with Tristan Stubbs now. Again, goes even fuller this time. He's just trying to get under the bat of Munsami. Again, just squirting it out into his own foot.
Tristan Stubbs was one of the leading run scorers in the Sri Lanka South Africa A Tour last year in June 2023. And later on in the season went on to score that incredible 300.
Yeah, it feels like he's growing all the while. Now every match almost you can see the growth in him, understanding of his game. Munsami is just not able to get Vijayasundara away. He keeps tossing him up. It's the third one in a row in this over. And it's good bowling here. Just putting on a bit of pressure.
It's going to be uber important for Munsami to not feel like he has to do something out of the ordinary to get Vijayasundara away. If it's not there, eventually it will be there. Just like he has to be patient, Vijayasundara also has to be patient in what he's doing. He has to endure. And if he doesn't get what he wants, he might start searching for something that isn't there and give runs away.
Bit wider this time, but it's a no ball signalled by the umpire. Unfortunately, no free hit for Munsami, but yeah, just a bit of an adjustment by Vijayasundara, who just inquires about the umpire. Was it for the front foot? Was it over? And umpire says yes, and he'll need to re-bowl that one.
He had the most unfortunate of no balls in the previous game. Could have gotten Bear Swanepoel out, and he would have had 8 wickets because Swanepoel remained not out on 38 for South Africa. He just does it again here.
And down the leg side, big appeal, big appeal from Sri Lanka. This time the umpire says no. They're still appealing, convinced that it's out. The keeper can't believe it. Umpire says no, that came off the thigh pad, and they're staring at disbelief. But in truth, they've had a couple of calls gone their way today that the South African players weren't too happy about. This time they might be getting one back as we look at the replay. Oh, it's close. It is very close to that bat, but the umpire says no, and Sri Lanka will have to keep trying for Munsami's wickets.
It was a fantastic take from Vishad Randeka down his left, diving on a dying delivery. No wonder he appealed as well.
Again, very good delivery. It's been wonderful over here by Vijayasundara. Apart from the no ball, he's really asked some questions from Munsami's defence.
Just throwing it down the leg there with Jasundara. Seems like there is a deviation from as it passed Rivaldo Munsami. Maybe the hip if the umpire says it's not out. Certainly the ball did deviate further down the leg side after it passed him. Great take from Randeka.
Goes Fuller, another no ball, punches it through the offside. So that means because it's a no ball, Neil Brandt will have one delivery to try and get to his century in this over.
Superb fielding from Lahiru Udara. Just felt that on his right hand. Rather crunching shot from Rivaldo Munsami. Just playing it so beautifully. And now South Africa are on 249 runs.
Almost lining up one away from 250, one away from a century. And Neil Brandt's been very composed all day. He won't let the pressure talk to him too much, and they bring the fielders in close on the offside now to him, trying to keep him on strike, try and dot him up here. Slashed away through the offside, and that is a century for Neil Brandt. A well constructed and well deserved century as he takes off his helmet to soak in the applause from the dressing room. That has been beautifully played by him all day, using the feet, absolute class and composure.
And he also did it in style as well. What a beautiful shot. They brought in that man at deep point to just stop that single. He said, "Oh, you're going to stop me now? Watch this." And he cuts it across, runs all across the board. He is on double figures on every single inch of the ground. A beautiful wagon wheel for his 103, which consists of 10 fours and 1 6, taking him exactly 200 deliveries to construct. And that is the 7th time he has crossed the figure.
Yeah, it's exactly what he would have wanted. And it's been a bit of a discussion point with Neil Brandt, his conversion rate, converting 50s to 100s, but a good way to start the season for him, and exactly the place where you want to do it. It's taken him 312 minutes. He's been out there for a long time, has Neil Brandt. It's been worth it. And the scores moved up to 253 for 5 at the end of 69 overs.
2 milestones, hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, is Neil Brandt as the captain brings up the 250 and his individual glory of a century. It's been a brilliant batting display where 46 of his runs came from boundaries, and those boundaries came late on in his innings. But also there was a phase where he decided to dial it down and take those 1s and 2s when the wickets started tumbling.
Bit of an appeal. I think the bowler was thinking that it might be caught. Munsami looking for a sweep. Neil Brandt just coming down to have a word with him, saying, just remember we're 11 overs away from the new ball. You don't want to be giving it away now. Just be sensible here. Neil Brandt will know because he hasn't played a sweep shot all day.
There's also been some instances of some spongy bounce coming from that end as well, in top of the slow nature. So very risky, can get the top edge if you're trying to sweep it away or mistime it because of the stickiness of the surface.
Ball.
I think Munsami is just feeling a little bit edgy at this stage. They've been bowling a lot of dots to him, and he isn't one that enjoys a lot of dots. So he's on 11 of 40 deliveries. So you can just feel that something might happen here. Umpire's walking, he's given it out, and Munsami has to go. Just as I say, something is gonna happen, something happens, and Munsami looks bemused. He's looking at the umpire and saying, "What is that?" But he needs to go, and the off stump is lying on the ground, and he left that one, expecting it to turn comfortably past the stumps, but he has to go back for 11 of 41, and we'll have a look at the replay just to make sure. But it looks like it might have clipped the off stump. Yeah, it just clipped the off stump, and Munsami asking umpire how, but it means you should have used your bat for that one. It's not the right line to leave, and it is wicket number 6. You can just feel the pressure building on him, and the new man to the crease will be Bayer Swanepoel.
He seemed also undecided, really. It's as if I should play it, and then he decided to let it go. And that is the risk when you change the position of your guard. When you saw that when he was batting, he was standing outside, he was standing way outside of his leg stump, which brings in Bear Swanepoel now, surviving innings of that 38, very handy all-rounder, and he's really coming into his own over the past couple of years.
Yeah, he has, and he expects more of his batting as we look at the replay. So once again, Musami almost wants to play it, then decides to leave it. It's too close to leave, clips off Bale, and he has to make his way back.
Just starting outside of that leg stump, it becomes a little bit difficult then to judge where your off stump will be, because you are under this pressure. You feel like you have to do something. If he was on his natural stance and those stumps were behind him from where he was, it would have missed off stump, but he was in the incorrect position to leave that one. Loses his wicket. Neil Brandt is still standing tall on 103 runs. Beautiful cut shot to bring it up, which also brought up South Africa's 253, but all of a sudden, where the seamers were in control down in Kimberley, it is Sonal Dinusha, the spin bowler, who is capitalizing on his work here on 3 for 40. The players take a drink, and so do we, but before you take the sip, have a sip of more cricket that will be coming on later in the year. Cricket South Africa and Hollywood Bets have partnered and bring you the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 and Hollywood Bets Pro 20. The women's game is taking on a new leaf and elevating higher, so join us on the first game, which will be on the 4th of October. Get your tickets at www.cricket.co.za. City Wozanawe, hashtag be part of it, as we head on to drinks at 253 for 6.
Go back.
Welcome back here at Willowmoore Park in Benoni. We've just had the fall of another wicket with Ramon Moonsami leaving one too tight on the off stump and clipping it off Bale. And after drinks, it's Bayer Swanepoel who's come in, and he will continue on. He has shown a lot of promise with the bat, as Swanepoel. He's not one to stick around though. He likes to be quite attacking and aggressive. In this season, he averaged only 24 but with a strike rate of 100. So he likes to feel bat and ball, hitting boundaries. So don't expect him to dot up for too long. But it is Dinusha who will continue. He's been bowling beautifully today.
All three his wickets have been balls that have hit the stumps, isn't it? Yeah, so I think that is the nature of this wicket. I mean, the South African coaching staff will be pulling out their hair because you've got a guy who's sort of shown you how to play on this wicket, and he's had a couple of guys to stick with him, but just not long enough. And that will always be the difference between a really good first innings score and sort of a 300, maybe 350 score. And having said that, the South African tail, a couple of guys who can bat there. Swanepoel, no mug with the bat. Pretorius alright. Brian alright. So, yeah, still some batting in the shed to come. New ball sort of 10 overs away.
Yeah, Pretorius in particular had a very good season with the bat, averaging over 40, and made quite a lot of runs. He was
What
10th in the.
what was he striking at there?
Yeah.
I also don't think he would be a guy who's going to
Yeah.
hold.
Pretorius does enjoy batting at quite a tempo. He had a strike rate of 76 in the season. He made 478 runs at an average of 47.8, strike rate of 76, 450s and a century. So it was an exceptional season for him with the bat. And so he'll be in next. But first up, it's Bayer Swanepoel. He'll have to bat to the man turning the ball away from him now. Goes for the cut shot. So it is Nuanindu Fernando back into the attack with his part-time off-spin. We are only 10 overs away from the new ball, so they might just be saving up the paces until then. Again, looking for that cut shot is Swanepoel.
Again, the Sri Lankans, for me, using a very, I don't want to call it strange field, but an in-out field. New batter walks to the crease, and you've got 4 sort of boundary riders that go out straight away. I don't know if that's a ploy to get the batter to try and hit the ball at the boundary riders, or is it protection?
Yeah, I just need to correct myself. It's Neil Brandt on strike, so for him they might want him to potentially get off strike as he drives that one comfortably through the covers. They can run the first one hard, they might be able to get back for the second, but they decide to keep it 2-1, and that will bring Bayer Swanepoel on strike.
So in essence, to Bayer Swanepoel, there's just one field changer. Just the long on comes up to a mid on. Rest of the boundary posters are still out. Short leg goes into play.
Yeah, just looking to get him to come on the front foot there. Swanepoel. He does back himself as a batter. He wants to become a fully fledged all-rounder. Still has a bit of work to do to get to that point. This time just too short and punch through the offside. And it's the end of over number 71 as SAA have moved on to 255 for 6.
T20 comps, they use the left-right combination at the Warriors, and they used Bayer Swanepoel often at 3. They also used him when there was some spin on offer, and really adept at hitting the long ball against the spinners. So it'll be interesting to see how he applies himself here. Different scenario. South Africa, I won't say necessarily in trouble, but in a situation where they probably would have felt like they would have wanted a little bit more.
Definitely. They'd still want to be looking at a score of at least over 300 from this position. They can stick around with Neil Brandt here. He's looked almost in cruise control throughout the day. A bit shorter this time from Dinashaw, but still targeting those stumps.
He has looked in complete control. No trouble. No one's really worried him. There was maybe a 10-ball period early on in his innings where they found a little bit of channel. Other than that, he's really found the game quite easy.
I think the discussion from Neil Brandt's side would have been to Swanepoel just to stick around with him and let them bat out the rest of the day. See the shadows are becoming a little bit longer on the field now. Just punches that one comfortably down, too long on.
Still my little pet peeve, the deep backward point still in play. I think in the last 5 overs only 2 balls have gone to him. I think he could so easily be utilised in another position there as an attacking.
Yeah, it's been a strange one. It's been a productive area for Neil Brandt. He's definitely not going to complain about the position. Our ball again. Push it through a bit quicker. Brunt not getting on the front foot, but just seeing it out.
Elbow.
And
Nice,
looking to come
Oya.
down the wicket a bit.
Double.
Here's Neil Brunt, but good fielding from his own bowling by Unofficial. He's bowled 14 overs, taken 3 for 41. And the scores moved on to 256 for 6 at the end of 72 overs. By Swanepoel, he's on 2 of 6. And looking to form a partnership here with his captain. Didn't have the best time in the UK, did Bayer Swanepoel. He went to go play a bit of county cricket. Didn't take a lot of wickets based on his overall performance and stats. He would have wanted to do a bit better, but it would be better for the experience. As well. Again, just punched down the ground for an easy single, and so his overall bowling stats is very impressive. Bayer Swanepoel, his averages only 20 at a strike rate of just under 40, and he's taken 7 5-wicket hauls, 2 10-wicket hauls, so definitely has the pedigree.
In South African conditions, he's a nipper, isn't he? He nips the ball and he swings the ball really, really nicely. Whereas once you go to the UK, that Duke ball doesn't nip necessarily as much as the Kookaburra. It's more natural swing, straight out of the hand, and more test your control as a bowler a hell of a lot more. But he'll be all the better for.
Oh, it takes the edge, it falls just short of the man had slipped. Beautifully bowled there by Fernando, but not carrying through to the fielder. Almost a perfect off-spinner's delivery, drifting in, pitching, turning away, taking the edge. Have a quick look at that previous delivery. Yeah, just dropping short in front of slip. Too short and wide this time, and cut away comfortably by Swanepoel. The wind seems to have died down a touch here at Willowmoore Park. There's still a bit going on, but it's not quite as rough as it was earlier. Neil Brunt seeming pretty unfazed by everything today. And the SAA side on 259 for 6 at the end of 73 overs.
He's literally just gone about his business. Hasn't wavered off that game plan. That game plan has been rock solid.
Lanka just looking to push through the overs here with the spinners, get to that second new ball. I mean, saying that Unofficial has been bowling with immaculate control today. He's taken the 3 wickets and he's been attacking those stumps all the while. I'm sure he makes the batters play, bring himself into the game as well. More of the same here, 2 players on the
Ball.
Just keeps plugging away at a good area. It's the Unofficial. And it's back for another ball in double quick time. Down the ground is Swanepoel. A lusty blow as he uses his feet very well all the way for 6. And that's what Swanepoel does. He doesn't like to be bogged down for too long. He likes to play his shots. And that one is well executed.
He's a great exponent of the long handle with against the spinners. Doesn't like being bogged down. as you can see, there's a long on in place there, and he took him on quite comfortably.
And back to defend this one. He does like to take on the spinners. Remember him scoring a quick fire 50 during the season. I think one of the quickest in domestic cricket history in 4-day cricket.
Sending long off back, there's Dinusha. And it goes straight to that man.
Yeah, he uses that opportunity to keep the strike as Swanepoel, end of over numbers 74. SA side have moved on to 266 for 6. I just go to get back to Swanepoel and his county stint this season. He only bowled in the 3 matches this season, and he had an average of 53 at a strike rate of 92. He only took the 5 wickets in the 3 matches, so found it going a bit tougher, but do find that with a lot of South African bowlers going over in the first season, not quite finding the right lengths or the right control for those pitches, those conditions, and the Duke ball as well. Used to playing with the Kookaburra ball here in South Africa, so it does take a bit of adjusting. So hopefully he gets another opportunity to go back next season and improve. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep long on, and a deep fine leg on the leg side. Swanepoel drops it short, plays it through a fairly vacant area on the outside, but man at the deep backward point, running around to cut it off. Just a bit too short this time from Manuja Sahan, who's come back into the attack.
Do you think it's a wonderful story though, the Bayer Swanepoel story? I mean, 3 years ago he was in Division 2 cricket playing for Northern Cape, and had an absolute stellar season for them. And within the space of a couple of years, and the batters don't decide to take one there, as Bayer Swanepoel got in the way. So it just shows you, even a Division 2 cricketer, if you're good enough, you'll rise to the top, won't you? Fantastic story.
Yeah, it's true. It's very much the same for John du Plessis. And he got out early today, with one he wasn't too chuffed about, but he also dominated in Division 2, also did well in that one SAA match he got last year against India A. He's now going up to Division 1 for the Warriors this season, domestically. And so opportunities are there to stand out. Often said to the younger players who are breakthroughs at the junior level and might get picked up for one of the bigger teams in Division 2, I should say Division 1. They don't always get the opportunities to play much. They're in the environment, they get the experience, but they don't get to play. And so it's not a bad idea moving down to Division 2 to get some game time, to get some matches under the belt, try and stand out there. Somebody like a Ronan Arman did that now. He was in the Lions squad. He played one match in his first season, then didn't play at all last season. Now he's gone down to Northern Cape Heat. And so it feels like a good opportunity for him to go there, get some match time, prove that he's worthy of a permanent spot in a beginning team for a Division 1 team, and just establish authority there.
I mean, Rivaldo Moonsamy did the same thing. Had a bit of a shaky season at the Titans, went down to Northern Cape, had an absolute stellar season, and he never looked back after that. So, yeah, it's good to see that our system is working and it's producing one or two of the players.
Yeah, definitely shouldn't look down on Division 2. Obviously not quite as strong as Division 1, but there is enough room to stand out and make a point. As you see a man coming in at a catching mid-off now for Bayer Swanepoel. He's looking for one that he might pop up to him. At long on has come into the ring, so just works that one around. Wouldn't be too surprised. Swanepoel gets back on strike if he looks to go over the top again with that man up at mid-on.
So that's what I was actually saying to Mpendulo earlier in commentary. I don't think for me, so just before Neil Brunt's 100th, they brought the field in and made him hit through. For me, I don't feel like they've done that enough to him today. Even like now, he's got so many options out, isn't it? Rather than just force him to make the play, and fielding like that also won't help. Just force him to make the play, bog him down a little bit. I think it's just been too easy for Neil Brunt.
Yeah, almost ask Neil Brunt to try and hit a big shot, go over the top, try something different. And he's just been tapping it into the wide open gaps all day long. But yeah, Swanepoel would be maybe more inclined to go down the ground again. For now, just keeping it out. Sure, he's getting a word from his captain in between overs, just to try and keep him level-headed.
I'm sure that no cow on the leg side boundary is killing him in terms of a sweep or something. There we go.
Yeah.
There's the sweep.
Finds the
Goes
man.
to deep backward.
Yeah, big deep backward square, and he does enjoy a sweep shot. That's wonderful. I don't think Brunt has pulled out a single sweep in this innings. It's just been controlled the way it's been all about the footwork and placement. Too short. Oh, and just lands in front of the man at cover. Almost a bit too early into it, was Brunt has had so much time to think about it. Again, finds the same man. It's like that sometimes to the part-timer. You're almost at ease too much and you get a poor delivery and you end up hitting it straight to a fielder. But Neil Brunt continues on, and the ASA have moved on to 270 for 6 at the end of 76 overs. Neil Brunt's on 108, and Swanepoel has moved on to 14. We are 4 overs away from the second new ball.
I think if Neil Brunt got out there just before the new ball, I think Shukri Conrad would have burnt the batters at the stake. There's a couple of soft dismissals, couple of dismissals just before sort of red flag moments, and that would have completely sent him over the edge, I think.
But short and wide, cut away by Swanepoel, but again finds that man sweeping deep on the outside field. Just a bit wide from Wanuja Sahan. Feels like almost a bit of in limbo at the moment as we wait for the second new ball. Doesn't seem too threatening right now from the Sri Lanka bowlers, but need to keep their heads, the SA batters.
What will be interesting to see for me is if the wickets quickened up at all throughout the day. And that wind has been absolutely pumping, which sometimes helps in drying a surface out. It will be interesting to see, is there a little bit more life in the surface, or will it sort of come more from day 2 and day 3? So I think the wicket was quite wet underneath this morning.
Comes down the wicket, does Brunt. Doesn't manage to get it past Sahan. He's keeping it nice and tight. Brunt will be fully focused on trying to bat through the day. Pretty much into the last hour in this first day, the second official test match, and the end of the 77th over, 271 for 6. And Sami, the last guy to go for 11, has got a bit bogged down. Bit of indecision eventually cost him his wicket. Earlier on in the day we saw a flowing innings from Devold Brevis for the most part. Looked unfazed. He hit a couple of lasty sixes and seemed to be on his way to a good innings, but ended up throwing away his wicket on 49, hitting it straight to the man and catching cover, and wasn't too happy with himself as he walked off.
Hence why I actually say, Neil Brunt. As soon as the Sri Lankans have closed up shop on a couple of the guys, it's led to that wicket, isn't it? You look at same thing with Marcus Ackerman. A couple of dot balls in, and all of a sudden he maybe looks for something that isn't there. Brevis, really good example. They hit the ball outside that off stump to him.
Good fielding there in the end, but won't be able to prevent the single. That's a good loud call from Neil Brunt. Again a bit short, and another easy single to the offside. Just trying to rush through these overs from a part-timer, get to that second new ball, try and get as many overs in as possible. It's a better length there
Nice bowling.
from Fernando.
The last two balls of the over here, they've kept the long on up to Bayers as he bited that temptation.
Nice Louis.
Almost feels like Fernando needs to toss one up here. Try and tempt Swanepoel to go for the big hit. Pulls out of that one. Big wide open space over the heads of mid-on and mid-wicket. But Swanepoel wise to it for now. Just defends it out and gets over 78, 273 for 6.
Still 12 overs left in the day. To the new ball. Sure, Sri Lanka will go with the same sort of game plan. 2 overs here from the spinners, and then try and strike right at the end of the day here with a new ball.
One new Sahan will continue on from the Ekurhuleni end. He has a long on and a long off out for Neil Brunt. Also a deep wicket, a deep fine leg, very square. Also a deep backward point or a wideish third man if you like. And not a lot of fielders in. Lots of open gaps for Neil Brunt to target. He does have a catching but on, silly but on. Still bowling in good areas is Sahan. And Neil Brunt would like to rectify that conversion rate issue discussed a bit earlier this season. Like to convert a lot more of his 50s into centuries, make some real big scores. As he does tend to get himself in quite often. He's one of those who...
I think if you actually bring up his stats from last year, he averaged 40, but I don't think there was 100. So it literally means he's getting 40 every time.
Drops the ball, does Sahan in his run-up. So he tried to load up, slipped out of his hand. Comes down the wicket again, does Brunt, but seeing as it couldn't quite get to the pitch of it, it just defends it out. And it's good batting as well. Short and just slash through the offside, running out the first one, but the fielder does well to cut that one off early. Nice attacking fielding.
Sri Lankans have been fantastic in the field today. They've been really, really good. Throwing their body around in the inner ring. Not too many twos onto their arm on the boundary.
That's Janeth Lianage covering the boundary there on the outside. Player Swanepoel wants to strike. He has the 2 balls to negotiate as they bring the long off-fielder up close, asking Swanepoel whether he wants to go over the top. Just buying the time a bit to him. Spins that one down the leg side. Not interested in playing it, is Swanepoel. There is big vacant space behind the keeper if he does just turn it around the corner. Past the man at short leg. Goes back and just guides it to Leonage. And there it ends. Over number 79. 275 for 6-1 over away from the second new ball. You see the fielders just trudging slowly to their fielding positions. It's been a long day out in the sun for Sri Lanka. They've done well to keep plugging away at it. Picked up the 6 wickets so far.
Also managed to bring the rate back, haven't they? For most of the innings, the rate was sitting there at around 4s. So they've managed to control it, which means they've actually gone sort of below 3.5, almost below 3 for a period of the game, which has kept them in check.
Still tempting Swanepoel with Ahmed on up. You can see him just almost looking. Do feel if Fernando just gives it a bit of flight.
As well as no cow.
Indeed, no cow, no deep long on, so. But it seems like the instruction from Neil Brandt is to play us out. New ball is just around the corner. Don't do anything silly right now. We don't want the new batter coming to the crease now against the new ball. Pushed through a bit quicker by Fernando.
Come on, Nui!
And he pulls out again. It's been that type of day from that end today where a few of the bowlers have almost felt that gush of wind in their face, had to pull out. Short pulled to that vacant cow region, and Swanepoel is not gonna ask twice for that one. Goes away to the boundary for 4. Just rocking back nice and deep into the crease is Swanepoel. Getting some runs here before the second new ball arrives. He's moved his score up to 21.
21 and the partnership is 26. One of the things South Africa done well in today is they've created those little partnerships without having a real sort of big one to get them to kick on. That's the end of the 80th over. So let's have a look what happens here. Sri Lankans, a couple of them getting together. So it looks like that new ball won't be taken. So Hun is looking to carry on here. Happy to sort of stalemate out the day. Into Neil Brunt, who knocks it up to the car corner. Interesting decision that, as Pendulo comes into commentary next to me.
Seems like Wanuja Sahan has found something here. A couple of deliveries now, he's had his hands on his head because maybe the ball did exactly what he wanted to do and the batter just narrowly escaped in his mind. So Passing to Surya Bandara, giving trust to his spin bonus.
As that ball goes to the deep backward square leg, drag down a little bit. I don't know, surely with 6 down. Surely with 6 down you take the new ball, you back yourself. I don't know. I just think this is way too easy. As Brunt comes down the track, evades the fielder there at extra cover, knocks it up to long on.
I think it's only a matter of time until we see that new ball come in. Surprised, but you saw how early in the morning it had some good movement as well. Some of the reasons why you'd want to take it now, but maybe just seeing off the day, who knows what's going on in the mind of the Sri Lankans.
Beautiful over extra cover drive there by Swanepoel. Beautifully executed. Sahan missing the stumps there, allowing Swanepoel just to free his hands, and he does so beautifully.
Easy pickings. That's very wide, that's very full. Vacant at the deep extra cover area. Glorious stroke, just opening himself up.
And Sahan fires that one in. Looks like it got a little inside edge, and it will go away to the boundary. It was an inside edge, as umpire Jakob signals 4.
That's an unfortunate one for the bowler. That's the one you just feel like, that kind of hurts. Especially after being hit for a clean boundary the ball before, you feel like retaliation, and it nearly got the wickets of Swanepoel, almost justifying the continuation of his bowling as well, but it's just another boundary.
So 11 off this over, and the new ball is available. That's an interesting conundrum there for the Sri Lankans, but be it as it may.
I remember as a kid I thought that
Sahan in, little bottom edge, might run away for 4, deep backward square, doesn't get there. Really, really expensive over. Buzz Swanepoel cashing in here. Moves on to 34 of 38. 15 off the over.
that might just be the one that triggers that new ball. Very expensive from Sahan. Good shot to paddle it around his hips for 4. Unfortunate that he got that inside it that just missed his stumps.
As umpire Harris walks onto the field.
"15 runs from the over," it just makes sense that they take that new ball, and we're going to see if they're going to use it. Like I was saying, as a kid, I thought that you take a new ball at the end of an over or at the start of a new over, but you can actually take it whenever after that 80th over has passed. So gonna see now what they're gonna do. Maybe they might find some shape at the end with the new ball, with the old ball, to see what it does, and then change to the new ball mid-over. Seen that ploy happen a lot, especially when the bowlers just want to loosen themselves up with the older ball.
Right, so old ball done away with, new ball not taken just yet. Malinga probably going to just fire a loosener or two. Maybe there is a little bit of reverse swing on offer that he looks at.
But he takes the new ball.
Now he takes the new ball.
Shan Malinga has been the one just hitting his lengths much more better here today. But I'm very, very surprised that we haven't seen Janith Leanaga come back again. He's bowled 6 overs, gone for only 6 runs, and he's also taken a wicket as Leanaga, but he hasn't bowled ever since.
And he did the donkey work going into the breeze. Right, so Malinga with the new ball. He's got a wideish fourth slip. And first one goes down leg, hits Neil Brunt on the pad. All goes to the fine leg, and it is a leg by.
Spin the bowler has been able to deliver some short pitch stuff that actually reached the face of the batters. More often than not, when they try the short stuff, reaches the torso and it's easy pickings. So he has something when he bends his back. On top of that, when he reverts back to his natural lines and lengths, it becomes a little bit problematic, as we saw that exponent of reverse swing earlier on in the innings. So good control does Eshan Malinga. He has all of that.
As Baz Swanepoel comes onto strike, the field gets a little bit more attacking. So wideish, I want to call it second and a fourth slip. And he has bowled him. Exactly as we said, taking the new ball, using that swing, just drifting it back in, and using the slope, straightening it up. Baz Swanepoel beaten all ends up there. And South Africa continue their little spiral, if you want to call it that. They get into a little partnership and then leave Neil Brunt on the other end.
Beautiful delivery this from Eshan Malinga, right onto the legs with that ball swinging back in. This is identical to how he lost his wicket via a no ball in Kimberley, but this time he's not saved as Baz Swanepoel. Great stuff from Eshan Malinga. His leg stump has been toppled as the gap between bat and pad opens up. 3 wickets to go now for Sri Lanka so that they can go out and have a bat.
Looked like Baz Swanepoel there was trying to hit that really hard on the offside. Yeah, with the slope and the ball swinging back in, it would be a tough option that. As Miguel Pretorius walks to the crease, probably just had his best season with the bat with the Dragons down there with I'm trying to think of the coach's name now. Craig Alexander, better known as Goch. Yeah, and Neil Levinson for the Northwest Dragons. He's had his best season there for them. Averaged 40 with the bat, with 100. So walks into the crease here with a little bit of confidence from that last season. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes against the new ball right at the back end of the day.
He bowls really well with the new ball when he has it in his hands. But also last season, like you said, with the bat, he was extraordinary.
Earning him a call-up, huh? Malinga straight into the action there, right on it. Making him play first ball up. Here's that wicket delivery again. Really, really good. Just asking him to hit the stumps. As I say, Baz Swanepoel looking a little bit hard on the offside. Probably needed to look a little bit more up the ground there.
He had played well for his 34 runs. It constructed it pretty nicely. Half century, thought was probably in beckoning for him.
Malinga asking questions again. Straight at the stumps. I don't know if the skipper will appreciate that. A little shy at the stump with a brand new Kookaburra turf. With it having just swung by Swanepoel out. Now I don't know if that'll impress the skipper.
Niwanidu Fernando working that new ball as much as he can so that bowlers can find the best advantage from it.
On target again, making Miguel Pretorius play. Good questions here right at the end of the day.
Can't help but feel that he just a little bit too straight. Just a little bit too straight. But it is a new... Because Miguel Pretorius can bat. It's not as if he cannot bat. Maybe just make him try fend one outside the off stump after locking him down with those straight deliveries. You do have a wideish slip and that fourthish slip as well.
As he hits that at the deep cover point again, takes one. I think that has also been a bit of a flavour of the day. 6 ball over a single. Neil Brunt stuck on the non-striker's end. It's happened times today to Brunty. But he hasn't changed his game plan. He really has acquitted himself quite nicely today. So it'll be interesting to see what the Sri Lankans do here.
Number 28 and number 27 occupying the crease. Can they just keep it pushing here for South Africa? They need to preserve their wickets as much as possible. The end of day's play is much around the corner with 30 minutes scheduled to go.
Mohammed Shiraz coming on here from the Kuleni end. Interesting that they've actually gone with him with the ball rather than Vijay Sundara, especially with what his heroics he did at the end of day's play in Kimberley.
Maybe a little bit of rest. Haven't seen Mohammed Shiraz in a bit. Also bowled his 13 overs and disappeared, going just under 3 runs to the over. Bowled pretty well, got nice movement initially at the beginning of the day with the new ball. Maybe Surya Bandara is looking to see if he can extract it now at the end of the day's play.
Stifled appeal. Looked like a little inside edge, or quite a big inside edge there. But that's exactly what you want as the skipper. So now you've taken that new ball and you ask a question first ball up, isn't it?
Just be careful here for Miguel Pretorius. He's playing just a little bit away from his body and opening up that gap between bat and pad, just like how Bear Swanepoel lost his wicket. Gotta have to get that body behind the line of the ball. Can't just throw the bat out there without any support.
Changes his length there. It has been one of those wickets when you're a little bit short of length because of the lack of pace. It has been a little bit easier for the batters. You want them on that front foot. You want them driving, yet not too full.
You keep adding conditions to the situation. God. Have to do this, but make sure you have that, and do that, but making sure you have this.
I suppose that's my coaching hat. Yeah. The commentary hat doesn't come too naturally, but that's the length. There we go.
No, it's just the margins that the bowlers have to work around. Is the point that the moment you're too full, it's a half volley and it's an easy drive for 4. The moment you're a little bit too wide, you're trying to activate your slip and your gully, but then you're susceptible to a cut shot. If you bowl a bit too straight, you can easily be a hit over to the leg side. So finding that one specific area comes with a lot of conditions, and you can't really just go out there and just place the ball wherever you want as a bowler.
I've been in countless team meetings where this to this batter, this is the plan plus the top of off. So we're going to go short balls to him plus top of off. To this way, this plus top of off. So you know what, if it was good enough for Tendulkar and Lara, like you were mentioning earlier in the day, it's probably going to be good enough for a cricketer who's trying to make his way into a national side, isn't it? Yet a lot easier said than done. Yes. Neil Brunt comes on to strike. Shiraz goes around the wicket here to him. Holds a slip. He's got a catching point, catching extra cover. Still his deep backward point there, and two men out on the leg side boundary. Neil Brunt throws his hands at that one. Beautiful extra cover drive over the top of those that extra cover close man.
It's a gift to a man who's been out there for the whole day, and what a way for him to bring up 300 runs for the South Africans. It's right up, short, wide. He's confident enough to just stand tall and hit it over the top, despite the fact that there's a fielder there. Gets it to work. Extreme confidence for a man. He's on 114.
Was out of character that. He's been really in his bubble in his game plan most of the day. Hits on the pad, probably sliding. Batters come through. You'll have to see whether there was a little scratch on that. No signal from the umpire, so you would have to assume that there was a little scratch. Ends the over. South Africa 302 for 7 after the 83rd over.
It's been a long day out there. in order for the new ball to be effective, the bowler needs to be effective. The bowler needs to be strong and keep going. So now these are the times where Neil Brunt really has to shine and take on, because he's been there, he's earned his reward, has worn down the bowlers, and now juxtaposed to the new ball in the beginning of the day, where you'll get that early movement because it's still early in the day. The new ball at the back end of the day, if used improperly with a set batter, becomes a target to the bowler, where the batter now has a ball that can rush to the boundary and comes to the bat really hard. So it's going to be important for the bowlers here to keep hitting their mark and just be consistent as much as possible despite whatever fatigue they might be experiencing.
Neil Brunt has a really big go there. Ball squirts out to deep backward square. It looks like a little change of tactic here from Neil Brunt. He's played a couple of shots here at the new ball, and looks like a definite tactic that he's going to try and take it on. Now you've pushed most of the bowlers into their 12th, 13th, 14th over, and that's what the guys always talk around, is talking, making sure you get that bowler into his third or fourth spell, and then as we say, it is a little bit easier. Pretorius comes onto strike here, and they bring in a very spread slip cordon. As we said, it's about a 2.5, and it looks like a 4, almost touching gully. The 2 men out for the short ball. And Miguel Pretorius plays a beautiful cover drive to bring up 307 for 7.
What a shot from Miguel Pretorius, just flashing his hands through it. Goodness me. Nothing too wrong with that delivery from Malling. It's what he's been bowling throughout the time, but this time Pretorius just deciding, I'm having none of it. Finds the gap perfectly. Great shot. I was going to say maybe the mindset changes a little bit with them bowling to Miguel Pretorius because he's a new bowler, he's a new batter.
Last 7 overs left of the day, yeah? So be interesting to see how the Sri Lankans as well as the South Africans approach it. Miguel Pretorius leaves outside the off stump there, ends that over. Ends the 84th over, South Africa 307 for 7. 6 overs left in the day's play.
84 overs gone. Little bit of confusion in the 81st end of the 81st over when the new ball was brought in. Umpire Aluaddin Palaka just waved a signal to the scorers. It wasn't the ball. It was just waving a signal. New ball was taken a couple of balls ago, halfway through the 83rd over. So seems like Surya Bandara was giving his pacers some time to just loosen up with a couple of overs. Now the new ball is in the hand of Mohammad Shiraz. You saw with the two slips coming into the cordon. And you can even hear it with the sound of the bat now and how the ball is moving.
Oh, so it makes a lot more sense now in terms of the approach from Pretorius and Brunt. It wasn't the new ball. It was older ball. They were trying to hit their way into the new ball, which they've successfully done, taking South Africa to 308 for 7. Shiraz now with a new one. He gets himself a slip in a gully. Straight away you can see a little bit more zip, a little bit more on that ball. Coming off the slope. Two batters go down and have a little chat.
Really just getting some extra bounce as well. Really has been profitable, the Sekuruleni end, to the pace bowlers, and that wind hasn't subsided throughout the whole day. Just jagging back a little bit to Michael Pretorius.
Dropping deep backward point now. Not that deep though, he's halfway back. There is definitely something happening here off the slope. As you can see, Miguel Petro is actually shadowing it to Neil Brunt.
Has to try to find a way to avoid the fielder who's just stationed there at short mid-wicket, Lahiru Udara. But because there's just something happening in the crease and on the pitch, Udara moves from that mid-wicket area and is slotted in at first slip.
Swings his hands, just one bounce to the deep backward point. Batters trot through for a single there. We were wondering how they were going to approach that new ball. I think that's quite a clear sign in terms of what Pretorius is going to do and how he's going to go about it.
The most important thing here is that South Africa have reached that critical landmark of 300 runs. With 3 wickets in hand now, it feels and with the bowlers tired, want to capitalize as much as possible. The worst thing to do is lose your wickets trying to play cute little shots at the back end of the innings.
And I think the light meter is not far away. Neil Brunt with the lap.
It's definitely go time now, Gordon.
Okay, well here we go. We asked what the tactics were going to be, and it's quite clear and quite evident in terms of what's happening here. Yes.
Quite some shock happening in your face.
That would be the last thing that I would expect Neil Brunt to do at the end of the day. With yes, but okay. It does look like the wicket has quickened up though. I will. They reinforcing that slip cordon. So they've got the 2 slips in a gully, still the deep backward point. Pretorius did show his intent in the 2 balls ago. Close to the stumps, little inside edge there, really close to the stumps. Brings to the end the 85th over. South Africa 310 for 7. Last 5 overs of the day, yeah.
Very well controlled over as well from Mohammad Shiraz. Just a couple of those back of a length deliveries, nipping back to the right-hander. Seems like they rush them after it pitches, like you insinuating maybe the pitch has quickened up over the day.
I think Piet Botha, as the South African bowling coach, is gonna really like that, because we were wondering at the beginning of the day what what it would be. Would that wicket stay like that, or would it quicken up? The South African seamers definitely like the fact that it is quickening up. Brunt comes on to strike with that wide-ish slip in a gully. 2 men patrolling a wide sort of third man and an extra cover. Long off, deep backward square and a fine leg. And he bowls him a slower ball. What on earth is happening here? It's interesting end to the day here. Lot is happening.
This is what we call the evolution of cricket. Welcome to the new age, modern game. Even in red balls, we want to see all of those different change-ups from the bowlers. We've already seen one slower ball earlier on, a couple of Yorkers tried out, and then your favorite shot from Neil Brunt, trying to pedal it over the top.
Right, so there's an event ball happening here at the moment, at the end of day here in Benoni. And I think that was the attempted Yorker, if I must be honest.
Came out a little bit quicker as well than usual, just bent his back a little bit with that one, Malinga. Good little idea generation to fool Brunt, who's looking to take it on. Thing is, when a batter decides to take it on, that's where his wicket just becomes a little bit more susceptible, because they're looking to play outside of the box that they've structured their innings based on.
Top shot from Neil Brunt there, strays onto the pads, tickled into the leg side there for 2.
I'll be done.
Neil Brunt moves on to 120 of 238 deliveries there for the day.
He's going to feel good about his work here today, Neil Brunt. Looked good for his 39. Just couldn't score runs in the second innings because Vijay Sundara had a really good breakfast on day 3. So now he's just converting some of that form into triple figures here today.
Another slower ball. See if he goes with his tactic from a couple of balls ago. He went slow ball, next ball really quick Yorker. And Brunt looking to get after him. So a good little cat and mouse, and that's what we said earlier in the day. It's that ebb and flow, isn't it? So cricket, you don't quite know what it's going to throw at you. It's really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons here the last couple of overs, which has been interesting to see.
And for the first time, we see some 4 strokes from Neil Brunt because he's trying to be a little bit inventive. And for the first time, he might actually be questioning what he'll be facing next, because he might not actually know, neither will the bowlers know what they'll receive.
Good bouncer. If I just look at the pace there, I would definitely say the wicket's quickened up throughout the day. The wind has dried it up nicely. So we've had a Yorker, slow ball bouncer, everything in this over. What will last ball hold in store for us?
But the most important thing here for Malinga is the amount of runs conceded. Just 2 in it, all of the different variations coming to play.
Another bouncer down the leg side. No harm, no foul. Brings to end the 86th over. Pretorius on strike the next over. Last 4 overs of the day.
South Africa will be absolutely happy if they can be able to continue batting until somewhere close to lunch tomorrow, given where they are. The fans who are watching in the stands, having their brief conversations, probably will also be hoping to watch more cricket. If they're at work tomorrow, they'll be enjoying it live on the CSA YouTube channel, just like you are. But if you can come to Willowmoore Park in Benoni, it's even better. Sports is always sweeter when you're watching it live. Mohamed Shiraz, he returns. He has 2 slips for Miguel Pretorius.
Beat him outside the off stump there. A bit of shape against the slope. But yet again, it doesn't carry through to the keeper, does it? Which is just strange. As we say, it does look like it's quickening up, but not necessarily enough.
Might be seeing some variable pace from the surface as well. It was good movement away from Miguel Pretorius. We've been seeing a lot of balls nipping back in. Nice to see a surprise away swinger.
Pretorius tucks this one into the leg side, takes a single just wide of mid-on. Has all of a sudden gotten really dark, hasn't it?
Indeed, the sun is gone. Werner did say earlier on that the clouds are starting to come in. It's going to be interesting to see how tomorrow's going to play out, given the day that we've had today. Pretty fairly balanced between bat and ball. If you are bowling well, you're going to get purchased for what you are doing. Hence, they have 7 wickets. But if you apply yourself as a batting team, we saw South Africa getting good starts throughout their innings, and it's only Neil Brunt who's been able to convert that start. But 313 is a super total to get at the end of day 1.
I still think South Africa will feel there's a couple that they left out there. A couple of guys who really got in. A couple of soft dismissals. I think they would have been targeting that 400 definitely.
I think that's the one thing they can just look back and lick their wounds on. That's the man of their dismissals at times. Deval Brevis will certainly be very disappointed on his 49 runs. That had to happen to him. Some decisions the players were not happy, such as Jean du Plessis and Mehlali Mbongwana. It was good deliveries though from the Sri Lankan bowlers. That one that got Jean du Plessis was a snake, moving in and out, in and out. And so we are here in the game with Mohamed Shiraz, 3 balls to go.
There's that in nip that we spoke around. Tucks it to deep backward square leg. A trot through for the 1.
Seems like it's just a procession now. It's either we reach 90 overs or we get to 5:30. It's 21 minutes past 5 o'clock local time. And it wouldn't be a surprise to see the batters just take their time to set up. Field changing a lot of times. Just buying time until the day ends. And we restart again tomorrow.
Offside field comes up this time. Trying to maybe force Neil Brunt there into a big shot.
And we've been seeing him trying to play those big shots unsuccessfully.
Beautiful crisp sound off the bat. Goes straight to the cover sweeper. Again, they trot through for their 1.
Just went back to his box of shots that he's been playing and that have worked well. Just saw how beautiful it is. You heard it yourself, that crack of the sound. Just stand and deliver like he's been doing. Little shuffle of the feet to get to the pitch of the ball to negate any movement. Selecting his shots very well. He's faced 40 overs by himself now for his 122.
Hits him on the pad. I think that one is sliding down. Again, it's that nipping in. Brings to the end the 87th over. So South Africa A 316 for 7.
3 overs to go until the end of play. Mohamed Shiraz with that final delivery, just getting it to whoop down the leg side. Ambitious call. He's been getting the ball coming away the right-hander while he's starting it straight. Just looking to see now what the conversation is.
It's obviously the light.
It's that dreaded light meter being brought in by umpire Stephen Harris. He spoke about it earlier. I wanted to say, no, don't mention it. But we've seen a healthy day of cricket, 87 overs in.
Going to test our camera crew here and see if we can get you a reading there.
But on top of that, this reading is so important because it ends the day, and this will be the judgment for the rest of the 4 days. There's been darker days.
Obviously, no, it is dark. It is very, very dark.
Tinted windows.
As the players head off the field,
But the light has dwindled, clouds have been coming over. And
there's a round of applause for Neil Brunt as he's carried his bat throughout the day. Fantastic innings from Brunt. Captain's innings, carrying his bat.
Played fantastically for his 122, did Neil Brunt. The umpires take their reading. It's too dark to carry on playing, and from here onwards, we will not have more cricket once it gets as dark as this for the rest of the 3 days. But 87 overs in, Gordon 316 runs, 7 wickets down as we see the end of day number 1. South Africa getting double-digit scores except for Jean du Plessis, got a snaking delivery from Eshan Malinga. South Africa, like you said, feel like they left runs all over because of the good starts that they had.
I think if I was a coach, I would definitely feel that way. You know, you got one guy who's got 122. You know, you add another 100 to that, a couple of wickets down, you're targeting a big score. I think that's obviously what you want to try and do in a 4-day game is bat, if you can, bat once, and then try and put the opposition in twice. As I say, when they went down to Kimberley, you saw what happened when they had to bat a second time. You don't want to leave yourself in that sort of situation.
Janet Lianaga just going for 1 run to the over, but the destruction job being done by Sonal Dinusha there with 3 wickets. Other bowlers just going at around 4 to the over. Sahan, Malinga and Wijasundara didn't pull out the magic we want that he had in Kimberley. However, this is not Kimberley, this is Benoni in Willowmoore Park, which is hosting the second unofficial test match, the last match of the tour between South Africa A and Sri Lanka A. We thank you for joining us for day number 1 as it comes to a close. Werner Rasmus on commentary, Gordon Matheson joining us for the very first time. We would never say it was the very first time. And myself, Bendulo Makubane, as we call it stumps for day number 1. We'll join all of us tomorrow again as Pitch Visions production brings you this ball-by-ball action of the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel. Do not go too far away because tomorrow at 10 a.m. starts day number 2 of the final unofficial test between Sri Lanka A and South Africa A. See you then. Have yourself a wonderful night.